name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and today we're starting with Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 1. Just chapter 1. It is common for people to imagine that they need to interact with a person for a lifetime to get to know them. I disagree. As an oculist, I regularly sort through the jumbo messes that my subordinates call observations. After draining the pulp, I usually arrive at a pretty concise character study for each person, and I wish that my underlings would be more efficient. They tend to linger on the most banal of things. Surely it would be easier if they just strictly eyeball the situation and people over the top before returning home. It is rare for people to be so interesting. A perfect example of banality and waste of time and resources were all of the observations regarding Chalon. He was as common as white bread from the beginning of the mission to the end of it. This is just a testament to his talent. As an infiltrator biological weapon, had he stood out, he would have been a failure. Chalon is not the type of person who enjoys failing at something, and I will go into more detail about his character and why it makes him one of the most mundane individuals in our group. And I am submitting this observation to my superiors to judge whether we should give the go-ahead with the movie we plan based on the 24 hours of observation we gathered for him. And while his series went under severe request, Chalon simply spent his time doing necromancy and his cute little plays. And I gave the report of a typical day of the life of Chalon only to illustrate his lack of impact on the entire mission as a whole. This is not to remove merit where merit deserves. Still, with a couple of small incidents here and there, Chalon did practically the same thing every day. This is why I say that one only needs a day of observation to get to truly know a person, and by observing their happy little routines, you truly know everything one needs to know about them. The sample day chosen for this report is day 17, month 8, year 17. It is just after the natural death of Bersame, and the gypsies are currently camped outside the city of Sassari. When I say gypsy, I mean it in the loosest term possible. The word gypsy was first coined in the world of Saturnastra about 200 years ago. Bersame had just solidified his little empire, and he was trying to make sense of the different people living inside of it. And one day, a traveling merchant van arrived to Veragerum, and they belonged to the same family, and they had traveled together and so forth. And traditionally, merchant vans travel in small family groups, and they're not too keen on sharing any of the spoils outside their unit. Anyhow, this merchant family happened to have olive skin, black hair, and black eyes, and when Bersame saw them, chuckling, he said, "So they got thieving gypsies in this world as well." Over the course of decades, it became fashionable to hit upon any merchant group that had such keen hair color and eye color combination. It did not matter if they were related to blood or not. If they resembled what Bersame considered a gypsy, then society could conceive them as thieving merchants. And once you make a petit mal socially acceptable, it becomes almost impossible to remove such prejudice from the day-to-day routine of the average fellow. And I mention this so that you can understand the behavior of the people outside of Chalon's clan. As for the clan, they called themselves the Godieda. The last name was a fusion of the word God and Aeda. Aeda is the name of the local goddess of life, and according to the family legend, the goddess had taught the founder of the clan how to bend the truth, and this skill was polished and refined throughout the succeeding generations. And during the chosen sample day, there were about 23 family groups in this unit, and there were about 279 people living and traveling together. And the current head of the clan at the moment is an unexperienced man of 52 years old named Harold, and he was chosen due to a popular vote after his great-great-grandfather died of old age so many years ago. And his daughter is Chalon's adopted mother, and her name was Astrid. And she found Chalon pretending to be our wee little baby in the woods, and she named our boy Chalon due to his psychic influences. And he made her believe that Chalon was a good name for the baby, even though there was not a person alive in this world who had such a name. And after a normal infancy period, Chalon found his place within the clan, and he fell into this boring, nondescript, happy routine. Time 001, minute 1. Before I begin, here are some basic observations about Chalon's physicality. For people who lack eyes or any means of digital recording, Chalon wore the skin of a 70-year-old human male. He had olive skin, long black hair, and black eyes, and like his monkey brother, he had a thing for wearing dresses. And both were under the impression that dresses were the proper identifier for magic users, and truth be told, only 60% of all living magic users in this world wore dresses. And I suppose the core of this fashion statement could be traced to the Tower of Suberus. Other magic users who had never entered the tower made the effort to dress like normal civilized men, and Chalon's hood had decorated purple flowers. Aside from the spell components and the necromancy bells and coins, Chalon had a rune saber, and these were not the items he had taken from our world, rather he had acquired them over the course of the 17 years he had spent there. And this was a true testament to the easy life that Chalon had enjoyed till now. Like, his soul was brand new, because he never used it. Lady Godiva once said, "There's nothing worse than a problem one creates for oneself," and Chalon knew this family motto by heart, and he lived by it. And despite his years, Chalon stood a mere 5 feet 3 inches, not by luck but by design. Being short in our world is a fashion statement and not a disadvantage, and the only items he had taken from the old world were a ball-jointed doll and a pink unicorn cat plush. The doll was customizable, and over the years it had acquired different types of makeups, arms, legs, and faces, and the only thing that had not changed was the pair of eyes. It is well known that the eyes are the window to the soul, and it does stand from reason that if one preserves the windows, one keeps the soul, it should rightfully stay in. It should rightfully stay. Then again, this is just a personal opinion, nothing to take in earnest. As of now, the doll had straight blonde hair, some pearly ornaments on the head, and an ornamental purple pearly dress. And for bracelets, the doll had a couple of ribbons. The cat, on the other hand, only had a white bow tie. Both were relics that were cared for and cherished, and like his mother before him, Chalon would tuck in both the cat and the doll in the bed together, and he would then put a cover over the frame as if they could actually feel cold. The pair of toys could not feel cold or warmth, but it was the thought that counted. Before settling down to sleep, Chalon took care to spread the bedsheets with 2 towels on top of one another. When he made a motion to get inside, he stopped and he looked at the nightstand. Something was missing. He opened the door of his bedroom. He went outside of his trailer bedroom, and since he was the grandson of the leader, he had a trailer instead of a tent to call his own. And he passed through the sleeping bodies, and he made his way towards the nearby supply cart. He got from there a flask, which he filled with cold water from the river. And while he filled his bottle, Chalon's thoughts did not take any coherent form, and they would jump from a rock song he liked to a scene from a book he barely remembered. And when he filled his bottle, he got up and returned to his bedroom. His eyes wandered over all of the familiar items. He had a nightstand, a dresser, a closet. The roof was low, but it did not matter considering his lack of height. And the bed was large enough for him to spread both of his arms, and it occupied the entire room. And he placed on the nightstand his bottle of water, and he entered his bed and he removed his underwear. All he was pulling was a silky nightgown, and even that would be discarded the moment he was in earnest about falling asleep. And like his mother, Chalon was in the habit of sleeping inside his birthday suit, and it was comforting experience for him, but the only downside was that he had to clean the bedsheets more often to keep them fresh. And on this particular night, the bedsheets were fresh as daisy. In fact, he had used a soap whose prime components had been daisies. He nestled inside his bed and he placed 2 pillows under his arms, and his eyes changed color and he made a motion as if to type on an imaginary laptop. And laptops have been discontinued millennia ago, but some of our people found the idea of them still to be interesting. And Chalon did most of his creative work while going to bed, and in the morning people usually got in the way, and there was just too much exterior noise outside, and he found that humans usually had calmed down by midnight, and the windows rattled a bit as the cold wind moved the little bedroom cart. And it was soon followed by a slight drizzle, and then a continued amount of rain. Chalon looked to the window and then to the doll, and the doll pretended not to notice his stare. She was just not used to dealing with Lady Godiva's brat. And as for the rainbow cat, it opened its eyes and yawned a little before settling back down again. The cat had not been originally designed with eyes, and when it opened them, they seemed to be made of glass. This may seem a little bit strange to the uninitiated, but you give enough time to any man-made object and it comes alive, and people are far too much into the habit of replacing old with new, and if all things lasted so long, it must have been for a reason. This is not to say that I'm not a fan of new technologies, rather I find that some of things are hard to replicate, like toys and architecture. Now back to the story at hand. Chalon had prepped himself for most of his atelier for his most creative meditation, and he had about an hour left before it was time to truly go to bed. Chalon furrowed his eyebrows, as most people do when they're trying to picture something with their mind's eye, and thoughtless people imagine that closing one's eyes is the best way to meditate, and this is further from the two rules. The moment you close your eyes for even a couple of seconds, the brain starts wiring itself for shutdown. And Shannon closed his eyes for a second longer than he had planned, and he yawned 4 times, and it made his eyes water a little. And he moved his bed covers a bit to blow his nose on the same part of it, and then he simmered down to try to get some actual work done. And he started writing into his mental mind this: ideas for a new spell. He stopped air typing for a second, and then he thought, well, the elementals are pretty much done with, and I suppose I could try adding new shapes to them. Still, this would only be cosmetic changes. It would not improve the actual spell overall. And I could try mixing and matching to existing spell and see what it comes out. However, that is not always pretty. Have we done anything with lasers lately? And most magic people do with light magic, and they think that light is only used for warmth and illumination. And aside from serving as glorified flashlight, most light magic is just an offshoot of illusion spell. And I think I'm going to focus for the moment on the color yellow. It is useful for slowing down the growth of plants. I wonder. I think maybe if I isolate the typical blue light and give it a form to catch the attention of the victim, maybe, just maybe, they can experience a little bit of euphoria. Just as he was meditating on the matter, a small glow of yellow light was manifesting before Chalon, and he was slowly giving it form till it became a little bird. And the bird was slowly changing, and it eventually became a little parrot. And Chalon was partial to parrots, and the glow dissipated as the effect had been done before, and getting the same effect by different means was not something that particularly appealed to him. No, Chalon every night was trying to reinvent the wheel, and as with most spells, the limit was his imagination. Aside from practical knowledge, Chalon was not very imaginative. He signed a little before putting his left hand to his face, and he decided to turn his attention to other matters. And on the following morning, he had more morgue duties to attend to, as in like corpses. There was also the matter of the play, and Chalon had been desiring to see one of his little works on stage. The problem was that nobody seemed to be willing to indulge him. And he had revised some words here and there, and he had published a couple under his own name. Still, he had disowned them because they were not what he considered truly his own. And any minor tweak was enough to get him discouraged, and it was for this reason that he was doing magic scene instead of the playing that truly amused him. The rain stopped a bit, and the clouds parted somewhat, and a strong light entered the window, and this made Chalon grimace a bit. Due to the position of the Titan moon, it was going to be hard for him to actually fall asleep. And despite the fact that his window had blinds, they were a bit of an angle, and this made it somewhat possible for some of the moonlight to enter his room. And it was useful for building up his mana, but not much else. And he set up and he placed a couple of small pillows against the window. And with this, he removed whatever light could fall directly on his face. And then he went to lie back down on his bed, and he looked towards his nightstand and noted the writing machine. And he lodged on top of his bed the large contraction, and he decided to get some other work done for a change. And the city manager had asked him to pitch in some dialogue for a romance, and Shadow had made some progress the day before, and he read what he had written over the top. The main people in the scene were a couple named Allison and Sir Thomas. Allison had discovered a terrible secret, and Shadow had originally written this: Allison, you have been following me all this time. Sir Thomas, only to protect you, my dear, and I did it out of love with no malice intended. Allison, so when you came to Arcadia, Sir Thomas, yes, it was only because at this juncture, and he thought, is this a little too bit on the nose? The manager is always telling me to simplify the dialogue, but this is something that the audience already knows, and I don't know. Shadow removed the paper, and he started writing a new version, and he did not bother off his previous working just in case the manager preferred it. And as for the writing machine, it was somewhat similar to our typewriter, and while ours used ink ribbons, this one used sharpened letters to produce a type of etching. And the special vellum had 2 layers, and the top one was white, and when the surface was etched away, it revealed a dark bottom. And and this produced the impression of the letters. It wasn't the most practical form of typing, but it got the job done. Time, bro?
8 minutes, 30 seconds.
Chalon started typing as thus. Allison, I said get out. And Sir Thomas, why, what's the matter? Allison, you know what you did, and I don't ever want to see you again. Sir Thomas, I understand, but you need to know my reasons. Allison, I don't care, just go. Sir Thomas, I love you. Allison said, go. Chalon stopped a moment to meditate on this new version. It did get the point across, and it did not insult the audience's intelligence. Worst comes to worst, he would have written a version that literally explained what had occurred in scene 1. And Chalon ate his nose over the top, and he had developed this nasty habit from his mother. And whenever she was thinking too hard, she would lower her nose to her mouth, and it was a grotesque gesture that is best seen and not described in order to be understood.
You could totally do it right now.
No. Chalon Jana bit and twisted his left beneath his bed cheek, and he thought on the thing that had come before. And Sir Allison and Sir Thomas had just decided that they were going to have a baby, and while going home she had run into a witch, and the witch had asked her if she had found the person she was looking for in Arcadia. And Allison had said yes, and it was then when the witch had blurted out thoughtlessly that it was a good thing she had given Sir Thomas the heads up. And Chalon thought that Sir Thomas should have been honest about how he met Allison, and a relationship based on a like cannot last. At least this is what's commonly said in the romance books he had read from time to time. And romance wasn't particularly his cup of tea. Still, it was necessary to read upon romantic drivel for the purpose of the plays. It was at this moment that Chalon's thoughts drifted elsewhere, and his brother had never had a problem getting the girls, and despite all of those years, his little birdie brought all of his stupid little lives. And Chalon thought, as long as there isn't anyone to disprove you, then you should be all set to lie as much as you want. It was then when he decided on a different line of dialogue. Allison, get out of my house right now. Sir Thomas, this is my house too, and what is the matter with you? Allison, I know the truth. Sir Thomas, it was only a peck in the cheek, and she was my cousin, and there's no need for you to go ballistic. No, Allison, no, not that I mean. Sir Thomas, oh, the dog, sorry, it had rabies, and there was nothing we could do about it. Allison, why were you in Arcadia? Sir Thomas, I was sightseeing, a friend recommended the place to me, and I wanted to play shepherd for a few days. Allison, you don't mean Madame Le Morte. Sir Thomas, by reputation more or less, though I must have spoken to her in the past to ask her for some advice. Allison, advice with what? Sir Thomas. Before he could write another sentence, Chalon heard a banging on his window, and an outside voice said, stop messing around and go to sleep. Chalon stopped typing, and then he reached for his board in shock. And since he was in the habit of not talking with the local wildlife, he scribbled down what he wanted to say. And the first thing he wrote was, fuck you, and what I do with my time and in my own bedroom is my business, you perverted sub. He read this line over the top, and then he erased it to write something a little bit more polite. And this time the board said, thank you for reminding me of my bedtime, and now I'll go fall on a dish or die of alcohol poisoning. Chalon erased the last two lines, and then he opened the window and showed the board to the person outside. The person was a nephew of his adopted mother, and his name was Jason, but everyone just called him Jay. And he was 3 years Chalon's senior, and it was his regular habit to be a bit of a bother for Chalon. And whenever he saw Chalon working, Jay took it upon himself to interrupt him. Chalon held the chalkboard in his hand, and Jay said, bring it a little closer for me to read. Chalon only inched it a little closer. When Jay drew within range, Chalon smashed him around with the board, but only lightly, and laughing, Jay said, this is the sense I get for reminding you to go to bed before 1:30. Time, bro?
4 minutes, 40 seconds.
Chalon looked at the time by staring at the titan moon. Indeed, it was way past his bedtime, and he closed the window on Jay without apologizing for his mild case of violence. And as for Jay, he narrowed his eyes for a moment before going on his way. Our dear Chalon was kind, moderately violent at times, and so this is not normal behavior that the people in his clan are known to expect. Chalon did as he was told, and he removed the typewriter from his bed, and he placed it inside the nightstand. He then blew out all of the candles, and he reached into one of the drawers and took out a small shell. The shell belonged to a dark Ceres, and inside the interior of the shell there were some small runes, and he breathed magic into it, and it started to produce a constant familiar sound. And a second shell was brought out, and this one belonged to a chamber nautilus. and he placed it over a small writing table that was parallel to his bed, and he angled the shield to be facing his crotch, and when he activated the enchantment on this one, it started to release a constant stream of air, and the sound of the first shield reminded him of the air conditioner, while the second was just a ventilator. When we were...
He's fanning his balls. Okay. Okay, that is the first instance in a book of somebody fanning their balls.
What is hard? Timer?
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, why? Was that a hilarious thing, Timer?
Yeah. How many books do you know where the main character fans his balls in?
But that's something that idiots do in the real world all the time.
Okay.
Whatever. When we were trying to sleep, we required certain familiar constant sounds, and both sounds were something that were familiar to Chalon, and he could not sleep without them. He recreated the effect of them using a bit of wind magic. The ocean fell. As long as he could trick his brain, Chalon could manage to sleep for real. Our man was one of the few fellows who was not afraid of falling asleep. I too tend to indulge in sleep from time to time. However, I do so in halves, like the noble shark. And once Chalon had both familiar sound, there was but one thing left to do in order to sleep. And Chalon had picked up this habit from his mother, and he started to pray. It is common for us to keep our religions to ourselves, and as such we do not show them in our pictures, and still it is interesting to know the part of the prayer, the final part of the prayer, and it is designed to summon 4 guardians to guard the 4 pillars of your bed, and it is by saying your name and anyone else included in the prayer. And more importantly is the line, do not be afraid. With the very fear, Chalon felt himself safe enough to indulge in the ever-elusive art of trying to sleep. Sleep is a tricky business, and when you're trying to sleep, you're not able to. And at other times, you fall asleep without realizing it. Timer?
1 minute, 40 seconds.
When he finished his short prayer, Chalon entered his bed and he removed his nightgown and he arranged his pillows. And he had one for the head and the other for the arm and the last between his legs. And Chalon closed his eyes and he started to earnestly trying to sleep. And while he did, his mind started to wander a bit, and his main thought was punctuated by the sound of a catchy guitar with some electronic synthesizer tools. And before coming into this world, Chalon had been a bit of an avid gamer, and since gaming was not a skill that derived him any money, he had switched to theater magic and necromancy. And it was doing this late at night that he missed his old hobby. And he would see the familiar faces, and he would imagine them in different situations, and from time to time, a thought regarding his latest reading would pop up, and Chalon always read over the top whatever book he ran into. However, he only truly processed the information during the process of falling asleep. Oh yeah, Timber?
Less than a minute.
Alright, we'll leave it here. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon, Chapter 2. One of the books he had read yesterday was about a little princess, and it was a biography about one of the ancient nobilities from the Western Kingdom that nobody bothered to talk about. And the story of the maiden had started when her father had wed his lover after divorcing his wife, and the problem was that the lover was a lady of ill repute, and meanwhile her mother was being a bit of a heel because of the divorce. And one day the princess remembered how she had swallowed a glass bead when she was little, and her mother had told her that she had passed it. However, the princess was not certain about it, and due to her fixation on the bead, the princess developed a type of glass delusion, and she thinks that any mistake could cause the glass bead to break, thus killing her. And from then on, she takes all sorts of precautions, and she will not even allow people to touch her. And Chalon thought of the glass princess, imagining that she was made of porcelain. And whenever she touched something, Chalon imagined the sound of a porcelain scratching against the surface. And he thought drifted to another matter that was similar to the book titled The Strange Craze or The Crystal Princess. The day before, a man had come to the party, and after getting drunk, he had told an interesting story about a man who had been saved from execution at the last second. And before the axe had fallen on his head, the judges had come to acquit the man, and the fellow had only found out about this the following day, and he fainted the moment he kneeled down with his head wrapped inside a black sack. And when he awoke, the man had been convinced that he had been decapitated, and it was only through the wisdom luck that the head had not fallen over, and ever since then the fellow had been wearing a neck braces to keep his head firmly attached to his neck. Chalon chuckled thinking, every man had his theme. And it was then when he felt a familiar sensation, and narrowing his eyes, Chalon languidly rose from his bed, and he reached under his bed for pot, and when he finished micturating, he threw the pot content out the window, and Chalon heard outside a person cursing, and the person in the exterior yelled, "Watch where you empty that piss bucket, you asshole." Chalon quickly screamed on his shock voice, "Sorry, my bad." "It's fine," said the fellow. "It only splattered my boots a bit." Told the shark boy to the fellow passing by, and when the man left, Chalon chuckled as he saw the man walking away. He poured a bit of water on it, and he used it to clean his lizard, and when he felt his undercarriage partly
His
clean...
what? His dick.
Whatever.
Okay.
Chalon returned to bed. Cleaning himself with water after every discharge was a bit of a habit he had inherited from his mother, though as a man it was completely unnecessary. When Chalon settled down again, he noted the time and he regretted the need to have to micturate, and whenever he got up, it meant starting the process of falling asleep all over again, and at this rate, he would only catch 8 hours of sleep at the most. And for those not up to date with the style of this world, I suppose per day, and on average people sleep for 10 to 12 hours while they are active for 18 hours. Once again, Chalon closed his eyes in an attempt to sleep, and this time he was sleeping while facing the right window. And on the wooden wall there was a creepy painting of a maiden with wild hair, and behind her there was a vampire lord giving her a hair pendant. The vampire was not handsome, but a black-robed weirdo with ashen skin, no nose, and sharp claws and teeth. And the black eyes with golden pupils was just the icing on the vampire cake. And Chalon was usually more comfortable sleeping towards the left. However, when his arm was falling asleep, he tried to sleep on his right, and the last thing he saw before closing his eyes was that thing. Chalon tried in vain to fall asleep, and at the most he could only cause him to fall into unconsciousness, and it was only when he stretched his right arm a bit that he managed to relax. And during a relaxed state, people normally do not focus their thoughts, and they just appear and disappear naturally. And you can tell that a person is not thinking by the way they had their brow. And people tend to imperceptibly furrow it whenever they are trying to picture something. In this relaxed state, Chalon thought of the last rib of his adopted cousin Katie, who was also known as Kate, and the nails had a good look to them. And for somebody used to biting them instead of cutting them with a scissor. And from there he thought of a red crystal of the sacred mass, and it unbalanced somewhat the entire composition, and it was a ruby while the rest of the mass had standard diamonds. Oh, so wow, so the sacred mass thing had the concept idea for like a while.
Yeah, that's the same description of the sacred mass in the...
From the sacred mass theory.
Yeah.
Sleep finally overtook him with this one last thought, and he did not often...
Is it the real one or a fake one? The one that he has?
Well, the real one has been the real one has been making its way throughout worlds and generations and whatnot. Sleep finally overtook him with this one last thought, and it is not often that we remember our dreams, though we have a machine that records them for future watch and malamusement. Chalon did not require such a contraction, and he was one of the few people who remember all of his dreams, for better or for worse. And sometimes it took him a little longer to recall the dream, but he eventually remembered it. His mind interpreted dreams like any other type of memory, and this night the dream was not particularly pleasant or even remotely entertaining for him. As for me, I found the first dream he remembered quite humorous. The dream followed the adventures of Sir Lord Chalon in dragon form, and he was flying through the air having a grand old time burning villages, and suddenly he felt the need to micturate. And when he tried to do so, his mother suddenly appeared and said, "You cannot pee." But I really gotta go, protested Chalon. "You must fight back. You cannot. You must not," said Chalon's mother. He's dreaming. He's having a weird dream. He said, what do you mean? Chalon flew away from his mother, and he entered a small body of water, and he imagined that she could not guess his intention, and once again he tried to go to the bathroom, and again his mother did not let him do so, and eventually Chalon awoke with a strong desire to micturate. And he had vague memories of the dream and had not...
How much of this book is about peeing? I'm
about
curious
pit?
now. Yeah.
About pit? Okay, that's what this chapter should be called.
Yes. Okay. So I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just curious now.
Just sounds insane. This book sounds insane. Oh man, like sometimes when you're like like, when you like reread your stuff after a while, not like, not looking at it for a bit and be like, oh my God, what was I thinking when I wrote this map?
Okay, please do go on.
He had vague memories of the dream and not so happy expression on his face, and this dream made him strange to those unfamiliar with Lady Godiva's eccentricity, and she was the type of fellow who would hug you only to bite your shoulder. And Chalon had seen a similar scene play out before involving his mother and his uncle.
To the reader, Lady Godiva is...
Well, that's just my self-character, self-insert into the book, you know.
The artist will bite you. Okay.
Whenever the poor fellow tried to evacuate, Lady Godiva would tell him not to do so and to fight deers. The memory of this returned to Chalon this morning, and for some reason it made him smile. And he looked out the window and he noted the position of the moon, and then he felt wide awake. He decided to get up and do something with his life. He had already slept a decent 7 hours, and anything more, and it would have just been a little bit too much for his taste. Time, bro?
15 minutes.
Time 09. Like that, like it's like 9 a.m. in the world of Saturnastra.
Yeah, every time
right
you say time, I think I gotta tell you the time.
Chalon opened his left eye a little as he struggled to get enough energy to get out of bed, and the first thing he did was roll over to his left side to snuggle away the two pillows some more. And he then reached into the air and he peeled it off a bit to open his item bin. And now the people have a little item bins, and we summon what we desire in a particular way. And some people create the illusion of turning over the corner of a page, while others prefer the flashy portal effect. And as for Chalon, to outsiders, it seemed as if he had made something appear out of thin air. And he held in his hand one of those arcade devices people used to communicate with. And some of the children have a fondness for vintage toys and games. And Chalon turned on the little device by tapping on the screen, and then he looked through all the little round images on the surface till he found the one he wanted. And the game he had summoned was quite rudimentary, and the whole purpose of the game was to collect clothing so you could collect more clothing. And a lot of games in the old days had a similar repetitive format that certain groups found endearing. And it was always to get this, to get more of the same. And Chalon playing this game for a bit till he was wide awake enough to get out of bed.
Chalon is playing Love Nikki, isn't he?
Whatever, dude. Before making the effort, he put away this little arcade game, the doll and the plushie. And Chalon slowly rose from his bed and he lightly felt the floor with his feet. And he immediately pushed them back up when he felt something beneath his toes. And he lighted a candle to see what was below. And he breathed a sigh of relief when he noticed that it was just a very small feather. And he reached for the feather and he smelled it. This feather belonged to a dove. Chalon remembered that the day before he had seen those feathers around the camp. And that were considered to be a bit of a pest in the city of society, and it was common to see falconers making their rounds trying to control their overpopulation. Chalon dropped the feather and he started waking up in earnest, and the first thing he did was go to pick up his toothbrush, paste, a towel, and a change of clothing. And there was a well near the camp, and it was a bit of a chore for most traveling merchants. Bucket by bucket, Chalon washed his body with cold water, and he washed his teeth as well. And the one thing he did not do was shave. He did not shave because growing a beard was optional for his species. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
I have a nice little beard growing here, and it is quite spacious and bushy, and sometimes I like to braid it. And I have even styled it in such a way as to spell the word beard. And it is truly amusing. Not like drinking beer, but like a beer that says beard.
Okay.
It is truly amusing. Mustaches, not so much. They get in the way of eating your food. Anyhow, back to Chalon. And this reminds me, I suppose I should explain that in Chalon. It is the same name of one of those dead languages. It is pronounced the same way as you do Shalom, but with an N sound at the end of it. Now back to the matter at hand. Just as Chalon was finishing his libations, he was met up by Kay, and she was carrying a bucket to acquire water for her breakfast, and she noticed Chalon wrapped in a bath towel, but she said nothing. She was used to his indecency, and sure, Chalon could have bathed in his room, but it was a lot quicker to get his basic part of the day done and over with. And when he was decent, he went to the center of the camp, and he saw that their mother Estrid and some of the other maidens were just finishing the communal breakfast. They had a bunch of rocks that had been heated by wood, and the cinders had been removed, and then the top of the boiling rocks, more rocks were placed, and over them they had placed clams, pork, beef, and chicken, and to trap the steam they had used branches. And when the food was just at this point, Estrid rang the bell, and from all of the tents and trailers, an army of hungry men, women, and children emerged to eat breakfast. And aside from the meat, there were also steamed potatoes and baked breads. And they made it serve those who gathered before getting food for themselves, and it was done so to prevent food-related infighting. Since Chalon was one of the first assembled there, he was able to choose his meat, and Esther knew that Chalon did not like rare meat, and so she gave him a well-done steamed piece of steak, a chicken breast, and some potatoes. And this clan in specific had a thing for the potatoes, at least 4 different types of potatoes. And for this particular meal, Chalon had received a piece of Yule jam, a rose-finned apple, and a purple majesty potato. And when he came to his table, his cousin Kay already had for him a bottle of water. And Chalon always forgot to get some, or he never got water because Kay always had a water bottle ready for him. Kay was Jay's twin sister, and she had a slender frame, straight black hair, and a round face with even features, and her most interesting feature was her eyes, and she had a partial heterochromania. A wedge of both her eyes was brown instead of black, and it was so minor that barely anyone noticed it. And she said besides Chalon to eat her breakfast, and Kay had always found Chalon endearing. However, her pride had never allowed her to express her true feelings for him, and she felt that she would lose power in the relationship if she was the one who initiated something. As for Chalon, he either did not know or did not care to notice. The first thing that Chalon attacked were the potatoes, and the batch he had gotten were particularly sweet, and so were crunchy while others soft, and the red one was crumbling. And when he finished the potatoes, he acquired a piece of bread, and his table usually had a loaf of bread in the middle, and that always went well with everything, and he placed inside the bread the chicken, which he ate with gusto. And as for the steak, he ate it alone before removing the pieces of fat he did not like, and the pieces he moved aside were quickly picked up by a fork by Kay, and she was not a picky eater, and while Chalon ate, he every so often drank from the pitcher of water, and Chalon was a heavy water drinker just like his mother, and unlike her, he always preferred water over any other type of fruity drinks or soda for that matter. Chalon did not linger much over his food, and while the people around him took their time eating, Chalon ate as if his plate would be taken away at any moment, and this is a commonality in our world, and we picked up this habit from the same woman who raised all of us, and the reason for doing so is simple. We simply do not like eating cold or warm food, and most food starts getting cold as soon as it is removed from the kettle, oven, or whatever. You have about 10 to 15 minutes to eat before the food becomes inedible. And this measure is not necessary for cold salads or fruits, and even so, the habit sticks. But for opposite reason, nobody can stomach a warm salad, and there's no such thing as warm ice cream. Time, bro?
9 minutes.
With his meal concluded, Chalon left for the town to buy supplies, and every day the men just went to the city to stock up on items, and since they were not allowed to enter with their cars or wagon, each person had to carry back whatever they could. And as such, it usually took about a month for them to get ready to leave the new locality. And there were notable exceptions to this norm, but this only occurred in the isolated city of Dokai, and just going up there was a bit of a trip, and most humans cannot linger up there because of altitude sickness. And on this particular day, Chalon was tasked with buying spell components and other gimmicks. And aside from theater magic, the Gypsy clan had an affinity for necromancy, and the bodies they always experimented with rarely bothered to belong to the locals. Rather, they used their ancestors, who are sticky souls, as we like to call them, and magic rituals were needed in order to help them maintain their powers, and they would only be summoned during times of great need. And like most of the cities of this time, Sassari had fortification walls. It also included a couple of guard towers, and the largest guard tower was found inside the city, and it loomed over the market, casting a dark shadow over the populace. And just like other cities, Sassari had a mandatory dragon tower, and this dragon tower served as a visual reminder of the might and power of Verageddon, and it was always placed in the market district, which was the lifeblood of all of the cities in the kingdom. And as for the exterior walls, they were devoid of any ornamentation, and they served a pure practical purpose. And it had the gates, the moats, the killing fields, the keeps, and the stairs. And our visitors usually had to pass through the killing fields before being allowed entry into the city. And it was there where a small tent was set up with the magistrate holding interviews, and the magistrate was not an army official. However, at his signal, any person who stood before him would get pelleted by arrows. And there was about 5 rotating magistrates, and since they were paid enough to care, bribery only provided a swift death for those who attempted to enter the city without permission or a travel permit. Chalon started the day before sunrise because there was plenty of work to be done, and while Chalon waited in line, the person behind kept staring at his green robes. Chalon normally dressed black to intimidate people, as most mages usually did. However, when he was keen on keeping people at ease, he would wear green robes instead. The back of the robes had an embroidered message in English that read, "I am mute, so be nice." Muteness was different in this world than in others. In more advanced civilization, it is common to minimize and bully people with some infirmity. In this world, muteness was seen as something positive. For women, it was seen as a mark of chastity and good temperament. For men, it was a sign of holiness. And this general term was started 753 years ago, and followers of the goddess of heat were always frustrated by the fact that when she manifested, she never said a word to them. And over time, the strange behavior of the goddess started a trend among her followers. And other cults joined in suit, and even within the magic community, there were certain silent magicians who insisted on never uttering a word to cast their magic. And overall, there were only 5 silent magicians, and Chalon was among them. Time?
5 minutes.
Casting magic without using words was something hard to manage within the magical community. Magic words were far too ingrained in the magical system, and as such it was hard for local mages to separate magic from the reading world, which is a social construct. In reality, one need not speak a single word to create the desired magical effect. And the person behind Chalon tapped his shoulder. Chalon pretending not to notice, and the man eventually tugged at Chalon's hood before saying, "Excuse me, can I have a word with you?" Chalon sighed, and then he turned around a bit, and not completely, so he could make certain that nobody would skip ahead of him. Just him making sure that nobody skips ahead of him. Chalon wrote down on his chalkboard, "What do you want?" The man behind Chalon looked at him from head to toe, and based on Chalon's face, he had all of the traces of being related to the gypsies. The man said to Chalon, "I do not know how to read." Chalon erased the word, and then he drew on the board an arrow and a person playing with himself. He erased his drawing, and he thought a bit as to how to illustrate that the fact that he was not interested in hearing the person aloud. He drew like, "Go fuck you." That's what he drew. That's what he drew. He's like a very rude person. But he comes out of polite because he erases his first message. Go
He fuck
He drew an arrow to go, and then he just go fuck yourself. Such an asshole. Time, bro.
3 minutes and 40 seconds.
After thinking a bit, Chalon drew a person hanging from a tree. When Chalon showed the drawing to the man, the person remarked, "Never mind then, sheesh." All in all, the literacy rate in the city was much higher than in the 1,000 villages, and since the people in line tended to be outlanders, a lot of them did not know how to read. And society had one of the highest literacy rates. About 67% of the people living there knew how to read and write, and the place with the highest rate of literacy was naturally the capital city of Veragero. About 98% of the people living in the capital knew how to read and write, and from within that group, 47% had higher education. And the people in Veragero were not bruised despite the popular beliefs. Chalon walked a couple of steps forwards, and since it was the early hours, there were fewer people, and despite this fact, the time was progressing somewhat slowly, and the magistrate man in the station was still attempting to wake up, and the magistrate and he had inherited the title and position of the magistrate from his father, and normally Shore would handle the noon shift, but his father was not feeling particularly well, so Shore had double duty today. and recognizing Shore, Chalon waved his chalkboard to get the man's attention. And Shore did notice, and then he whistled something to the guard, and the guard came to Chalon and took him ahead of everyone into the city. And since Chalon was a familiar face, interviewing him fell to Shore somewhat of a formality. And this special treatment got a lot of people envious, and there were even a few angry remarks. Chalon flinched a little as he felt all of the negative emotion being thrown in his direction. He instinctively casted a mirror word to protect himself from the evil eye, and the evil eye is a real type of thing. It is born from a person's negative emotions aimed at another fellow, and the stronger emotion that gives a proper form to the evil eye is the feeling of envy. And the people waiting in the line did not want Chalon's special treatment, rather they wanted Chalon not to have any. And it is interesting how such a small, insignificant thing can inspire the worst types of emotion of petty humans and other beings. It is well noted that a city is a reflection...
Last minute.
Alright. Well, leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artist Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 3. And right now it's 9:51 a.m. in the world of the book. It is well noted that a city is a reflection, and this is well noted in the city-like society. And while most medieval halls had a martial look, society was feminine. And there was plenty of ornamentation that served a military function. And the stronghold of La Divina was not a castle, but a system of high-roof pavilions. Should the walls ever be breached, the pavilions could easily be looted, and this had never occurred, not once in the long 300-year history of the city. And as for the city itself, it had a nice orderly grid pattern, and there were 4 districts with 4 rows of houses or apartments, and the main roads went from north to south, all leading to the ornamental gates of the pavilions. And surrounding the pavilions were groups of lancer knights with colorful attires over leather armors. And the districts were not separated by castes as other cities. A new house or building was added slowly over time, maintaining the orderly grid pattern. And when it came time to expanding the walls, they were expanded southward, though society developed a long way, with the newer houses located the farthest away from the pavilions. And despite the distance, if one stood at one end of the main roads, one could easily see the pavilions. All of the streets had lampposts, each 7 meters in height with 34 meters distance from one another. Protruding from each lamp was a stand with a hanging orchid, and when the eventuality that one died, it was quickly replaced. And each ruler of society had its own particular favorite flower, and the current ruler liked orchids. Chalon too was partial to orchids, and his eyes could not help but look up whenever he was making his way towards the market. And as a result of the distracting orchids, the ground in society had been recently cluttered with cobblestone, and the change had been welcomed by pedestrians, but the downside was the noise pollution, and it was common to see in certain houses people adding hay to deafen the sound made by those stones. And before then, the roads were made of macadam, while the sidewalks were made of bricks, and to deal with the noise pollution, and carriage and horse rides were disallowed after 10 p.m. And this was usually the time La Imperia went to bed, so it made sense. So like everyone goes, no more traffic when the queen is asleep. Anyone caught breaking this rule had his horse confiscated. The person who had to perform the menial jobs in the warehouse for about, and the person had to perform menial jobs in the warehouse for about 2 weeks. While most towns had dungeons, pillories, stocks, whipping posts, and gallows, Asari had a workhouse. Chalon had never seen the workhouse, nor was he certain as to where it was located. However, one of the men for his clan, who had been arrested, came back with plenty of chilling tales that nobody believed, but Chalon knew them to be true. Chalon had mixed opinions about that place, and it wasn't as if prisoners were forced to do anything they did not want to. Still, what the warehouse offered was not promising either, and those that did not want to go to the warehouse were sent to the mines instead. And Chalon walked quickly towards the market to get his main chores out of the way, and he stumbled a moment, and then he took a step back. And it was bad luck to stumble with your left foot, Anyhow, he looked down and he noted a name on a brick. It said Jesse Vista, Dragono Society. And it was then when he noted that other bricks had the names of people. And this distinction among the brick pattern only occurred in the other pavilions and in the military apartments. Chalon looked down at the brick that he had stumbled over, and he made a mental note of the name for future references. And this time he walked with an even pace, and he lowered his eyes to abstract himself in the history of Jesse Vista. And we only started collecting observations on the locals recently. And aside from the history books, we did not have any first-hand visual information on Jesse Vista. And a query on the name was sent to the window watchers, and we will have the entire history of this lady in a couple of years if we're lucky. Chalon stopped at a nearby street corner, and he looked left and then right before making the effort to cross the street. And just when he got serious about crossing the road, a person behind him pushed past him running. And Chalon narrowed his eyes for a moment, and then he ran straight ahead to push the fellow. And it was a good thing he did, because a carriage had done a sharp turn, nearly running over Chalon and the fellow pedestrian. The man, not bothering to give his sense, instead he spat Chalon's shoes before continuing on his way. In response to this insult, Chalon jump-kicked the fellow on the shoulder, from the striking his head against the pavement. Chalon then wiped his boot against the jacket of the man, and Chalon then put back his hood before returning on his way. The guards on the other side of the street clapped with approval. The guards of society took honor dueling rather seriously, as such tended not to interfere whenever a duel was in progress. Speeding a person was typically a type of challenge. And if the person did not step up, he was deemed a coward. Another fun way to start a duel employs the backhanded salute, and there is also the ever-popular slapping someone in the face with a glove. And Chalon neither knew nor had the intention of learning of the people and their ways. He was single-minded to a point with regards to his current task, and he had passed by 2 houses before stopping at one, and there was a nice aroma coming from the kitchen, and he would have stopped to eat there, but he already had breakfast, and he was coming for any local houses to work as makeshift restaurants or tea houses. And one could just walk up to any that had an open sign on the window, and you ate what was being made, or you went elsewhere. And most homes specialize in a particular dish, and for this house in particular, Chalon was interested in their chocolate pecan tartlets, those little tiny pies. And he scented the air, and he smelled this time a chocolate coconut pecan pie coming straight out of the oven. Had he been his brother or Chalon would have gotten inside there and eaten the pie and not pay. Still, he had some self-respect, and he tried to avoid violence whenever possible. God bless the little saint. In the end, Chalon tucked his stomach in, and he made a mental note to come back later for the pies. At the end of this small block, he found the marketplace. And the markets were different in society, not one to enjoy having the streets crowded. La Divina demanded that a roads be clear for traffic, and it was the official reason, though the reality is that the ladies thought that the markets ruined the aesthetics of the city, and for the reason all businesses had to set up shops indoors, and this is where the large apartments came in, and there was in this section of the city had been transformed from homes to businesses, which is particularly larger, sharing an indoor space with a maid. And the merchant guild had arranged in such a fashion that each building had an overall theme, and the apartment complex with sword on the entrance dealt with items of war. What was considered war goods were the armor, swords, potions, and the raw materials to make them. The library was also found there as well, and aside from selling normal books, the libraries there sold spell books and magical paraphernalia. And it was the largest apartment complex with 8 floors and a smithy in the basement. It had 2 stairs that served as entrance, and the indoor was dark with the small open windows for light. And the hallways were even more dimly lit, and it got a little brighter depending on the lighting arrangement of each tenant. And those with more money could afford rooms with more than one window. And other businesses had torn down walls to expand the size of their showrooms. And there was a commonality here among all of the apartment businesses, and on the exterior, the only hint of the nature of the apartments came in the form of signs, and they were usually hung beneath each window, and this gave people who were passing by a general idea of the location of each type of store. and the most expensive stores were located on the first floor and in the basement, while the cheaper enterprises were found in the top floors, and had the landowners been wise, it would have done the opposite. Door-to-door salesmen were tolerated, but only inside a stationary temporary shop. If their cars lingered for more than 20 minutes, the salesman would receive a fine, and after 7 fines, repeated offenders were usually sent to the workhouse for about a month. And the first place Chalon visited was found inside the War Market, and on the first floor was the library, and aside from selling books, the owner lent a couple of stones out for a fee, and if the person liked the book, they were welcome to buy it. Time, bro?
14 minutes.
The lending fees were a small pittance, and any books not returned on time were declared stolen, and so the thieves were taken to the warehouse for a month, and it is for the reason that all the books ever lent were returned on time. Chalon stood before the daughter of the owner, who was managing the business for the moment, and she had the same name as her father, Jules Breach, and they hailed from the family of courtiers, but they had recently diversified into books. Lady Breach looked up from her book for a moment to stare at Chalon. Disinterested, she returned to reading before saying, "Magic terms are on the back." Chalon came to stand before her with a counter standing between them, and he slapped it a little with his palm to get her attention. "Sign, sign," she said. "What?" Chalon wrote on his chalkboard, "Ingredients." The maiden squinted her eyes, and then she said, "Can you write that with a normal print?" Chalon wrote again, "Ingredients." This time he did not use the cursive he was so proud of, and Lady Breach nodded and then said, pointing to the right, "They are on the back cabinets to the left." Chalon went in the direction that the girl had pointed to, and he found instead some cooking books. And after walking along the walls of the cabinets, he found that indeed what she meant, the left. And this may seem like Lady Breach being a douche, but remember that some people get left and right hands confused on a regular basis. Chalon knew this and thus did not mind the mixed messages, and he found the cabinet with the weird-looking ingredients, and most of them were not used for spellcasting. They were just odd-looking, and so were thrown in there just for kicks. And the reserved item Chalon picked up was a chameleon inside a jar of preserves. He shook his head sadly when he noted the poor fate of the little chameleon, and most spell components could easily be substituted by crystals, wood carvings, or flower petals. After pushing back a few of the front rows, he noticed a different jar filled with shark fins and another with different types of animal eyes. Eyes too were gimmicky and useless ingredients, but necromancers had a thing for eyes. It was a popular belief that eyes were the windows to the soul. As such, eyes were highly prized for summoning purposes. This was another common fallacy. Chalon remembered his short list, and he got the jar of eyeballs, and the one with shark was not needed for anything. Lady Breach looked beneath the jars to check the name and the price of the good, and then she looked through the ledger to make certain that the prices had not been tampered with. When all was satisfied, she said to Chalon, "It is going to be 20 pieces of silver." Chalon paid her with 20 pieces of silver. The girl looked at each coin one by one and even tasted a couple to make certain that they were real. And despite being real silver coins, the girl noted that the design of one of the coins was different. All of the silver coins in the kingdoms had the visage of King Bersamet on one side and the profile of a lovely lady on the other. Chalon's silver coin, however, featured the profile of a young maiden with her hair blowing in the wind, and her eyes were looking at the word freedom. On the other side, it had a cool rune pattern with a sword in the middle. Around it, it had the date, which read 2097, and the words that read, "Listen to all, follow none." Lady Breach accepted the coin after much scrutiny. Like many girls her age, she had a collection of something. In her case, she collected art currency. She always enjoyed the visit of foreigners, and they were her main supplier of strange coins. And these coins were usually acquired by grave robbing, and it was a common in the old days to bury the dead with some legal tender, as it was a common belief that the dead had no need for money. A lot of foreign necromancers just like to loot the graves. After accepting this payment, Lady Breach asked Chalon, "Do you want a bag for your purchase?" Chalon shook his head in response, and then he placed the items beneath his long row of sleeves. Lady Breach observed this motion with keen interest, and there did not seem to be any type of pouches containing other Chalon's sleeves, and yet the item was out of sight. And before she could formulate her inquiry, Chalon walked out of the store to the internal hallway dimly lit by candlelight, and to his left and to his right were all the curiosity stores. However, Chalon decided to make his way towards the staircase to get the second item on the list, and the following store was in the basement, and it was simply the smithy. And while opening the door, another fellow was exiting it, and he smacked the iron door against Chalon's hand. And the person leaving the store noticed Chalon, but he pretended not to notice him. Chalon was a bit compelled to strike the man with something heavy, but his attention was distracted by something else. The kiln was heaving, and as the unpaid apprentice added more coal to the forge, and Chalon noticed that the man hammering away at the sword, trying to shape it, and it had a nice quarter moon shape, and the part that was already cold had an interesting shimmering aspect about it. Time, bro?
9 minutes, 4 seconds.
Based on the shimmering store, there were faint traces of obsidian and a pint of zirconia. Chalon would have analyzed the weapon more, but the apprentice asked, "What do you want?" Chalon brought his chalkboard and he drew the picture of knife he had come to purchase, and the apprentice wiped the sweat from his brow, and he painted in white against the black background. And then he walked over to an armory and he picked up one of the daggers, which he handed to Chalon to sharp away. The blacksmith snorted and said, "What are you doing, you fool?" The apprentice hunched his shoulders and said, "I am fulfilling the order, sir." "You can't just give a knife to someone from the sharp edge, you fool. Put the dagger in one of the spell leather pouches and then give it to him," said the blacksmith. So like he just handed him the knife like this. So you're gonna cut someone, you freaking lunatic, you know? Like by the hand, by the sharp end. The apprentice opened a different armory and he found a flat leather pouch and he placed the dagger within before handing it to Chalon again. And the lad did the same thing for the 3 other daggers and for the straight sword that came with an ornamental scabbard. After getting all of these items, Chalon proceeded to put them under his sleeves, and the apprentice asked, "How do you do that?" "Magic, stupid," said the blacksmith flatly. Chalon made his way out of the stuffy basement and out into the street, and it was a wonder to him how they did not succumb from monoxide poisoning. Still, dwarven people tended to have a higher tolerance for carbon monoxide than the average human. And before heading to a different apartment shop, he saw a traveling salesman with his little cart. And the cart had a lot of jars with sweets and candy, and the man was being trailed by a bunch of street ragamuffins and a little barons eager to be satisfied of their sweet tooth. And the price of the candies were fair, and even those with meager earnings could afford a sweet or two. The candy that was often the most coveted was a licorice cake, and it was like a round coin with a stamp decorating on one side, and the stamp was the wax seal of an old fallen noble family. The owner of the shop was in no way noble. He had acquired the ring from a pawn shop, and this traveling candy seller in particular was called Frank Ponte, and he was a bit of an overweight fellow who would take bites out of his own merchandise from time to time, and he would have been fat if he did not spend 12 hours a day dragging his cart all over society. He dragged it by himself because he could not afford a horse, and the sound of the bells of his little cart reminded Chalon of one of those little ice cream sellers from ancient times. Chalon patiently waited in line, and one of the smallest kids said, "Aren't you a little old to be eating candy?" Chalon naturally said nothing, and one of the kids behind Chalon made a motion to steal his purse, and when the child touched the purse, he flinched and pulled his hand away. Chalon grinned with contempt. The other 2 kids who noticed the irresistible lure also tried to rob Chalon, and their hands too were repelled by magic, and the one on the purse was a simple taser. Like you touch it and you get tased. And one of the kids started crying, and for this Chalon allowed him to go ahead of him. The kid refused to cut in the line, returning whence he came, and it was interesting to note that these would-be thieves were one of those little barons. And it was not too uncommon for people with money to shoplift and to pickpocket from time to time. It discovered they usually paid a large sum of money to avoid any jail time, and sometimes the out-of-court settlers were 10 times the amount worth of the stolen item. And the long and short of it is that boy children need better hobbies than shoplifting. Time, bro?
5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Since the line was moving quickly, Chalon did not Frank's company for much longer, and after a short 15-minute wait, he was able to face the shopkeeper. The candy salesman, Frank Ponte, all professionals, say, "What will it be, son?" Chalon pointed at one of those flat licorice candy, and then he held up the number 7. Restrained by Chalon's vow of silence, the salesman placed those candies in a brown bag before closing it. He asked, "Anything else?" Chalon pointed to some brown-colored tear candy, and it had a nice glistening quality to it, and it was made of combining sugar, rose water, ground almonds, and lemon juice. And then he pointed to some sugar plums and some pennies, P-E-N-Y-D-E-S. The sugar plums were made of pieces of plum dipped in dissolved sugar and combined with rose water. As for the pennies, they were made with brown sugar, rice flour, eggs, vanilla, cinnamon, and sugar cane. And today Chalon had a number of candies was 37, and this request caused the brown paper bag to be almost full to the top, and Frank gingerly folded it up to close it, and without thinking too much on the matter, Frank said, "That would be 21 gold coins, 30 silver coins, and 9 bronze coins." Frank was always good at math, and the currency system in the kingdom was not too complicated. About 10 bronze coins was worth 1 silver coin, and 1,000 silver coins was worth 1 gold coin. And since Verdaguero at the time controlled most of the mines, it was pretty hard to smith counterfeits, and other coins shared the imperceptible impurity that made it taste different than the pure bronze, silver, and gold. And the impurity was shared among all the 3 different coins, and the secret ingredient was kept under string lock and key. And despite all of the secrecy, it is common knowledge among our people that the additive to the coin was nickel. And nickel was not widely harvested, and as such, the local knowledge of such an element was severely limited. Like the king would add a secret ingredient to the coin in order to prevent counterfeiting, because it would make the coins taste differently. So since the locals didn't know what the secret ingredient was, it was almost impossible to create counterfeit coins. Chalon reached under his sleeve, and he pulled out his fistful of 21 coins and bronze coins, and he placed them over the counter before reaching again to acquire the rest of the money. And once all of the money was accounted for, Frank finally handed Chalon his sweets, and with his purchase on hand, Chalon proceeded to enter the next apartment market. And the doorway had dainty flowers painted over it, and the window advertised featured natural goods like flowers, fish, and meat. And the first couple of floors had the flowers that were on sale, and on the basement floor was the fish market, and on the top floors were the butchers. And the first thing that Chalon noted was the smell of fish. And despite being surrounded by flowers, the pungent smell of almost rotting fishes seemed to cling to the walls. And after taking a single whiff of his surroundings, Chalon lowered his hood over his head, and even further till it completely covered his face. And on top of his hood, he had an ornamental eye, and inside a hand of power. And you know those hands that come with 3 fingers and 2 thumbs. They were quite popular with the magic small beads, and they formed swirling acanthus patterns, and the border and background bead were orange, while the acanthus bead was white. And as for the eye, it had a purple color, and most evil eyes tended to be dark and baby blue. However, felt purple created a nice contrast, so the evil eye was always purple. Time, bro?
1 minute, Teresita.
Alright, let's just leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, your sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 4. Anyhow, with the whole seal shut, the roads activated their gimmick, providing artificial, fresh air for our odor-sensitive Chalon. And one of the farmers who saw Chalon cover his head completely chuckled. In this new form, with the hand of power and the evil eye for a face, he called a lot of attention. Hood ornaments were common, but mass magic uses did not inspire much confidence. Chalon walked up to the flower girl who had giggled, and she gulped when she saw him come closer. He gingerly started picking through her merchandise with a purpose. The flower girl seemed about to protest, but she kept silent. She noted the chalkboard that Chalon had tied to his robe by 2 chains. The strange mute message was clearly visible. Chalon always took care to rewrite the message after he concluded each conversation. The first flower Chalon chose was a cosmos. He got about 5 of them. His lingering gaze hidden behind the hood then landed on a pansy. Of the flower he acquired about 7. He then added to his growing bouquet 19 cadmint, and he concluded with 3 scabiosas and 3 calla lilies. The total number of flowers he bought was 37. He then bought a single red ribbon which he twirled around the bouquet 3 times before giving it a little bow. The flower girl who watched Chalon with mild amusement, and she asked, "Going to a funeral?" Chalon did not answer. The girl timidly watched the evil eye, trying to guess Chalon's emotions. In the end, she said, "That will be 97 copper coins, please." Chalon handed her a silver coin before putting the bouquet away, and she was about to give him change, but he shook his head in response. The flower girl smiled and turned her attention to her coins. She placed the extra 3 coins inside her sock, and the rest went inside a little lockbox that was behind the counter. She frowned when she felt something dripping on her hand. Chalon did too notice, and he saw that it was blood. The girl cleaned her hand with a dingy handkerchief before returning to deal with another prospective customer. Chalon found his way towards the stairs, and the smell of fish and rotting meat was most pungent there. And there was a garbage can nearby, and as he walked up the stairs, a person from a nearby banister dropped a piece of swine head into the garbage pile. The stairs were designed in such a way as to provide a little balcony between each floor and the rooms above, and the stairs were dog-ledged, meaning that there was an upward turn between each flight of stairs. The separation of the balcony allowed for light to come from the roof all the way down to the floors below. The roof was made of stained glass. The window was decorated with a beautiful blue peacock sitting on a branch. The staircases were made of single slabs of wood pressed against the wall. This gave the stairs a bit of a floaty feel, and they were cut in alternative steps. It had a single rail for protection. Chalon noted that the railing was made of pine, and meanwhile the stairs were made of sandalwood. It seemed to Chalon that the railings were a new, cheap addition, and when he came to the second floor he found the source of the blood. The butcher shop was for some reason located on the second floor, and from one of the back windows Chalon saw people hauling up a squealing pig. It was then brought forth and held down by 2 men, while another came at it with a knife to stab it to death. Chalon frowned at this, but nobody noticed because he was using his robes as a respirator. The butcher with the knife cleaned his hand with a dirty apron, and then he looked up and took a step back when he saw Chalon. The other man too started to stare daggers at the magic stranger. The butcher calmed down a bit when he noticed the sign that Chalon was wearing. Historically speaking, no mute had ever committed a crime in society. Coming close to the butcher with a dirty apron said, "How may I help you?" Before Chalon took out a chalk and an eraser, he then erased his old message before writing, "Blood." "You want some blood? Of what kind?" "We have some fresh pig blood if you want some." "Cow, chicken, rooster?" "My brother's a piece of arasa, so I can even get you some human blood, if it pleases you," said the butcher. It may surprise you, but the demand for blood was not uncommon in the kingdom. The entire trend started with the farmers who started drinking the blood of the animals they tended to because lords did not allow them to eat their meat. Otherwise, the butchers started to store and preserve blood, along with the pieces of animal that people normally did not want. And aside from the farmers, there was the occasional magic user who visited the butcher shop looking for some blood, and they were usually sold in standard 1 liter bottles. In answer to his inquiry, Chalon wrote, 2 pigs, 3 goats, 2 cows. The butcher came to look at Chalon's board, and he was about to admit something embarrassing when one of the apprentices came and whispered to the butcher, "He wants 2 pigs, 3 goats, and 2 cows." Like, the butcher didn't know how to read, and he was embarrassed about it. The butcher nodded and said, "We will deal with that later. As for your order, will you be paying in coins or in banknotes?" Banknotes was a relatively new development, and due to the wars, a lot of copper and silver had been smelted into weapons. As such, it was common that certain shops would take banknotes as a different type of currency, and it was slowly changing, and the butcher may not know how to read, but he had a keen view of the future. Soon coinage was going to become obsolete. Chalon reached inside his sleeve and he pulled out a wad of banknotes, and the butcher mentally did the conversion and then said, That will be 54 notes and 10 coppers. Chalon in response gave him 55 banknotes, and when the butcher went to give him the change, Chalon shook his head in response. Having paid up front, Chalon folded his arms as he waited for his purchase to be fetched. The blood was usually stored in the basement, and there was a special ladder designed for storing blood, and it kept them at a nice 53 degrees Fahrenheit. And if the winter along, one could even have a bloody frosty. 10:40 for Chalon, it was late spring, and as such the blood was not going to be frozen solid. And after receiving his pay, the butcher went to retrieve Chalon's order, and normally he would have sent one of the boys, but he was not in the mood for dealing with magic users. And while Chalon waited, one of the apprentices came to ask him some questions. The first one was, what is with the face covering? It smells, wrote Chalon on his board. The apprentice came closer to read what Chalon had written, and the boy went by the name of Justin. Your tío, and his family used to be rich, but now they were poor, and his father was in the workhouse while his mother wasted away in whatever money Justin made gambling or fooling around. And since he had an early education, he knew how to read and write. He was indispensable to the butcher. Justin chuckled when he read what Chalon had written, and then he said, I don't smell anything. And how old are you? And how long are you going to be staying in society? I am 17 and we will leave in 2 months, wrote Chalon, and he seemed eager to add more information, but he chose not to. After double-checking his digits, he showed his answer to Justin, and both numbers were lies. And his caravan was scheduled to move out in 15 days, and we do not use age to measure people's growth, and our power has gone a long way, and toddlers can be born as old geezers, while old men can rejuvenate into toddlers. And Chalon had felt particularly infantile when he had come to this world, so much so that he pretended to be a baby when he made first contact with the locals, and it is fun pretending to be a baby for the most part, and it all depends on the person who picks you up, and if the person turns out to be a douche, then he had another thing coming his way. Anyhow, Justin's next inquiry was about Chalon's name, and he said, my name is Justin, what is your name? Chalon, wrote Chalon. And how do you pronounce that? Asked Justin. Chalon opened his mouth to pronounce his name, but he stopped, realizing what Justin was just about to make him do. Grinning, Justin asked, would it be so bad for you to speak? Most mute people these days are cultists. Does not speaking help you at all? And why do you choose not to speak? Silence is gold, speaking is silver, wrote Chalon. I don't get it. Care to explain it, Sister Justin? People regret what they say, but rarely what they choose not to say, explained Chalon. Justin was thoughtful for a bit, and he was ruminating about his father and how his big mouth had gotten him sent to the workhouse in the first place, and he was about to continue the conversation, but he saw that the butcher arrived with a purchase. And Chalon received the bottles one by one, and each time he got one, he placed it beneath his sleeves. And Chalon left the shop, and he made his way upstairs, and he found a door that was closed with a little simple key. And using basic telekinesis, he made the lock give way, and he entered the small, poorly lit room, and then he locked the door behind him. It had a small window and a large raised step about a meter high, and at the center there was a wooden circle. Chalon rose with his feet, and he grimaced. This was a type of toilet. He had been desiring to party, but he decided to hold it in till he returned home. And while most of his people were content to go in the wounds, Chalon still preferred the good old-fashioned toilet bowl. Chalon still mixed and made it down the hall, and he peered down, and he noted that he fell in a cart below, and he ran out of there before the mountain of compost made him shudder. And when he left the apartment building, he removed his hood to breathe in a sigh of relief, and there was only 2 other places he had to visit, and the first place was a little working garden. It faced La Imperia's palace, and it was demanded that the places nearest the palace had to be visually pleasing. And this little 4-bedroom manor was no exception. Normally rich people live together in large family homes with at least 70 snobs all stuck together, and this manor used to be like that, but over time the family shrunk, and the last 2 surviving members one day tore down most of their mansion to make room for a working garden, and the 2 cousins lived together cultivating the land from the safety of the walls. And normally gardening projects were done outside the walls. However, the nobles took a whack at it, and they usually did it within the walls, and as long as they were within the property line, such projects were allowed. And the first thing one noticed when passing by the exterior of the house were the brick walls and the decorative iron fence. And over the wall, branches of some of the fruiting trees spilled out over the pavement. And Chalon noted one of the homeless people eating a mango, and he was sitting beneath a plaque that read, Any fruit that spilled over the street is probably property. And aside from the mangoes, the public had easy access to almonds, apples, avocados, pecans, and cherries. The homeless population in society relied on these branches for sustenance, and looking after the streets were two fellows who stood watch, and there were homeless veterans who found a purpose in making certain that no one person could claim the entire harvest of branches for themselves for selling. And Chalon pushed the gate to enter the garden, and it slowly creaked open. And the garden had the family name of the aster. Aster also happened to be the name of a flower. And a lot of insect larvae like eating this flower, and it has purple petals with a yellow center. And despite belonging to the family of the aster, the flower did not feature at all in the entire garden. And Chalon did notice in some of the insignias on the crumbling walls and even on the corobans decorating the main door of the house. And Chalon knocked twice on the oak door and then 3 times, and a note was slipped under the door. The note read, "What do you want?" The person writing the note was the oldest cousin, and he was 75 years old. His name was Aislinn, but he was known in the cabaret as Ace. And during the working days, he used to take turns with his cousin managing the shop, and Ace would handle the customers in the daytime while his cousin slept, and when night fell, the pair would work together in the garden for about 8 hours before calling it a night. And Ace would then take his time to get some well-deserved sleep. And Ace had short grayish-white hair while he combed it back behind his ear, and his brown eyebrows were the same color, and his face was pale with some slight hints of color in the cheeks and forehead, and his nose was medium perky. And his most striking feature were his green eyes and bluish-red lips, and there was something of a neutrality to his overall facial feature, and he could either pass for a male or a female. And his cousin Hardwin shared the same face shape, but his eyes were blue and large and more expressive. Time, bro?
11 minutes.
His hair was red and his nose was covered in freckles. His nose also a little snub. Chalon brought out a quill without any ink, and he then took the paper and he scribbled on the back of it. Ace, looking through the peephole, noticed Chalon's strange attire, and he frowned when he saw that Chalon was a recreational mute. Ace also did have his tongue too, but as of lately he had sworn off the world, and he went out to the cabaret to hide his new disposition for Hardwin. And Chalon scribbled on the paper, "I want some fruits," and he then passed the note under the door, and Ace read the note before throwing it away. And he took a clean sheet of paper which he used to write your order. Chalon wrote 29 lychees, 3 bundles of jabuticaba, 5 passion fruits, and 11 mangosteen. Chalon returned the note, and Ace read the order and did not know how to make sense of it. And as far as he knew, he did not have any of those items. He passed the note under the door, saying, "I do not have any of those items." And Chalon replied, writing, "Yes, you do. I can see the lychee tree from where I'm standing." And before he passed the note, he took out his chalkboard and he illustrated each of the fruits with the names he had given each of them. Ace smacked his own forehead slightly, now coming to an understanding. Those fruits were a relatively new acquisition, and these trees had only been planted there about 5 years ago. And since they had come from a foreign land, the fruits did not have a standardized name like the common lemons and oranges. So like he did have the fruit, but he just didn't know what they were called. So then when he asked for them in specific, he'd be like, "I don't know what the hell you want from me." Since he was not too certain about what could be that resembled grace, Ace was forced to do something he did not want to. And Chalon heard the rattling of the chains, and eventually the front door opened, and a person with a large round hat with a veil clad in black came out. And the veil was tied to his neck to keep it steady, and he beckoned Chalon to follow. And the pair walked through the garden, and each time Ace stopped facing a certain type of grape. And in no particular order, Chalon saw Pinot Noir, Sweet Jubilee, Kiojo, and Riesling. And after a couple of minutes of quickly walking behind it, Chalon saw the jabuticaba he was looking for. Ace took a nearby basket and he handed it to Chalon, and Chalon shook his head in response. And he picked the 3 bundles he wanted, and each time he placed a bundle under his sleeve. And Ace frowned beneath this, but he said nothing. And the other fruits were easier to find, and they have a distinctive enough features to be recognized on sight. And the lychee tree was only relatively young, and after scanning through it, Chalon was shocked to know that the tree only had 7 fruits. Chalon wrote, "Don't you have any more lychees?" Ace shook his head in response, and Chalon narrowed his eyes like he did not believe the fellow. He stood there and he waited before Ace started walking again, and he led Chalon to another lychee tree, and this one was slightly smaller than the previous one, but it had 4 branches and all swollen with lychees. Chalon took the remaining lychees, and it was at this point that Ace extended his hand to point to Chalon's coin purse, and understanding that Ace wanted money, Chalon got ahead of him and he paid for all of the fruits in advance. And he gave him a flat 45 gold coins and no change, and as Ace extended his hand to take the coins, he stopped for a moment and he spoke for the first time, but more to himself. He said, "Something is a little bit off." And he walked over the flower bed, and some of the roses were with hips, and he counted all of them, and his face turned even paler when he noticed that 4 of them were missing. And he kneeled down on the ground and he removed his gloves to gently stroke the part of the plant that was missing. And Chalon walked a little closer to see what was the matter. Ace, not turning around, said, "You are still here. Get the rest of your order and get lost. And if you get anything beyond what was agreed upon, that I will put your head on a pike." Chalon seemed about to say something, but instead he chose to remain silent, and he bit his lower lip to swallow his words back. And another time he would have been eager to help, but he was running an important errand. The matter could not be put off till late, and Chalon noted the position of the sun, and he decided to rush through this specific errand. And after getting his passion fruit and leaving the coin at the entrance of the house, he ran to his next destination. And he slowed down somewhat as he approached the steps of a small, narrow house. And it was one of many finely crafted door attached to its neighbor's stable house, and there was about 15 houses of the similar design, and they all had a small front garden and a stone backyard. And the main difference between them was the color and the number of floors each home had. The one Chalon visited in particular had 5 floors, and there was a number of ladies drinking tea in the front porch, and they wore finely crafted dresses and ornamental hats. And once inside, Chalon saw a room with 50 hats on display, and the ladies naturally frowned and whispered when they saw Chalon enter. And since he had his hood lowered, they were all able to see that he was not from there. And while the ladies of the house was busy with another patron in another room, Chalon started trying on the hats. And he found a full-body mirror with a golden frame decorated with acanthus, and the mirror was square, and it reflected the other room that was separated by a small archway. And the first hat that he wore was purple with lots of ribbons and laces, and he had a couple of short peacock feathers as accent. Time?
It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Chalon placed it on his head, and he changed his features to resemble someone else that he knew. And the first person that he turned into was our good old Marduk. And Chalon imagined his brother Marduk a colorful hat, and the second hat he tried on was a flaming red one with dried ostrich plumes and a ruby at the center surrounded by pearls. Chalon grew red hair and flaming eyes, and he thought that he might like the silly hat, but then he pondered if such a lovely gift might get eaten instead of worn. And he did the same gimmicks a couple of times till a toddler noticed Chalon playing around with the hats, and the toddler told his mother, "There's a weirdo playing with the hats." His mother added a couple of pins to her dress she was fitting for a young lady, and taking the hat from Chalon's hand, she said, "Give me that. If you haven't come to buy, then get out." The toddler came to stand beside his mother, and clutching her dress, he said, "The man was making funny faces." "Oh, he was now," said the lady, and she was meaning to say more on the matter, but she noticed the strange sign around Chalon's neck. Instead, she asked, "Are you really a mute, or are you faking it for alms?" Chalon wrote, "Do I look like a hobo to you?" "You are not the first well-dressed vagabond that stinks at my store," said the lady, annoyed. And the name of the lady was Susan Favors, and she was a young widow with 9 girls and a little toddler boy named Zeus. And like many anachronical names, this one was partly Chalon's fault, and whenever he was drawing a blank, he would rewrite a story from the ancient times into a play to sell it as his own work. And it wasn't a complete copy and pasted type of deal, and much of the dialogues and scenes were edited depending on the audience and the general mood of the city. And if a city was going through a regression type of period, the stories were transformed into parodies. If the city was happy and jolly, then Greek tragedies were the norm. And there was one source that Chalon never tapped into, and one can only see Romeo and Juliet for so long before the work and all of its associates become bothersome. And truly there are better stories out there, and one does get tired of needlessly flowery language. Were those stories even written for human consumption? But I digress. Now back to Lady Susan. And this middle-aged rich widow was often coveted by men, and many entered her shop pretending to be something they were not, but she could smell the poverty in them. And Lady Susan was in no hurry to get married, and the frequent encounters with Starker was part of the reason why she was not showing the least hint of civility when engaging Chalon. To her, he was just another impertinent suitor. Time, bro?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
In response to her impertinent question, Chalon wrote, "I apologize for the smell. I just came out of the butcher shop." "Oh, I see. I can barely tolerate going there. And last time I visited, one of my dresses got stained with blood, and whose idea was it to put the butcher shop over the flower shop? It makes no sense, does it?" said Lady Susan more to herself. "It certainly does not," wrote Chalon, and he erased this when he noticed that Lady Susan had not read it, and after erasing it, he wrote down on his board, "Pickup order." When she read this, Chalon handed her a receipt with a purchase order, and Lady Susan was quite organized with her orders, and she was one of the few shops that utilized receipts. And they were made by her oldest daughter, Sophia, and she was saving up money as a scribe to get herself a husband. At least it was the working theory. Alright, so let's just leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Archie's sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This was chapter 5, right?
Yeah.
Lady Susan narrowed her eyes in an attempt to recognize Chalon, and after rattling her memory a bit, she remembered seeing a traveling merchant girl not so long ago who had ordered about 70 hats of different sizes and designs. And then she said slowly, "Oh yes, now I remember. My apologies. All paying customers are welcome, especially the ones who prepay." And it was not often that Lady Susan received money beforehand for her commissions, and it was in part due to a little hat fiasco that had occurred 2 years ago, and the day before the promised delivery, her baby Suze had crawled into her workstation and smeared hundreds of hats with ink. And ever since then, Lady Susan had lost the trust she had once placed on her daughter, and they were idle and good for nothing as far as she was concerned. And for that reason, Lady Susan could not understand, and she felt a slight headache. And Chalon gave her a look of concern when he saw Lady Susan rubbing her temple. And she then went to her daughter, Sophia, and handed her a receipt without saying a word. And Chalon heard the sound of Lady Susan's heels as she went upstairs, and Sophia too followed the sound of her mother's footsteps. And Suze, who was going through a clingy phase, quickly followed after his mother. And after counting the exact number of footsteps, Sophia breathed a sigh of relief. And her mother had made it to the bed, and it was not often but her mother would get spells of sudden fatigue. And they were usually preluded by a throbbing pain on the forehead. And Chalon was somewhat keen on throwing Lady Susan a bone, but since his healing peg was feeble, he chose just to make a mental note of it. And if anything, there was quite a number of healers in society. And there was always his sister Melina, who used to make rounds in the city. Following a few minutes of awkward silence, Sophia said, "So just stay here and I will bring forth your order." And after saying this, Sophia went downstairs to fetch the hats, and they were all inside 5 tan leather boxes, and the hats themselves were not too large. Chalon took each leather box one by one, and he placed them under his sleeve. Sophia looked to the side and commented, "That is a neat trick." Chalon shrugged his shoulder, and then he mouthed the word, "Meh." Why didn't he say meh? With this, he had finished all of his errands in the city of society. Time 13:34. It was close to noon when Chalon started running back to the camp, and he had his rectum, for lack of a better word, clenched as he ran. And he was desperately trying to make his way towards a familiar part, and a place where he felt safe and secure enough to free himself of his heavy burden. And along the way, some humans in the street got in his way, which he rushed aside with no moderation in strength. And he remembered himself when he made a little girl cry when he thoughtlessly bumped into her. And he had not seen her, and he felt guilty about it, and in the end he jumped, and then he landed back in camp. And naturally this caused quite a commotion among the people of society who had seen him jump, but not his family. And he ran through the camp, and he found his favorite spot being used by another. And he pushed him aside, and the person said, "Chalon, I'm not finished, geez, at least let me clean myself." And he was about to protest more, but Chalon had already brought out his favorite part, and he had assumed position. And he breathed a sigh of relief after dropping like 5 pounds in less than 2 minutes. And after concluding his business, Chalon removed his garments, and he sent them to another dimension to get them clean. And with a towel as his only source of clothing, he proceeded to take a bath to clean himself completely. I do the same thing too. It is a little hygiene habit that became quite commonplace here in our world, and most people would just be satisfied to just clean the affected area, but not us. It is always more efficient to just clean everything just to be safe. The person Chalon had pushed aside in order to exhaust himself was a local albino of the clan, and he was not related to the family in any way. Still, all successful arts featuring an albino fellow, so Harold had decided to buy one. The albino fellow was technically a slave, and he had never received his freedom papers from Harold, who did not know he had to prepare some, and he thought that his word was enough to offer the man his freedom. And Harold had said that said to his family that the albino Sean Spooner was now a free man, and that he should be treated as such, and after verbally giving him his freedom, Sean decided to travel along with Harold and his merry clan. And as for the last name Spooner, it was often that slaves did not have a family name, and when they were freed, they were given a last name, and the name Spooner was given to him by Chalon. And Sean accepted the last name because spoon was one of the few words he could actually spell correctly. And albinism was a tricky subject in the kingdom of Veraguero, and just 500 years ago it was common for albinos to be killed and their bodies be sold to magic users as spell components. And when the Tower of Subero started expanding its powers, the barbaric practices were suppressed, and most books related to albinos related magic were burned, and the albino hunts ended for good 300 years ago thanks to Bersame's rule of law. And under his mandate, all species of all colors, who were not slaves, of course, were treated just like any other fellow. And though whenever one of those forbidden blood magic books surfaced, it often spelled trouble for the albino community. And Sean thought of this and many other things while he tried once again to finish his business, and he saw Chalon bathing with a little bit of envy. And Chalon could bathe out there in the open if he wanted to, while he had to sit there dressed like a dark elf with a mask and a large hat and gloves and a cape, which was about any necessity to keep him safe from the sun. And in the old days he would not minded such sun sores, but Chalon had warned him about skin cancer, and now that was all he could think about whenever he had an inch of his skin exposed. I said, so they thought about something, that's all I can think about. You know when somebody tells you opiniones and then that because you become hyper-obsessed with it? Like, I cannot get sick, I cannot get this type of neurosis. Time, bro?
70 minutes.
At the time, Sean had only been traveling with the merchants for about 2 years, and despite the length of time, he imagined that Chalon was picking on him all the time. And this bathroom incident was just one of the many little scrapes he had with Chalon, and the main issue was that he got in the way of Chalon's happy little routine. And Chalon's family already knew his behavior pattern, and so they knew when and where to expect him in order to avoid any bit of tension. And Harold was a man who enjoyed peace and quiet, and anything that caused even the slightest bit of stress was discouraged. And so this was part of the reason why Sean never confronted Chalon in these types of uncomfortable situations. And in the meantime, Chalon was enjoying his little mid-afternoon bath, and on this particular day, the weather was fair, and the sun burned strongly, but not too strong. It was just right. Chalon did not linger too much on his libations. It lasted less than 7 minutes, and for the afternoon, Chalon decided to put on his necromancer garbs. He no longer needed to run errands, and so he put on what he called his work uniform. And when he was dressed, he visited 2 trailers, and the first belonged to his cousin Kay. And the window had about 4 potted roses, and they had been trimmed every so often to make it easy to open the small window. And Chalon opened the door, and he placed on a small cart the boxes of hats that Kay had ordered. The store Chalon took to one of the supply carts, and when his delivery concluded, he finally sat down in the communal table to wait for his meal. And Madame Crew, Esther dropped her sewing needle and the garment she was currently working on, and she left her trailer and made her way towards the dining area, and around her people were already cooking their own meals, and lunch was the only meal that the family group could not synchronize, and as such each person prepared their own meals before getting back to work. And Chalon was one of the few douches who did not follow in suit, and this was in part because Esther would spoil him from time to time. And Chalon's meal, she baked him some baby red potatoes, yellow onions, a green bell pepper, 3 green onions, 2 sliced sausages with some cooking oil. And it also came with 2 fried eggs, and these he had with mineral water. Since he liked his drinks cold, the moment he touched the glass, he lowered the temperature of his drink to his gusto. And he had gotten a lot of practice with a simple trick over the years, and the first time he tried it in this world, he shattered the glass. And ever since then, he had been a little bit more deliberate with his stance, despite the fact that he wanted to enjoy his meal. Oh yeah, cause since he lowered the temperature too much on the glass too quickly and just burst it out, cause I think when ice freezes, the water expands and becomes I just try to put something that's crystal in the refrigerator, and then it always explodes. Food was one of the few things Chalon enjoyed in his life, and at the time he pondered on eating more than what he should, but he did not want to devour all of the supplies of his family group. Elsa did know that her adopted son was a heavy eater, and it was for this reason she always served him more food than what was normally allowed. And the first thing Chalon tackled were the potatoes, and they were seasoned just the way he liked, with oregano, paprika, thyme, Caesar, and garlic powder. And seasoning was one of the few luxuries that this merchant clan enjoyed, and some of the spices were pretty hard to get, like paprika, peppers, saffron, and cinnamon. And cinnamon was the rarest spice in the kingdom, and the tree that produced the cinnamon was found in the high mountains behind Aragon, and access to it was severely restricted by the ebbs and flows of the river born from the mountaintop. And efforts have been made recently to grow cinnamon verum in the lower lands, and it was a work in progress in many cities, including Sassari. And while Chalon munched on his potato, he absent-mindedly poked the eggs on his table with his fork, and eventually he pulled one up and he bit halfway before setting it down on his plate. And he blinked twice when he noticed a fellow sitting before him, and it was common for merchants to temporarily travel with them. And the man sitting before Chalon had a brown traveling coat, green attire, and a black feather hat. And this light acknowledgement of the traveler only lasted for a second, and Chalon then lowered his eyes to return to eating his food, and the man seemed eager to strike up a conversation, and he was intrigued by Chalon's black robes. Black was an expensive dye, and those who wore it did it to show off how rich and successful they were. The subtle flower patterns on the hood and the sleeves were made of golden thread, and the leather sash going from his shoulder to his waist hid the necromancy bells, and it was attached to the belt which held a rune sword, and on his hand Chalon wore 3 golden rings, 2 on the pinkies and 1 in the middle finger of his left hand. And the necromancy bells themselves did not have any true pattern. They were designed to entrance the magic user, to change their perception of reality. The deeper the tone, the more in tune they were with death world. And the trance could be triggered in any other type of way. And Chalon really did not need the bells, and many a times he forgot he wore them. And the local necromancers did not always use bells. Some used coins, and others bones, and others whistles. And this variation was in part due to the fact that there was not a uniform school of necromancy. It was allowed in the magic community, but it was not encouraged either. It was one of those do-it-at-your-own-risk type of magical ventures. As for the rune blade, it was just a stylistic choice, and Chalon had many spells and abilities that were better than a sword. Still, it was useful for those rare moments when he was drawing a blank. And when all else fails, one could always hack away your problems. And Chalon stabbed the eggs with a sword before finally bringing one to his mouth, and he was lost in thought, and he was trying to remember something that he could not, and the surface memories were usually easy picking, and it was those imperceptible thoughts, the elusive types, that proved the hardest to pinpoint. And they were like a river you are trying to pull out with a spoonful by spoonful, and it is possible given enough time, but by the time you acquire the missing thought, it ends up being something pointless and trivial. And the merchant opened his mouth to ask his question, but before he did, Chalon's face lit up, and he had one of those eureka expressions. He had managed to remember what he had been struggling to pin down all morning, and this effort to remember came about from time to time, and it was more of a feeling. And when he remembered completely, Chalon frowned again, and it was what came afterwards that left a sour taste in his mouth, or maybe it was the overspiced potatoes. Either way, Chalon ate quickly this time, and he got up before the merchant could detain him. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
Normally, Chalon would have made a round about camp to see if his help was required for anything. Instead, he went to his trailer, and he closed all the windows and the main door, and he had a black curtain to boot, and he removed the curtain from the mirror nightstand he had, and he lighted a candle before him. And to get himself in a trance, he opened his belt, and he took out the fattest belt, and he began to perceive many things around him, like lurkers, the biters, the sniffers, and the kickers. These are just nicknames for the things that we do not know what they are. We just describe their behavior and put them together in a group. the lurkers, the biters, the sniffers, the kickers.
Who are the sniffers?
just things in the dark that sniff you.
I have questions now.
It's like creepy crawlies in the dark recesses of magic, and then they don't know what they are, so they just name it based on what they do to you while you're trying to do your necromancy thing in peace. Their elusive, intangible nature makes them a little bit hard to analyze, not that it matters much in the grand scheme of things, and these beings live in a different plane of existence, and they have no significant effect on our real world, with the notable exception of the sleepers. And there was another type of being that belonged to that plane which was relevant, and Chalon was trying to make contact with a diviner. And while the sleepers did not want to have anything to do with the real world, the diviners wanted to perceive everything and everyone in the real world without risking their hide. And the more ancient the diviner, the better. Still, ancient diviners were rare because many turned into sleepers. And for the moment there was one that still cared about the fate of the world, and he answered to the sound of the crumbling dry rose petals. And with his hand, Chalon opened the drawer, and he started removing from there the rose petals he had for this specific summoning. And darkness grew around him, and he could no longer perceive the room or the chair he was sitting on, and there was only a large, ever-glowing candle. And soon all the lights started dancing around him, and the fine stained glass windows were noticeable on the sky above. And if there was walls, Chalon could not touch them, and one could walk into infinity on either direction, and the distance between the person and the walls would never be breached. And Chalon rose and took a step, and the step was echoed on the empty hallways of infinity. And the sound was familiar to the cracking ice, or when a person steps on snow. Instead of walking, Chalon waited, and after a moment, or an eternity, a strange creature appeared before him. And he had a snake-like body with 3 humanoid arms protruding from the chest, and each hand had 3 skinny, bony fingers, and the body was icky, like the one of an eel. And the face, if you can even call it that, had 4 sets of eyes, 1 large one and 3 small dot ones, and the snout protruded down as if it had no cartilage, and it was like an elephant appendage with suckers like the one of a squid, and the mouth was like that of a humpback whale, but only that it opened vertically instead of horizontally, and the wings were formed by rows of purple whiskers, and the tail was long and wide, with words like those of a frog, and the hands gesticulated in the air, and Chalon responded in kind. Like what I just described as spoken sign language. Through many encounters, the bear had developed a type of sign language, and the creature said, "What seems to be the trouble?" "Samok, I need you to interpret a dream," said Chalon with sign language. "Go on," said Samok. Samok was phonetically the closest one could get to the sound the creature made when it introduced itself. Though in its strange language, the creature was just saying hello. Like, he thinks that the creature is called Samok, but that was just the creature saying in its native tongue, hello. It started a bit like a present dream, and I was an angelic-looking fellow with a human lover and a collage fellow. And whenever the angel pretended to be human, his lover was nice and pleasant, but when he was his real self, his lover was cold and distant. And that always bothered the angel fellow, and for both personalities were one and the same. So the dream was just normal stuff from going to school, dates, jobs, and other nonsense, and the dream changed to something rather unpleasant, and I was a woman who gave birth to 3 babies. And the 2 looked normal, but one was like a bony old woman who was slowly withering away, decaying. And I was quite upset that the doctor had shown me the other baby, and why modify me with the other baby if I had 2 that were alive and well? And there was no need for me to know the other child, so why did I dream this? And is this a prophecy type of dream? And does it relate to the future or the past? Because I feel that it is a prophetic dream, and I usually remember those types of dreams, said Chalon with his hands. Time, bro?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
The creature folded his arms, and he rested his head on a skinny hand in the middle, and after thinking a lot, Samok said, "This dream was dreamt before by your mother. This first dream is just a standard dream fulfillment. She wanted a city show she was watching to focus on 2 different characters. And as for the second, it was a side effect of something she had seen on the internet." "The internet, huh? That's archaic," said Chalon, laughing. The point is that the dream has to do with her birthing anxiety, and it is part of the reason why she avoided intimacy back when she was a being of flesh and blood, explained Samok. And there was some things that never changed, said Chalon, and in the end he said to Samok with his own voice, "Thank you, my friend." The creature emitted a strange guttural sound in response, and Chalon blinked twice, and he was back in his trailer. And he blew out the candle, and he left the trailer, and he squinted his eyes a bit as he tried to get used to the sunlight again. And it did not take long to consider that the entire incident only took 10 minutes to conclude. And when one is in a trance, the perception of time is altered. Timer?
4 minutes, 30 seconds.
After getting used to the sunlight, Chalon went to look at the notice board, and when Harold was younger, he was a mercenary, and he even belonged to a little guild, and due to his guild days, he had gotten into the habit of putting up a little notice board for his family to put a task that required a little extra helping hand. And Chalon picked the first paper on top of the board without bothering to read it, and after walking a pace, he read it over the top, and the message read, "Need sparring partner for tonight's mock fight, and contact Sean for further details." And Chalon left with the note in hand, and he found Sean practicing with a dummy with a makeshift stage, and it was on the grass, and the curtain was held by 2 wooden beams, and the floor was made of wood, and it was formed by connected pieces of large planks, about 20 in total. Sean stopped his practice when he heard the wood groan, and he echoed that groan when he saw that it was Chalon. Alright, so let's just leave it here. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 6. Shaking his head, Sean said, "Let's just get this over with." Chalon walked across the stage, and he picked up one of the blunt rapiers. Chalon took his stance, and he prepared for battle. And while most students placed their hands on their backs, or they outstretched their free hands, Chalon always stood with his empty arm raised to the level of his heart, with a fist on his chest. And he then held his rapier straight ahead. Chalon started with some light jabs on Chalon's sword, and in response, Chalon took a couple of steps toward back. This time, Sean tried a more aggressive stance, but Chalon limited himself to putting some distance between himself and Sean. And slowly, Chalon was luring Sean to the curtains, and to go him further, Chalon returned with a similar-like aggression, but always retreating. And eventually, instead of parrying the blade, Chalon took a few steps sideways, and Chalon's dark rapier stabbed one of the column beams, and the force caused his blade to bend downwards. And this caused Sean to lose his balance somewhat, and when he got within range, Chalon gave Sean a backhanded slap on the face, and he would have done a fist, but Chalon was going easy on the guy. He knew that sparring with humans always entailed doing things without the intent to kill. And it seemed to Chalon that practice fights were superfluous. Indeed, they were for people such as us. For practice, we just learned the moves before trying them on bigger living targets that we could find, hoping for the best. And sometimes we would win, and at other times we would run away. And there is no shame in running away as long as you come back later to finish the job for good. And Sean was somewhat stupefied by Chalon's backhanded slap to the face, and with his face pale, turning beet red, Sean recovered his rapier, and he prepared to fight once again. And Chalon this time took a more aggressive approach, and Sean was surprised at the force that Chalon applied each time he struck the blade. And it took all of Sean's strength to hold on to the rapier, and as the fisting strength like this, Chalon did a downward strike after evading a sharp end. And this one was aimed at the hand, and had Sean's sword not have a hand guard, Chalon might have broken the thumb. And with this strike, his strike did force Sean to lose his grip on his rapier. And it was after this that he said flatly, "Good training, thank you." A wry smile was Sean's only response to this statement, and he returned the sheet of paper to Sean, and Sean neatly folded his request before putting it in his vest pocket. And paper was always a bit of a luxury, and as such, when a requests were cleared, they were always put away for future usages. And after departing the stage, Sean looked up to the sky, and he noticed that it was noon, and there was still time for a couple of more requests before dinner. Time 15:06. The second request on the notice board belonged to Jay, and he read, "Super secret hot-touch mission for the brave of heart only." Chalon had read such a post before, and most folks tended to avoid any of Jay's weird requests, and Jay had a habit of biting more than he could chew, and Chalon usually helped him out when nobody else seemed willing to do so. And he walked a bit to the cooking fire, and eventually found Jay's trailer that he shared with his sister. And Kay was waiting outside for Chalon, and she took his hand and drew him nearer, and using her other hand, she whispered to Chalon's ear, "Turn back." Without giving any further explanation, Kay left Chalon to ponder on the mystery of her warning, and before he could decide, the door opened behind him, and he felt a strong hand of Jay on his shoulder, and with a gleaming smile on his perfectly brushed crooked teeth, Jay said, "Chalon, you are just the man I was looking for." And Chalon was about to write a response, but Jay interrupted him by saying, "Come on, let's go, we haven't any time to waste." Chalon started following Jay back into town, and since Chalon had already been seen entering the town guards allowed him to enter quickly without doing the line again. And Jay visited the town quite often, so he was also a familiar face, and while he power walked behind Jay, Chalon tried to surmise where he was going. And he noticed that Jay was being quite deliberate with his thoughts, and there were about lines of this: "Chalon, I know you can read my mind, but if I let my body do the walking, you won't be able to guess where I want us to go before it is too late. Just keep walking, don't think of anything. Was it to the left? No, wait, I remember those flowers. It was this way, I suppose. Where was I going again? And I could use a little bit of cinnamon, cookies and cream, and petals and mustard, white horse, green unicorns. I know you can read my mind." I know you can read my mind. Chalon by now was in a dour mood, and he was half tempted to abandoning Jay to his own devices, and based on previous observation, Chalon knew that Jay frequented brothels, and if he was acting so suspicious, he probably wanted to visit an even shadier establishment, if that was even possible. Chalon stopped walking after he came to this conclusion, and Jay was already halfway down the block when he noticed that Chalon was walking back to camp. And Jay ran after him and said, "Where are you going?" Chalon wrote, "I am not in the mood to be your wingman." "Wingman? What are you talking about?" asked Jay, somewhat confused. "A wingman is a guy friend who helps you pick up ladies," explained Chalon. "I do not need help in that department." "No, I am not after ladies. I was just a little bit curious about a certain place, and I wanted to check it out," said Jay somewhat evasively. "You want to see the workhouse," guessed Chalon. "Reading my mind again, I see. Can you guess what I'm thinking about now?" asked Jay. "No, I just guessed as I wrote Chalon on his board." "But don't you want to see what it is like?" insisted Jay. "I already know," wrote Chalon. "Do you now?" said Jay, incredulous. "Yes, and I am not interested," wrote Chalon. "Well, if you truly are familiar with the place, then more the reason for you to come with me," insisted Jay. Chalon did not bother to write a response. Instead, he started to walk away, and he was detained by Jay, who grabbed his shoulder and started yanking him towards the workhouse. And Chalon pressed his feet down, but was still dragged away, and eventually he found a post to which he could anchor himself, and using basic telekinesis, he wrote on his board, "Help!" And then he threw it to a passing guard on the other side of the road, and the board smacked the guard on the head, and it was a good thing he was wearing his helmet. A bit confused, he looked about till he saw Chalon and Jay across the street, and there was already a small group of children watching Jay making a scene, and while Chalon was rooted to the spot. And Jay, in a harsh voice, said, "You're making a scene. Stop being such a baby and come with me." Chalon, in response, arched his free hand around the post for a stronger grip, and the guard eventually said, "Hey you, what are you doing?" "Nothing, officer," said Jay. "I'm just taking my brother to the healer for his medication, but he's being a little bit difficult today." The guard looked at Chalon and then at Jay, and he noted that they were both not from around there. And the guard was new fool, and he knew that those traveling merchants tended to have their own healers. And the guard eventually whipped Jay's hand to force him to release Chalon, and looking sternly at Jay, he said, "Go on about your business, sir." "This has nothing to do with you, old man," remarked Jay. "Walk away." And using his telepathy, Chalon said to Jay, "No, you walk away, Jay, and this is the last time I will do anything for you." Since Jay had a pint of magic, he was not able to hear the thoughts Chalon had sent to him. Still, he could feel the malice festering inside Chalon, and in the end he decided not to push things any further. Jay left by himself, not giving a second glance to his adopted cousin. Chalon rubbed his shoulder till the pain went away, and then he arched it about bit with his other hand till the rose noted the damage. And the douche had dislocated Chalon's shoulder, and despite his years, Jay had not changed much, and he always wanted people to do as he desired, even it was for this inflexibility that very few people bothered to even hear him out when he wanted something. Time, bro?
15 minutes.
And as for the helpful guard, he was indeed an old fellow, and his name was Robert Trimble, and he never knew his parents, and he was bought as a slave by La Imperia when he was 7, and during his time as a servant boy, his learning opportunities were limited, and when he turned 12, he was given his freedom, and he was made a page boy for a night. And from there he rose to the position of guard, which he kept till the ripe old age of 54. And Robert was not a man of much ambition, and he could have held a political office as an advisor for the court of society, but he always declined the position whenever it was offered. And despite not having an official office, he was often privately consulted on matters regarding the affairs of the state. His opinions were rarely radical, and often level-headed and well thought out, and at the moment he was the best paid guard in the city, and he lived in a small house facing the artificial force of the pavilion, and he shared their home with his wife Clotilde and his youngest son Robbie. All of the other children had left long ago in search of greater opportunity, and for their ambitions they had all shared the same fate, and now Robbie was all that Robert had left. And Robbie was a mute like Chalon, and it was part of the reason why Robert had decided to intervene on Chalon's behalf. And while Chalon chose not to speak, Robbie could not even if he wanted to. And his parents had a genetic predisposition for muteness, and thus Robbie had won the bad lottery. And we had done our best to provide the best stock of genes for our local humans. But given enough time, bad mutations are bound to occur, and drinking and smoking also helps to produce such maladies. Anyhow, Robert handed Chalon his little chalkboard, and he raised his helmet to get a better look at the fellow, and the way Chalon was dressed reminded Robert of magic users he saw in the picture books. And still, most magical visitors that ever graced the pavilions of society wore normal people clothing, and it was for this reason he thought that Chalon was pretending to be a magic user to keep people away. And Chalon took his board and he scribbled the word "thank you." "No need, citizen. As an officer of the law, it is my duty to maintain the peace within the hold," said Robert, lowering his helmet before returning to his patrol. Guards in society acted like our police officer, and this left the knights free to hone their skills in the art of war. And it was enough that there was such separation within both holds, and both forces were usually fused into one. And this is society apart from other cities and holds and feudals, and when Chalon was finally left alone, he breathed a sigh of relief, and he ran back to camp in order to avoid running into Jay in the city. And when Kate saw him return to camp with a dour look, she grinned, and she came to walk beside him. "How did it go?" she asked. Chalon did not bother to write anything, and he came to stand before the notice board, and some of the other requests had already been addressed, and it was down to just a couple of fetch quests in the city and a simple escort mission. And before he could decide, Kate came out to the board and removed the fetch quest, and she started making her way towards the city. And it had been quite a slow afternoon indeed, and in just about a couple of hours it would be sunset. And he took the paper with the escort mission, and he made his way towards Jean's. And Jean was the oldest human member of the caravan, and she was 175 years old, but she looked like she was 70. The stock of humans in this world tend to last a little longer, and ever since the age of 5, she had always gone to temple once a week. And since she was starting to become enfeebled, she had decided that an escort was necessary for protection for whenever she visited the temple. Time, bro?
11 minutes.
Chalon found her inside her cozy little trailer, and she shared this trailer with Harold, and she was not related to him, but he always saw her like his grandmother, and she was respected and revered. Chalon knocked softly on the door, and he waited a moment before going inside. And Sean was just about finishing dressing Jean, and he had tied the little bonnet and had fixed the spectacle on Jean's face. Jean's hair was short, of pure silver color, and she wore a lady attire with the petticoats, the laces, and the shawls, and to create the contrast with the dress, the buttons, brooches, and laces were yellow. The bonnet had an elegant ornament of silk rose, and it was so lifelike that many people believed that it was a real rose. And with some effort, Jean rose from her seat to supporting herself on her cane, and the handle of her cane was smooth, and beyond the handle it had an intricate carving made of silver, and it was 5 centimeters in length, and the carving featured a little gecko with his eyes fixed straight ahead and his mouth partway open as if ready to strike for a meal. And Chalon handed Jean his elbow, and she took it for added support, and slowly they made their way out of the trailer, and while he walked, Chalon pondered how long this walk was going to take. And after analyzing the walking speed of Lady Jean, he figured that it would take about an hour to make it to Temple and another one for the return trip. This was assuming that nothing occurred to hamper their progress. As soon as they were out of camp, Lady Jean's bony hand clawed deeper into Chalon's sleeve, and she drew a little closer, and she started looking about at any unfamiliar face that passed by. And she flinched a little when a stray dog came a bit too close to sniff her dress. And in her younger years, she would have kicked the dog away, and now she had to force herself to ignore the curse to continue on her way. And Chalon did look at the stray, and he was compelled to move away from him. And now with his mind, no, dogs are pretty intuitive, and they can tell when they are not wanted. And by now the guards were just outside the main gate, and as before, Chalon skipped to the night, and the guy had already seen him come and go several times this morning, and since he had permission to enter, nobody bothered to question or to delay his entry. And Robert, who was by the gate, commented to one of his mates as he saw Chalon pass by, "What a nice young man to be escorting his grandma to the temple." "And how can you tell they are going to temple?" asked the guard. "Most ladies her age only leave the comfort of their home when they are going to temple," explained Robert. "Is it because they fear their own mortality?" asked the guard. "Who knows, and I will tell you all about it when I get to that age," said Robert. If I am lucky, I will find the answer to my question myself," said the guard. "Yes, if we are lucky." They feel like if you're lucky to make it to old age. Cause all of the wars and stuff is like very rare for like people from like the fighting clans and whatnot, and then I to like make it to old age. Chalon was quiet during this exchange, and Lady Jean did not say anything either, and while she was through the gate, she breathed a sigh of relief, and after taking a couple of steps, she said, "Give me some water, boy." Chalon produced a skin of water from his sleeve, and he acquired a little glass which he used to pour Lady Jean her water. Jean drank it with gusto, and then she said, "Let's continue." The pair walked a couple of minutes, and Lady Jean said, "Give me some water, boy." Chalon did as he asked once again, and she smiled after drinking her nice glass of cool water. A nearby airship passed by and was inclined to take one of the shiny buttons, but he stopped when he noted the color of the dress, and he too was wearing white clothing, and in this world, white was the color of mourning. And Lady Jean asked Chalon, "How goes your education?" "I don't go to school," wrote Chalon, and he held the board close to Jean's face so she could read it. Jean pushed the board aside and she said, "I am not blind. And you still have your tongue. Use your words, boy." Chalon shook his head to illustrate his desire not to use his words. Lady Jean then said more to herself, "What fancies of children today, and I would have imagined you would have grown such a stubborn streak by now. Or are you afraid?" "A little," wrote Chalon, and he read his message after showing it to Lady Jean, and then he added, "But it has nothing to do with my mutism." After writing this, Lady Jean put a stop to her idle chatter for a bit, and her eyes lingered on the flowers adorning the sidewalk, and the sound of the horse stepping on the cobblestone were quite pleasing to her, and still she imagined that it was somewhat bothersome for people not to use them. And Chalon and Lady Jean observed a new resident throwing a wicker into the street to tone down the sound of the horses passing by, and at the sight of this pollution, one of the guards came to the person to reprimand the fellow for ruining the aesthetics of the city. And there was not a local ordinance restricting such measures. Still, the guard lived nearby, and he specifically minded anything that he considered trash near his home. Lady Jean commented, "Not a rat inside." "They mainly come out at night," wrote Chalon on his board. "I'm not talking about the people, but the rodents," specified Lady Jean. "You're right," wrote Chalon, and he raised his message and then wrote, "Rats are not the worst thing out there. Mosquitoes are even worse." "Mosquitoes, you say? You mean those little blood-sucking parasites?" said Jean. Chalon nodded in response. "They are a bit of a nuisance, but nobody dies from a bit of itching," said Lady Jean. "Not anymore," said Chalon. And indeed, there was a big debate during the terraforming period of Saturnastra, and in the end it was decided not to include the vectors that mosquitoes normally transfer. Now, aside from a little blood loss, mosquitoes are nothing more than a nuisance, and I don't care that they help pollinate the blood bug orchids, and if you ask me, they should not have included them in the roster. And we can also do without the pesky honeybees, and there are plenty of other pollinators like rats, like bats, flies, butterflies that can pick up the slack. And after mentioning the mosquitoes, Lady Jean scratched the top of her gloved hand with her index finger, and this small motion took a bit of effort, and she nearly lost her balance, and for she had taken a step without her walking cane, and Chalon did serve her well as a strong physical support. Time, bro?
5 minutes.
Lady Jean sighed before continuing her walk, and there were times when she almost allowed herself to forget the years that weighed down on her, and the loss of energy had started 3 years ago, and she had been brave and spring chicken. But one day people around her started doing things for her, and the trigger had been the sudden death of Grimoire. And despite being 10 years younger than her, he had been done in by a simple fall, and the poor bastard had drowned in a pool of his own blood, and it had taken 2 hours to find his body. And ever since then, the people in the caravan had started to mind their elderly. And Lady Jean had never asked for help or special treatment, though after a while she got used to it, and eventually she grew to expect it. And when she walked, she saw a little blonde girl playing with a hoop and a stick, and she was chasing the hoop down all along the street, and her little game was drawn short when a fellow tripped over the hoop. I know the fellow got up and he went to give the girl a good thrashing. At least it was the intention that Chalon sensed from the man. And the girl, looking about came to hide behind Lady Jean and Chalon. And bellowing, the man said, "You little imp girl, I am going to kill you." Lady Jean said flatly, "Murder is illegal last time I checked." Move aside, Grandma," said the man, and he made a motion to push Lady Jean out of the way. And with a swiftness Lady Jean had forgotten she opened her walking cane and she sliced the man's hand. And her hidden sword was about 20 centimeters long, and it was light and woodly, and built like a razor, and it would not make a dent in an armor, but it could easily slice through flesh. The little girl grasped at the sight of so much blood, and due to the proximity, Lady Jean's white dress got splattered on the chest, skirt, and hat. And the man held his hand and wrist, and Chalon removed the ribbon from Lady Jean's bonnet, and he created a tourniquet for the man. Chalon opened his mouth to say something witty, but remembering his silent fancy, he chose not to say anything. And the man ran towards the nearest grocery clinic to get his hand mended, and Lady Jean had a content smile on her face, and turning to the girl, she patted her little head and said, "Run along now, you dear, and be careful where you choose to play." "I will, ma'am," said the girl, giving a curtsy before running away. The old woman held her cane in her hand, and then for the first time in a long time, she used only her 2 feet to walk forward, and she gave a hesitant step, then another, and soon she was at an even pace. And as soon as Chalon and Lady Jean turned a corner, the little girl from before started stalking them, and there was a mischievous look in her face. And slowly, little by little, her little mind worked. And it was then when she spotted an easier opportunity, and she let Chalon and Lady Jean go unharmed from her block. And the pair stopped a moment to tend to the messy situation. Time, bro?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Chalon acquired an identical hat for Jean, and as for the dress, he cleaned it as best he could. In the end, he placed a decorative overdress to hide the blood. And while he helped her, Lady Jean said, "You noticed her too?" Chalon nodded in response. "What a naughty little imp," said Lady Jean. Chalon said nothing, and he only nodded his head in agreement with her. And when this task done, the pair continued on their walk. And Lady Jean stopped a moment and pointed to the left and right. "Was it this way or that way?" Chalon shrugged his shoulders in response, and he wrote, "Which temple do you want to visit?" "I wish to visit the goddess of old age," said Lady Jean. "There are no temple for such a goddess," wrote Chalon. "It's there, but I went to it last week with Kay," said Lady Jean. Alright, so we're going to leave it here. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Archer Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 7. Chalon read on his memory, and eventually the ultimate weapon told him the answer he was seeking. We only know of the basic attributes of the polar guards, but they are not one-trick ponies. Ortiza, aside from being the goddess of the earth, by earth, I mean dirt, she was also associated with old age, and this was in part due to the wrinkles the ground obtained whenever there was a drought. Chalon then wrote, "The temple of Ortiza is that way." He also added to his instructions an arrow pointing to the left, and this required crossing a busy street, and there were no lights or posts to allow pedestrians to cross the roads, and many a times one had to wait till two carriage drivers had the decency to let you pass, and this could either occur quickly or take an hour. And it was at this juncture that Lady Jean took Chalon's arm for support, and since it was a couple of hours before dusk, the street was pretty busy. And there were lots of comings and going, especially of delivery people bringing in fresh meat from the markets. And it was common for brothels to hold banquets at night. And after waiting for 7 minutes, two carriages finally stopped to allow Chalon and Lady Jean to pass. And one of them gestured with his whip, and with as much speed as Jean could muster, they crossed the busy road. And on the last step that led back into the sidewalk, Lady Jean's heel got stuck in one of the stones a bit, and she fell to the side, and she would have smacked her head against the wheel of a passing carriage if Chalon had not supported her with both his arms. Lady Jean grasped her chest for air and from fright, and Chalon left her standing erect, and he came to fetch her cane that had fallen on the ground. And she took a couple of steps on her own, using it for support, and then she commented, "You are quite stout for such a pretty little thing." In response, Chalon rode after giving her her cane. "Does your leg hurt?" Lady Jean placed her entire support on one foot and her cane, and then she wiggled about her feet to check for any unusual pains. And she did the same thing with her other feet, and then she said, "Nothing hurts." Chalon shook his head sadly for reasons that Lady Jean could not understand. And she thought that he pitied her, and she found him quite detestable for that reason. As for Chalon, this dour expression had triggered something else he had seen, and on the road he noted a squished little frog, and it reminded him of one of his mother's early memories. And it was not too uncommon for people like him to show an interest on memories relating to their past humanity. And it had been so long for many, and given in our generation, many no longer consider themselves to be human. Chalon chose to remember these truths, and this allowed him to empathize with the locals and even at times forget his true nature. And as for the frog, it was quite familiar with a particular memory. And Chalon's mother was in school, and one day a brat brought a frog, and it escaped and it hopped across the road, and it was eventually run over by a bike, and she cannot remember what or if she felt anything at all. And it is common that people develop a disassociation with the past, and they see the images and remember the events clearly, but the thoughts and emotions at the time do not make an impression. And so is the nature of most memories that existed before the creation of the ultimate weapon. And Lady Jean eventually did notice what Chalon was looking at, and he had the same dour expression he wore whenever he could not revive a fellow. And then he said, "It's just a frog, let's go." Chalon left her alone and entered traffic, and the carriage did a full stop, unseating the passenger but not the driver. And the passenger opened the door and asked, "What's the hold-up?" And the driver said nothing, and he pointed to the weirdo dressed like a mage in the middle of the road. And the passenger, frowning, said, getting back inside the carriage, "Well, you should have brought him over, and we could do with less of their kind on the street." "Murder is still a crime in the city," said the driver politely. "I suppose," he said, and then he said to Chalon through the window, "Move, weirdo." Chalon chose to be oblivious to all of his surroundings, and he drew a handkerchief from under his arm, and then he placed it over the dead frog, and then he punched the ground over the handkerchief, and when he lifted the cloth, the frog was no longer there. And some other people waiting to cross it thought it was a show, so they lingered to see what else it was going to do. And a girl carrying eggs was among them, and Chalon came to her, and he took one of her eggs. And then he placed the handkerchief over it, and then he smashed it against his face, and when the handkerchief looked all yellow and gooey, Chalon rolled it back into a ball, and when the handkerchief was nice and round, he opened it again, and inside was the egg intact, and he handed the egg to the girl, and he wrote, "Open it." The girl did not know how to read and was too embarrassed to admit it, and reading her mind on this matter, Chalon opened the egg, and inside was the frog, alive and well. And the people clapped, thinking it was an elaborate magic trick, and some threw coins at Chalon's feet. And the carriage driver and the passenger lingered a little more to make certain that Chalon did not have anything else up his sleeve. And when they saw the crowd dispersing, the carriage continued on its way, and as for the frog, Chalon helped it cross the street, and he left it in its destination, the gardens of the pavilion. And one of the guards who was patrolling rose an eyebrow but did not say anything to hinder Chalon, and with his pertinence taken care of, Chalon went to join Lady Jean. and he offered his arms, and pointing with her cane, she said, gesturing to the coins, "Aren't you forgetting something?" Chalon looked at the coins on the floor with dismay. Ideally, he was not the type of fellow who sought to make a profit out of corpses. Still, he did like money in whatever form it came. And so he bent over and he picked out the scanned coins one by one, and the little egg girl too was doing that behind Chalon's back. And she blushed when she noticed Lady Jean staring daggers at her, and in her end, her desire for scant profit won her over, and she left with a handful of coins that rightfully belonged to Chalon. After concluding this annoying little task, Chalon joined Jean on her trip to the temple, and they were only a block away from the destination, and Lady Jean said while they walked, "You should have said something to that little girl." In response, Chalon squished his lips with his index and tongue to illustrate that he did not wish to speak. "You should have said something like that." And Lady Jean added, "Is it because she did not read that it is because she cannot read that you should use your voice? You aren't going to find literate people everywhere in the world, and one day you're going to be in a position where you are forced to speak." In response to this statement, Chalon drew a picture of two people crossing a bridge, and Lady Jean was not familiar with the bridge crossing saying, still she imagined that she understood what the picture meant. Well, he meant, "I will cross the bridge when I get to it," so he drew a picture of people crossing a bridge. She thought that what Chalon meant to say was that if he could not use written word, he would just draw a picture and hope for the best. And the pair walked slowly, and even slower was the pace of a prospective pickpocket. And it was tradition of the day, the fellow bumped into Chalon, and instead of saying sorry or watch where you're going, the fellow gave a yelp of pain. An expression of glee was painted on Chalon's face, and meanwhile Lady Jean laughed heartily, and another pickpocket had fallen for the irresistible lure. And the fellow left somewhat confused, rubbing his stinging hand, and the laughter of Lady Jean turned into two hoarse coughs, and clearing her throat, she commented, "There are certainly a lot of pickpockets here." "Just about the average amount," wrote Chalon. "Based on statistics, for every 250 citizens, there is at least one criminal. There are some regional variants, both overall, and this is the average rate found in most large cities and towns, and the flavor of the crime is usually petty thievery, and some are even perpetrated by people who can easily afford the stolen goods. Those found out are usually killed on the act, and of most criminals, only a quarter make it to prison, and even fewer manage to survive their sentences. And criminal punishment in this world usually involves either dungeon, forced labor camps, or torture chambers. Thus lucky ones usually got a small dosage of public humiliation, and society was one of the few hosts who did not work their prison population to death. And La Imperia was naive in so much as she believed that she could reform evildoers and make them useful members of society once again, and the workhouse was one of her pet projects in that department. And the reason behind it was that her best friend growing up was a servant boy, and he got worked to death for stealing a pair of shoes from her. And this incident stayed with her the rest of her life, and so she worked strongly to reform the justice system in the kingdom, and she believed that the punishment should match the nature of the crime, and it should not be arbitrarily cruel to the poor and easy for the rich, and so she codified justice system in her hold with punishment calibrated based on the severity of the crime and the reasoning behind it. And this has nothing to do with Chalon, so let us move on with the rest of the pertinent with the story. And Chalon and Lady Jean were finally standing before the temple, and the terrible tradition varied from city to city. And here there were the humbler structures surrounded by gardens, and this one was spherical shaped, like a ball. It's time, bro?
14 minutes.
From the oculus of the perfect dome, there sat a giant Jacaraba mimosifolia.
What?
The tree at the moment was flowering with gorgeous purple bellflowers, and the ground around the main body of the temple were littered with those flowers, and since it was a temple to the goddess of the earth as in dirt, not planet Earth, it made sense that the examples of her bounty could be found all over the temple grounds. And the temple itself was 2 stories high, with the main living apartments on the 2nd floor. And on the bottom floor there was the place of worship, and one of her prayed to Ortiza by bringing with you a live plant. And the size of it did not matter, only the vigor, and if it grew in the gardens, it meant that your offering had been accepted. And in the old days, they used to do traditional animal sacrifices. And as of lately, blood sacrifices were being slowly retired. And some sets had gotten a bit more thematic as far as offerings were concerned, and at the moment the temple was just open to prayers. And the rite of solstice usually took place during the winter months, and they were designed to play for a bountiful harvest for the next year. And the first ground floor was covered with vegetation, and there were stone pathways to smaller rooms, and inside each room there was a chair and a little fountain for meditation. And the second floor was held up by St. columns that branched outwards like the hands of a tree. And some of them had climbing vines like bougainvillea and campis, honeysuckles, jacinta beans, and healthy variety of clematis. And during certain humid nights, the gardens in the temple would become aglow with green lights, and a colony of 100,000 fireflies had taken residence there. And it had started with a donated plant that had about 20 fireflies, and about 60 were female and 4 were males, and over the years their numbers increased till they became quite a spectacle. The priest currently handling the temple was named Passiflora, and in her former life she was a nymph slave who was born in a plantation, and her husband, a traveling merchant, bought her and made her his wife, and the pair eventually fell into this whole religion singing society, and at the moment Passiflora was a widower like Lady Jean, and as such she sported a white dress without any ornamentation, and her ritual staff was a stick with a pine cone on it. And the stick had a red ribbon tied beneath the pine cone, and despite her 79 years of age, she kept in good form. And she ran the temple with the help of her 8 daughters. And she did have a son as well, but he did not care for temple, and instead he played night in the pavilions. Lady Jean and Chalon were greeted by one of Passiflora's daughters, and her name was Amapola. And she was a redhead like her father, and she had even teeth, short curly hair, tan skin, and a delicate frame. And using a polite tone, she asked, "Are you here for meditation?" "Yes," said Lady Jean. "We only have a room available at the moment, but you can share if you do not mind the company," said Passiflora. "I do not mind," said Lady Jean. "You are familiar with the current race, are you not?" asked Amapola. Chalon opened his coin purse, and Amapola felt the weight of the pouch over the top, but did not open it to look at the coins, and the temple made its money through room rentals, and the worshippers came there to be alone with their thoughts, but for a price. And the rental was always 30 coins, and it did not matter if they were gold, silver, or copper. Depending on the generosity of the patrons, some paid with gold coins. Still, most of the time people paid with copper. And for this, Amapola was greatly resentful. And before leading them to a room, Amapola said, "A flower is customary." And in response, Chalon reached into his pocket and he brought out a little Astrophintu asterias. Amapola looked at the tiny plant and she raised an eyebrow, and she had never seen a plant like that before, and in the end she ran to the plant nursery and left it there to deal with it when she got to it. A cactus and other desert plants were extremely rare, and the only desert in the continent was on the other side of a mountain, cut off from the rest of the green habitable lands on the other side. And its only source of moisture was a mist rising from the ocean. And since it was so inhospitable for human habitation, it was rare for anything related to the desert to appear on the kingdom. When the girl returned, she had a key to the private meditation room.
Sorry.
Time, bro?
9 minutes.
The rooms were at the other side of the temple, straight ahead from the entrance, past the stone altar, and the tree in the center of the temple. And the position of the sun allowed for sunlight to enter through the foliage, and most of the dome roof was hollow. And the sun and rain entered through the ornamental roof steel and composed of hollow square panels. And inside each panel was an interesting wire floral pattern, and not a single flower was repeated, and the roof was quite experimental architecture, and there was no other temple like this in the kingdom, and it was frequented often just because of the architecture and the plants and the good vibe. And the room itself had a stone floor, and to open it one had to place a large floral-shaped crest into a sunken relief in the center door, and after turning it to the left 4 times and then 8 times to the right, the door opened. And those that did pay attention would notice that before turning, the floral crest would stop at specific numbers, and it acted like one of those traditional dial combination padlocks. And the nature of the crest allowed for 8 numbers. Still, the length of the numbers or the turns helped somewhat to keep people from guessing the combination. and it was rare that a temple arose in a curiosity for doors to be picked, and from time to time a thief would venture in to have a look. And they would always leave empty-handed, and something about the way the temple looked at night spooked them, and it was mainly the center tree, and it had an unusually thick trunk, like that trunk, and it had a somewhat round hollow, and when the wind entered the roof, it made a dull groaning sound. At least to me, it sounds like groaning. And Chalon had heard the tree make sounds before, and on the rainy day that he heard it, the tree sounded like the wings of a hummingbird. Like that. Every person of us who has heard the stupid tree claims that it makes a different sound, and at this station a fellow to observe the tree, and indeed the acoustics of it are quite varied, and overall, this 571 old tree makes 21 different sounds from its hollow. And after entering the room, the door was closed behind Chalon and Lady Jean, and there was a string on the Apollo would hear a small bell in the reception room, and each bell rung corresponded to a different room, and they were used for letting her know when the people were already bored of meditating, or whatever the hell they were doing. Regardless, she would kick them out after an hour, or maybe sooner, depending on demand, and most people tended to lose track of time inside those rooms, and the furniture inside it was simple, and there was a wooden bench with a cushion parallel to a fountain, and the walls were covered with Parthenocissus quinquefolia, a type of shade creeper. And since the roof of this room was hollow, a bit of shaded sunlight got inside, and at the moment the leaves of the plants were colored red.
6 minutes.
And as for the wall fountain, it had an intimidating dog-faced dragon spewing a stream of water on the basin that overflowed into an ornamental structure. Shaluk looked into the well, expecting to see coins or something, and he was somewhat disappointed to see nothing within it. And after helping Lady Jean sit down, he reached into his pocket and he threw a coin into the fountain. And Lady Jean frowning gestured to Chalon to come closer, and taking his board, she wrote to him, "Why did you throw that coin?" In response, Chalon wrote, "Because that is how wishing fountains work." "Wishing fountains? Never heard that. I never heard that fountains granted wishes," wrote Lady Jean. "Not all fountains grant wishes, and those that do rarely bother to grant them," wrote Chalon. "I see," said Lady Jean. And then she returned the board to Chalon to settle down with her own thoughts. She took the cinco pelo and she placed it at the edge of the bench, and then she simmered down after removing her bonnet, and despite looking rather fancy, Lady Jean's dress was quite comfortable, and mainly because she did not use a corsage. And after a couple of minutes of lying there, Lady Jean started snorting, and Chalon grinned but said nothing, and the place indeed was perfect for a good nap, and it was a pity that the hostess did not have the decency to set up beds instead of wooden benches. Heck, even some straw thrown on the floor would have made a welcome relief to weary bones. And Chalon looked at the walls a bit, and they were easily climbable, and still he felt the effort would move the plants a bit too much, and instead he gently floated above the room, and when he was over, he pushed himself lightly to the other door room to see what other people were up to. The person to the left was snoring. Meanwhile, the fellow on the right was reading a book. And as far as meditation went, Lady Jean's nearest neighbors were not doing it right, and aside from the rituals, the Temple of Ortiza did not have a clear definition of what is meditation. And there were never group meditation centers, and even among the sisters and mothers there was variety of opinion on the matter. And the temple had a nice relaxing vibe and attitude, and it's the point I'm trying to make. So meditation is just like a relaxation room where you just are surrounded by nature. And you're allowed to do whatever, as long as it's relaxing and not loud. There was one time when a lay follower from another temple had made a big deal about the snoring neighbor, and he was not allowed to visit again for making a fuss in the meditation room. All in all, negative emotions were discouraged. And since everyone seemed to be in a chill type of mood, Chalon took a moment to look around the temple. And as he gently flew about, he noticed some birds entering the hollow of the tree, and when he drew near, he saw that the nest was being occupied by a pair of wrens. W-R-E-N-S. The birds were looking after three small eggs, and they did not make a fuss about Chalon drawing a bit closer, and he perched on a nearby branch to look at the tiny birds, and his reverie was interrupted when Amapola came and yelled, "Get off the branch before before you fall and break your neck. And Chalon gingerly dropped from the branch and he landed on top of a wet root and caused him to slip and fall on his face. Chalon quickly got up and he brushed the grass and dirt from his clothing. Amapola then noticed the sign that Chalon was carrying about him and pouting a bit. She said, "Oh, such a nuisance. And how did you get out of the meditation room? Did you climb?" Chalon shook his head in response, and Amapola then added, "Well, no matter. If your business is concluded, then be gone with you." Chalon took his board and he wrote, "I am waiting for someone to wake up." "Again? Sheesh, whatever, I don't care," said Amapola, and she added, "You're a wizard." "No," wrote Chalon. "Liar, and what's with that laugh flying about earlier? And did the gods grant you the ability to fly? Or are you a dragon? Either way, you must do a little magic," asked Amapola. "I am a magic user, but not a wizard," wrote Chalon. "For outsiders reading this little report, I suppose some explanations are in order. Among our people, only one person is allowed the title of wizard. And since Chalon is not that person, he will never be called himself a wizard." "Sounds like splitting hair, if you ask me. And can you do magic?" insisted Amapola. "I can summon a bunny out of a hat," wrote Chalon. "I don't need bunnies. I need someone who can do an exorcism," said Amapola. "Time, bro?"
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
"Sure, I will buy, but this place doesn't feel haunted to me," wrote Chalon. "Come with me, and then you will see," said Amapola. Chalon looked at the position of the sun, and then he looked back at the room that housed Lady Eugene, and she usually slept for an hour or two if left undisturbed, and he still had some time to kill before it was time to return home. And Chalon followed behind Amapola, not knowing what to expect, and she led him to some stairs into the residential portion of the temple. And while going up the wooden steps, he heard the boards groan, and he stopped, and Amapola stopped as well, and the steps behind Chalon had grown as if a person had given a step. Alright, so let's leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the RC Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is Chapter 8. Chalon squinted his eyes as best he could, but he was not able to see a spirit or anything remotely supernatural. There was a bit of a shadow in the general vicinity, and it could have been a lurker. And once they got to the second floor, Amapola took Chalon to her room, and she said, "Do you see anything out of the ordinary?" Chalon did look about, and she had the common things, with the vanity, the closet, the plush on the bed, the writing table, and a small bookshelf, and everything seemed so mundane and somewhat girly. And Chalon did know something a little bit off. All the books appeared to be in alphabetical order. However, the organization stopped at a certain point. And Amapola commented, looking at her shelf, "I like to organize my books by the color of the binds, but somebody today was putting them in alphabetical order." Chalon looked closely at one of the tomes, and he smelled it, and he had Amapola's scent in addition to that of another. And Chalon wrote, "Does anyone else enter your room?" "Just Mother, but she puts everything back in place after dusting things," said Amapola. And she frowned a moment and then added, "Maybe she's the one who changed out my books." "Have you noticed anything goopy, like ectoplasm?" wrote Chalon. "Ectoplasm? Never heard of it," said Amapola. "Like ghost slime," wrote Chalon. "Oh, that. I have seen a bit, but water from the fountain usually cleans it up," said Amapola. "It is still a bit of a pain to deal with. And how do you keep ghosts from visiting and messing with your stuff?" "You can stop by not inviting them in," wrote Chalon, and he added, "A simple word restriction should be enough to keep them out. But do you really want to?" "Yeah, I want to. Why do you ask?" asked Amapola, somewhat confused. Chalon gestured to her to follow, and Amapola went with Chalon to a round balcony that overlooked the garden on the first floor. They walked a bit till they were in a spot to look down on the people meditating. In front, and Amapola whispered, "I swear to the gods that people only come here to take their afternoon nap." And Chalon pointed specifically to one of the patrons. It was a young maiden dressed in white, and she was cradling a small baby in her arms, and the lad was not wearing any garments, which was an odd choice. And he saw that Amapola was staring at it. The child giggled, and he started to suckling his fat toe. It then faded away, turning into shimmering little orbs. Shaking her head sadly, Amapola said, "Now that is just sad." "I know," wrote Chalon. Like the baby was a ghost baby. Amapola did not bother to look at what Chalon had reading, and she she added, I suppose they are a mild nuisance that should be tolerated as long as they do no harm. Since Amapola's will had changed, the nature of the temple altered as well, and while her mother was seen as the leader of the temple, Amapola resided within. She was not aware of this fact. This was so because she was the only one of the household who took care of the garden. And when she was younger, her mother would hire out hands, and eventually she had her daughters learn to do gardening in order to save money. Chalon wrote, who is the lady with the ghost? Her name is Isaudra, and she's one of our regular patrons. She started coming here when she lost her first child, and it has been 4 years, and she's still a very loyal patron, explained Amapola. How did he die? asked Chalon, using his board. He was born dead, and I heard from his mother that this is not too uncommon as far as infant death goes, and sometimes they just drop dead on you, and even when they seem perfectly healthy, wrote Amapola. Strange, thought Chalon. Amapola asked, you seem pensive and care to share your thoughts? Well, most infants, even those that suffer violent death, don't come back as ghosts, and it's very rare to have a 6-month-old baby ghosting about, wrote Chalon. You seem to know a lot about this, said Amapola, narrowing her eyes. Verily, I'm just speaking from past observation, and my people have a pretty detailed history, and even things that seem unimportant draw our attention. And when you observe enough things, you eventually learn something you didn't know before, wrote Chalon. Amapola read that dribble over the top, and then she said, I suppose that makes sense. Look, there it is over there. And she pointed at a faint flash of small orby lights. The lights went down slowly into the garden, and Chalon and Amapola followed after it. And Chalon followed with his usual bored curiosity. As for Amapola, she was genuinely frightened of the apparition, and only her stubbornness kept her moving forward. The lights went beyond the main tree, and they entered the plant nursery, and it was in the greenhouse outside the temple. It had most of the plants that require a strong degree of sunlight. The light eventually settled in a small pot, and with some short purple flowers growing over them. Amapola lifted the pot and shook it around a bit, and it did not make any supernatural sounds. At least this was what she was expected. And she asked Chalon, what type of flower is this? It is called a mandrake, wrote Chalon, and he added, it has roots that look like a person, and when it's pulled, it makes a weird screechy sound. Really, asked Amapola in disbelief. To show his point, Chalon made a motion to uproot the plant, and he stopped when he touched a petal. Amapola asked, is something else the matter? I don't want to needlessly harm the plant, wrote Chalon, taking a step back. He thought, it matters not, this minor curse, and we must all pay what we owe at some point in our life. Chalon was brought back from his thought when he heard Amapola exclaim, there are some dirty footsteps. Chalon raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Amapola added, nobody usually comes here with dirty feet. I make certain of it. Chalon had not given much thought to this little matter, and he always brushed his feet on the door carpet of whatever house he entered, and he naturally assumed that everyone did the same out of common courtesy, but not this little culprit. And after following the footstep of it, they saw that it led to a window, and from there the steps led to the street. The window could only be opened from the inside, and on the floor Chalon noticed a clue. It was a pair of glasses. Amapola picked it up with both her hands, and at the same moment, Chalon mouthed the word no in exasperation, and Amapola was too focused on the glasses to note her companion's frustration. And he looked out the window, and then at a nearby observer who shrugged his shoulders in confusion as well. And it is impossible to keep an eye on every living being, and besides the glasses there was a turned carrot plant inside a ceramic pot. And Chalon picked it up and he placed it back where it was. And just when he was putting it down, the basin finished cracking, and it was such a bother when they did that. And Amapola left the glasses on the table and went about to look for a new pot, a dustpan, and a broom. And during the time Chalon was alone, he noticed something gleaming under the table, and he bent down to reach for it. It was a counterfeit coin, and he felt a broom slap on his behind, which made him quickly get up, and along the way he struck his head against the table. And he rubbed his sore head while he started mouthing the letters F and U, and it took all of his strength and self-control to swallow down this profanity. Indeed, his head was quite pain, and the wooden table beneath had a skinny wooden plank for extra support, and the way it protruded downward was just so designed to hurt ever so much. for the unfortunate fellow who would bash his head or knee against the table. And more than once, Amapola had mashed her knee against the table while working with the flowers. And she would have cursed the maker of the table, but it was one of the many cheap-state projects of her father, and as such she was forced to grin and bear it. Like she couldn't curse her own dad who made the terrible table.
This table inspired on the table we have back home, Dad.
Yeah,
like when we get that table away.
Yeah,
like when we gave that table away, the people who were taking it away got hit in the knee of taking it away.
Yeah, take it away, Dad. Whatever. Chalon was lucky that he did not get a nail stuck on his head. And there was one near him which he nearly avoided. Not happy with the smack to his dignity or whatever, Chalon started to leave the greenhouse with a quick step. Amapola chased after him and said, "I'm sorry, it was just a light tap, and how was I supposed to know you were so uncoordinated?" Chalon stopped and turned around, and his eyes staring daggers at Amapola, and then came to look at one of the nearby observers who was chuckling, and he saw from the observer's eyes what had just occurred, and his little accident made him grin. In the end, he took a deep sigh and wrote down, "It's fine, it's fine." Amapola, still holding the broom, asked, "What is that in your hand?" Chalon showed her the coin, and Amapola looked at it and said, "This is my coin." Chalon wrote, "So you have a side business in counterfeits?" "Not so, but sometimes people pay with them, and I put them in a little box in my room. And it has been a while since I found out any fake coins. However, I wonder how this one got here," said Amapola more to herself. "Counterfeits are required by law to be sent to the treasury," wrote Chalon. "I know, but it's such a bother to have to go there for every little copper," said Amapola. "And I usually wait till the box is full to go there." "And we should go check out your lockbox to see if all of the fake coins are accounted for," wrote Chalon. Time, bro?
14 minutes.
Amapola guessing Chalon's friend of thought left the locks on the window open, and when it was secured, she settled down for a moment to clean up the dirt. And she then placed it in an empty pot before securing the plant that had fallen. And with a cloth she cleaned the table, and once everything was dainty, she walked ahead of Chalon back to her room. Along the way, she ran into her brother on the stairs. And her brother, Lidio, commented, "Have you finally found a man who can put up with you?" "No, he's not my man, but an investigator, and we think there's a thief among us," said Amapola, eyeing her brother with suspicion. "It doesn't seem likely, and we always lock the stairs of the apartments, and the beams in the balconies are structured in such a way that climbing up is a hard feat," said Lidio, looking at the balcony. "Well, most balconies were open. These ones had bars that went all the way up to the roof, and they had interesting floral pattern, and so were fully fledged stained glass windows. And Amapola's father had always been weary of thieves, thus making it upstairs was a bit of a daunting task indeed." And seeing that his sister was in earnest, Lidio asked, "Can I help you with something?" "You can help by staying out of my way," said Amapola, walking past her brother. And Chalon said nothing of the matter, though when he was in the highest step, he beckoned Lidio to follow with his hand. Lidio was a lot like his sister, and they even had the same haircut, but only by accident, but not by design. And recently, Amapola had shortened her hair around the same time Lidio had gone to the barber shop, and it would have taken another week before Lidio would notice this strange similarity. And aside from the hairdo, Lidio had the same round face as his sister, thick lips as well, and his most interesting feature were his black eyes with long eyelashes. And many a times people would think that he was a thoughtful fellow because of those deep eyes, though the reality was that Lidio was only serious in appearance. He looked smart, but he wasn't. After hesitating a bit, he followed after Chalon and his sister, and Amapola slowly opened the door to her room, and she grasped and took a step back when she noticed that the sofa was on top of the couch. And on top of the couch there were two chairs at the opposite ends, and Chalon noted two observers chuckling in the background. And Chalon wrote, "It's probably some prank." No, it's not the stacked chairs. I've seen them from time to time, and they turn back to normal if you do not make a big deal about it, no." "Look," she said, kneeling down beneath her bed, and one of her pillows was slightly turned, and one of the sandals was a little further than what it should be. Amapola was always very tidy about her sandals, and she was not a big fan of the marble cladding of the floor, and it always made walking barefoot rather cold, and falls tended to hurt more than what they should. And beneath her bed, she reached for her little lockbox, and it was unlocked and empty, and when she turned around, she saw that the furniture was back to normal, and Lidio looked sternly at his sister. And finally Amapola said, "We have been robbed." "I'm sorry, was that all your savings?" asked her brother, concerned. "Not Not really. This box only had fake coins, and aside from the fake money, nothing else seems to have been taken, said Amapola, sighing with giving a sigh of relief. And Lydia scratched his head a couple of times, and then he passed his hand over his head, and sitting down on the bed, he said, "Call the guards now." "Wait, what?" asked Amapola. "Don't wait, just do as I say," said Lydia, and he added, "Never mind, I will fetch them myself and see to it that the patrons are escorted before they arrive." Amapola stood there uncertain as to what to do, and only the fake coins had been taken. Still, this little thief did not inspire her much confidence, and she pondered over what would occur if even a worse step of individual breaks the temple. And Amapola sat down on her bed and assumed the sinker position, and it was not too uncommon for her to shut out the outside world whenever things got a little bit out of hand. And she was just not budging, and Chalon left the room, but not before taking the key used to open the door to the meditation room. And he made his way downstairs, and he noticed that the door out of the stair was locked, and frowning a bit, he placed inside his aria anything seriously solid. And then he arched his body through the bars, and he wiggled himself till he was on the other side. And it was not the most gracious squeeze, but it was no big deal for people with squid-like bodies. This is at least how Chalon thought of himself, and he liked squids, and he pitied that many had short lifespans. Research has been done in our world to artificially extend the life of the squids, and this silly little side project was successful in quadrupling their lifespan. Still, for those that only live for 1 year, it at most helped them survive for an entire year in Saturnastra. And only now, genetics is more of a hobby than a profession these days, which is more the pity. Anyhow, Chalon made his way through the gardens, and when he reached the meditation rooms, he wrote on his sign, "As this was spotted in the temple, return home for your safety." And Chalon opened the first door, and inside he found Isadora reading a book, and he placed his sign close to her face. Isadora blinked twice, somewhat confused. She then got up and she picked up her umbrella and a small wicker basket before heading out. The second person in the other room was a poultry fellow whose snores were carefully drowned by the rippling of water of the nearby fountain. Chalon jabbed at his belly with his index finger, and since the fellow was not waking up, he pulled a single hair strand from the fellow's head, and this did not wake him either. Chalon pulled at the fellow's cheeks, and he even tried tickling his ears with a piece of fallen leaf. And remembering his chalkboard, Chalon made his nails long and sharp, and his nails on the chalkboard did the trick. He was like, "Eee!" with the chalkboard. Startled, the noble fellow asked, "Wait, what? Where am I? Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" The fellow, still confused, got up and he drew his rapier. Chalon plucked the first strike using his board, which got pierced, and then he turned the board to cause the man to lose the grip on his weapon. And when the man was disarmed, Chalon handed the sword back with the chalkboard, and the fellow read the message, and flustered, he said, "I'm sorry, I just forgot where I was." And he made a motion to dislodge the rapier, but it was stuck, and Chalon took his board with both his hands, and he started pulling it back. And this caused the man to rise from the motion, and the man headed down to the bench, and with his assistant, Chalon was able to pry out the rapier from his chalkboard. After concluding this business, Chalon left to check the other meditation rooms, and he opened the third door, but there was nobody inside. The noble from before was following behind Chalon, and he held up his sign again, and the noble put on some reading glasses, and he frowned after reading the message. He said to Chalon, a thief in the temple of Artisa, how absurd. Never in all my years did I live to see the day that a temple will become a target for petty thievery. Chalon said nothing in response, and then he proceeded to open the following door. And this time there was a lady with 2 sleeping children, and Chalon showed her the sign, and she proceeded to gently wake up her wards. And meanwhile the noble continued with his soliloquy. "And this one I do, and I will put my best men on the job, and mark my words, this thief will be apprehended before the night falls, and just you wait and see." Time, bro?
It's 7 minutes, 30 seconds.
With this determination, the noble stormed out of the temple, and once outside, Chalon saw that the man making his way down the street. And Chalon would have seen more, but the front door closed, and when he turned around, the children were already awake. And there were 3 of them, and two were 5, and the other 2 were boys that were the age of 5, and the other was a 7-year-old girl. The girl came to stand before Chalon, and she asked, "Are you a wizard?" Chalon shook his head in response, and the mother took the girl's hand and said, "Hush now, can't you see that the man is busy, and we should return home for supper?" "All right," said the girl, not too convinced. And the following room had 2 people half-dressed, being very quiet about their business, and Chalon placed the sign in front of the maiden who seemed the most lucid, and she read her message, and her eyes widened, and jumping to her feet, she said, We must go now, Roger. The man called Roger along said, I'm sorry. Chalon did not linger on the door, and the message had been delivered, so he went to make his way to the other room, and he heard the lady say, what a weirdo. I wonder if he's going to tell on us, asked Roger. I doubt it, said the lady, getting dressed. And when the pair deemed themselves presentable, they stormed out of the temple. And the following door had Lady Jean, and since Chalon wanted her to sleep a little longer, he decided to go to the following room. And this room, when he opened it, was empty. And there was still 4 more other rooms to check, and the following room had 2 men silently playing chess. And Chalon showed them the sign to one of them, and the fellow who read it said, really? And what's the matter? Asked the other man. There seems like a thief was spotted lurking the grounds, and we should go home to avoid getting mixed up in this sort of business, explained the first fellow. And the pair left after putting away their chests and writing down where they had left off. And before departing, one of the noble fellows stared intently at Chalon's face, and there was a slight hint of recognition, but the man could not put his finger on it. Chalon did recognize the man, but he chose to continue treating him like he was a stranger. The third to the last room was empty, and based on the wall, somebody had climbed up the vines recently. And the second to last room was indeed occupied, and it had a nanny with a toddler inside a stroller. And the nanny was looking at the pictures of the picture book in her hand. And based on the picture of one of the pages, Chalon noticed that it was a romance novel, and it featured a couple kissing. And as before, Chalon placed his paw in front of the patron's face. And the nanny started, moved back a pace, and the baby cooed a little and awoke due to the sound of the book closing abruptly. And Chalon gestured with his board, and the nanny looked at the letters, but she did not comprehend them, and Chalon pointed to the nanny and then towards the main entrance of the temple. I don't get it. Do you want me to leave? Asked the nanny. Chalon nodded his head in response. Why? Asked the nanny. Chalon in response drew a picture of a skull, and alarmed, the nanny got up and started pulling the large stroller to the uneven stone pavement ground, and the baby, rattled by the movement, started crying pitifully. And the person in the last room yelled, will you quiet that stupid baby of yours? And Chalon opened the last door, and the man inside was a hulky type of fellow dressed in a noble outfit. And instead of a rapier, he had a small decorated dagger inside a large cloth belt. And Chalon showed him the side, and as he read it, his eyes widened, and his face then turned into a grin, and he started laughing. And grinning, he said, who in his right mind would rob a temple? Chalon shrugged his shoulders in response, and he felt that and he left the man to his own ruminations, and at last he opened the door to Lady Jean's room, and he took her by the shoulder a bit to wake her up, and her snore awoke her, and languidly she got up, and she seemed a bit of a daze, and recognizing where she was, she said to Chalon, is it time to go home? Chalon nodded in response. And Lady Jean held her cane and took a step forward, and then another, and Chalon followed behind, and the ground was a bit uneven, so she went slower than usual. And by the time they reached the door, the guards were already arriving, and one of them commented, are you one of the patrons? Lady Jean said, yes, and we are just leaving after hearing the news. Did you see or hear anything unusual? Asked the guard. Not really. When meditate. I am quite keen on shutting out the exterior influences, and the fountain also helps mitigate some of the noise, explained Lady Jean. And you, boy, asked the guard to Chalon. Chalon was about to write something, but Lady Jean said, the boy is daft, so he wouldn't be much use to you anyway. I see, said the guard. Carry on, madam. But daft means it's a medieval way of saying that he dumb. Lady Jean moved on ahead, and Chalon lingered a little and seemed inclined to write something on his board, and in the end he decided to drop the matter altogether. And it was an hour and a half till sunset, and when night came, Chalon's nightly duties would begin. And these duties depended on the time of year and the current need of the clan, and for the moment the clan needed more fighters. And as such, it was Chalon's duty to find willing recruits. And with the progression of the Civil War, the roads in the kingdom had become far more dangerous, and soldiers that were normally clearing out the bandits now had more urgent matters to attend to. And this had caused a decrease in trade between the cities, and it had also increased the number of refugees. And Chalon believed that the little thief was not native to society, and if he was, he would have known the strange-looking structure was a temple and not a mansion. Alright, I think that's a good spot to give a bang. God bless. My name is Teresita Blanco, the Artsy Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 9. If it was, he would have known that the strange-looking structure was a temple and not a mansion, and for starters, the structure did not have any idols or altars or anything that would mark it as a temple for the uninitiated. and Chalon's ruminations were interrupted when he saw a person approaching him and Lady Jean at a high pace. And based on his intentions, the person was going to bomb rob Lady Jean. You know, like that scene when like a thief just bumps into you and then he robs you. Before he could, Chalon made one of the tiles in the payments rise slightly and discussed the would-be thief to lose his balance and give a couple of steps to keep himself from falling. Continue with their walk, and the thief looked behind at his target and then to the floor tile, and he raised an eyebrow when he saw the tile sink back down on the floor again. And Lady Jean commented, "Are there usually this many muggers?" "It has something to do with the weather," wrote Chalon down. "What does the weather have to do with anything?" asked Lady Jean, incredulous. "The weather affects people's moods," wrote Chalon. "How so?" asked Lady Jean. "Think about it. How does seeing a rainbow make you feel?" wrote Chalon. "Happy," said Lady Jean, indulging Chalon. "Just as rainbow inspires positive emotions, certain weather types inspire negative emotions," wrote Chalon. And he read this message after Lady Jean read it, and afterwards he added, "Like, for example, when it rains, people tend to feel sad and lonely. And as for cloudy and windy, it makes people feel agitated and worried about their future. And so thieves are more likely to work on cloudy windy days." "If you say so," said Lady Jean. "I personally prefer windy days because it is easier to fall asleep and all I need is to open a window and the breeze cools my room quite a bit." "I was also making a generalization. There are exceptions to all rules," wrote Chalon. And by now the pair had crossed the road and were on the second block, and only a couple of more blocks and they would be by the gate. And while they had spoken, the pair had noticed a different fellow trailing behind them, and Lady Jean had done her best to ignore the man, and Chalon indeed was pretending that the fellow was not there, and he did not sense any negative emotion. As such, there was no cause for alarm, and Lady Jean was silent for a bit when he saw the man drawing closer, and she breathed in a sigh of relief when the man turned a corner. "Chalon, what is your favorite type of weather?" asked Lady Jean to continue the pointless weather conversation. "I like foggy weather. It gives a nice romantic, intimate feel to everything," wrote Chalon. "I find fog rather dreary, and the water droplets cling to everything, and the fog may even make inanimate objects cry," said Lady Jean thoughtfully. And Chalon, following her frame of mind, saw that what she had just remembered, and when Lady Jean was small, there was a fountain of a little girl in the gardens, and whenever it was foggy, the condensation made it seem that the little girl's statue was crying. And it was many years later that she learned who was buried beneath the statue. And Lady Jean frowned when she noticed eyes taking that restful, thoughtful position, and she pinched his arm, and then she added, "This little habit of yours is annoying, and can a person not be allowed to have their own private meditations?" Like, she noticed that he was reading her mind. It's like, so then she pinched him, to break his concentration. Chalon shook his head in response, and he reached his board to ask something, but Lady Jean rose her hand, and then she said, "I am done conversing with you for the moment, and as to why, you should know by now." Chalon sighed, and he started preoccupying himself with his surroundings, and by now almost everyone in camp was onto Chalon's ability. And aside from being somewhat bothersome, most people did not make a big deal about it. It was treated like any other magical ability, and the reality is that magic people are different than telepaths, and Marines could be magic users, but magic users did not have the innate ability to read minds. And this ability had more to do with the physicality of the brain than the mana, and how it worked varied from person to person. And as for Chalon, he picked up on the electrical currents generated within the brain, and he would then play it back to get a view of what the person was thinking. And the process could be done in real time, with a lag of only a couple of milliseconds. And the clouds moved over the sky somewhat lazily, but the wind felt a tad cold, and the gusts ranged from 5 to 10 miles per hour. And Chalon saw another one of those carriages pass by, and more guards were making their way to the temple. And with such high numbers, there was a good odds that a fellow might get caught. And they had a vital clue after all, and they would capture any fellow trying to buy items with counterfeit coins. And the thief was probably John Toonsin, as though he could not tell real coins from fake ones. Lady Jean broke the silence and asked, "What normally happens to thieves here?" "They get sent to the mines," wrote Chalon, "and if they are younger than 8, they get sent to a prison orphanage." "That's a bit young, don't you think?" commented Lady Jean. "Imperia la Divina started ruling when she was 8. Chalon erased it after Lady Jean read it, and then he added, so she believes that 8-year-olds are old enough to know the difference between right and wrong. Huh, said Lady Jean, not too convinced. And as they were speaking of this matter, Chalon and Lady Jean were passing by one of those prison orphanages. And this did not know it at the time, and the place did not look like a prison, and the gates were open. And it had an interesting garden, and the windows were made of stained glass lead. And each window had a different design, and the facade only had 4 large windows, and the first one featured a person fishing, and the right one had a person sailing a boat, and the left window on the second floor had stylized depiction of a coral reef, and the second one had a jellyfish surrounded by a school of tiny fishes, and it was the fetish jellyfish window which caught Chalon's attention. And this house had a lot of nautical references because the owner of the prison was a worshipped Erua, the goddess of seawater. Fresh water had its own divinity. So yeah, like there's different water goddesses, if it's salt water or fresh water. They made a difference. The most popular at the moment involves, unlike the cultists of Lara, Erua had many different styles of worship. And the most popular at the moment involves sailors wearing makeup. And those inland found this outward expression of worship laughable, and it was no laughing matter to the sailor. And those who stuck to the belief diligently always returned to port in one piece. And all in all, there was not a centralized type of religious organization, and each little region did its own thing. However, with the waning of the power of Erageddon, the priests were working hard in their region to fill out the power gap, and in this way they hoped to make themselves king priests. And such efforts were still in their infancy, and they bear no relevance to their report. It just seemed like useful background information for my reader to know. And after passing by this orphanage, Chalon stopped before crossing the road, and there was a group of guards marching. And since they did not inspire much confidence, Chalon and Jean turned into the adjacent alley, and from there they stopped to wait for the guards to pass by. And the clouds were slowly gathering, and the alley itself was sandwiched between 2 4-story tall apartment complexes. And since there were older buildings, the alley was slightly thinner than the current regulations allow. Still, it was a bit too much of a hassle to tear down perfectly good buildings to make a bigger alley. And the whole point of this explanation is to illustrate the fact that it was a dark little alley. It was the perfect place to get mugged, as far as I'm concerned. And thankfully the incident at the temple had the guards all in a frenzy, and any self-respecting mugger knew to best lay low. And there was, however, a faint dragging sound, and some uneven footsteps, and as it drew closer, Chalon heard a ragged breath. Something like that. Raggedy breath. And Chalon did his best to ignore the sound, and many a times it was nothing that was pertinent to the physical world he inhabited. And most of the time it was ghosts. He said, oh my god, ghost be ghosting me again. The person, or whatever, eventually collapsed, and the guards were finally gone, and Chalon took a step forward, and he was detained by Lady Jean, who was holding on to his elbow. And she did not take a step forward, and turning around, she asked, did you hear something? Lady Jean was not the type of fellow who heard anything remotely supernatural, and since she was little, she had decided to focus on the real world and nothing else, and with enough willpower, one can control perception. And Chalon nodded his head, and at the sound of a familiar voice, the dying man said, help me. Chalon finally turned around, and he squinted his eyes a bit, and eventually he saw a huddled figure holding his sides, and he came to sit near the fellow. And he turned the stranger around to have a look at his face, and after gulping some blood, the man said, Chalon, please don't let me die. Lady Jean drew closer, and she grasped when the light of recognition hit her, and she exclaimed, by the gods, Jay, what happened to you? Help me, repeated Jay, grasping Chalon's shoulder. The blood from his wound stained Chalon's robes, and so while grudgingly Chalon made the attempt to help him. Chalon did not have his siblings' innate healing skills, and all he could do was based on science. So the scientific way of handling the opponent was as so. First, Chalon opened Jay's coat and vest, and using telepathy, he forced the wounds to close shut. He got from beneath his robe some oxygenated water mixed with soap, which he used to clean the 5 stab wounds to the belly. And once the gut was partly clean, he got 5 long pieces of his hair strand, and he kneaded them and he threaded them with a needle, and then he proceeded to sew up the wounds. And then he applied a bit of ointment over those wounds, and after he was bandaged up using a long, clean white cloth. As for the coughing of blood, Chalon read the mind of Jade's automatic system, and according to it, there was damage in the walls of the stomach as a result of the stab, and the liver was also somewhat compromised. And Chalon sighed, seeing what all his hard work he had led to, and he removed a single piece of golden string from his cloth, and he had it enter the vein, and it eventually made its way to the damaged area, and from there, it stood up the gastric walls, and as for the liver, the string turned into a milky substance that sealed up the blood vessels. With these initial repairs, Jay would live quite painfully for the next couple of days, and this was the best he could do with the tools Chalon had available, and with Jay patched up, Chalon carried the larger man in a fashion one usually did with little ladies. And Lady Jean followed behind quite disturbed, and by now Jay was fainted from the pain and blood loss, and she looked quite ghastly indeed with his robes and his face stained with blood. And this was in spite of the fact that he avoided touching Jay as much as possible. And while Chalon walked, people turned to look at him quite alarmed, and a person in a carriage passing by stopped and said, "Do you need a ride?" "Yes, sir, take us back to camp," said Lady Jean, alarmed. Chalon did not have means to protest, and Lady Jean was already in the front seat beside the driver, and Chalon placed Jay within and lying flat on the floor on his knee, and Chalon sat on the chair over him and looking down on the fellow, and when all were settled in, the driver raced back to the entrance of society. Time, bro?
11 minutes.
Before the carriage arrived, the merchants were going about their business, and some were rehearsing their little praise, and while others were setting out the portable wooden stage. And it was common for their performances to be done in the exterior of the city, and this did not stop the locals from visiting. And they knew by now what to expect, and in the morning the children had lit the city with posters promoting the performance, and by now the crowd of the locals were roaming the performers' camp, and there was also a couple of local guards here to maintain order. And the jovial piece of everything was shattered by the sound of two galloping horses and a carriage speeding out of the city, and one of the guards commented, "Oh, yo, what's all the clamor about?" And they came to see why the man was speeding and why he had run past the checkpoint. And right behind him there was a couple of paladins galloping after the speeding carriage, and the situation became clear when Chalon opened the carriage door, and his face was still splattered in blood, as well as his arms and robes. And the paladins, when they saw the reason for having returned to their post, and Chalon carried Jay in his arms, and word of alarm spread to the camp, and Harold was the first to enter the scene, and he said, taking to his mother, the friends rushed and unburdened Chalon, and Harold said, "Come with me, Chalon." And Kay entered the scene, and frowning, she said to Chalon, "What happened?" Harold said, "We are being watched. It is best not to discuss private matters out in the open." "I'm afraid he will not do so," said one of the guards coming forward. "A crime was committed within our fair city. Foreigner or not, this will not do." Time, bro?
10 minutes to go.
So yourself, said Harold, knowing that it was futile to argue with a curious guard. It's not like the guard cared that the foreigners had gotten attacked. He was just curious. He just bored. So he just wants all the details to gossip with his other guard friends. Cause of boredom. As if remembering something, Harold added, "Someone help Lady Jean return to her room." And right on cue, 4 jesters came and helped Lady Jean descend from the carriage, and she was escorted back to her trailer. And as for the guard, he was indeed inquiring out of curiosity and out of duty, and he had no intention of following through with the investigation of an attempted murder of a foreigner. And at most, he would offer his report to the paladins, and that would be the end of the matter. The name of this particular guard was Sir Lamorac, and he was a medium height, about 5'6", and he had short black hair and eyes that changed color based on his emotion, and it was a trait he had inherited from his nymph mother, and his father was some feudal lord or another, and his mother was not certain, and since Lamorac was a handsome youth, 2 lords had laid claim to him as their legitimate heir, and it was a fancy born out of convenience, and out of the fact that his mother had told both fathers that Sir Lamorac was their son, And this in the end does not matter too much in the grand scheme of things. Sure, he had properties under his name, but plain little prince in a castle was not too much of an appeal for Sir Lamorak. And to spend his idle time, he decided to get himself a safe little day job as a guard. And at most, all he ever had to do was beat up some thieving peasants. And the heavy lifting was usually done by the paladins. The paladins was just a fancy name given to the palace guards, and whenever anything serious was afoot, a small garrison of them would leave the palace, riding on horseback to tackle the problem, and there was usually a pair of them guarding each entrance of the city. And moving along, Chalon followed after Harold with the guard trailing behind him, and eventually they reached Harold's trailer, and Harold entered first and Chalon followed afterward, and before Sir Lamorak could enter, Chalon closed the door behind him, and Lamorak annoyed said, "Hey, you said I could listen in." And Lamorak knocked a couple of times, and in the end he decided not to press the issue. The night was closely approaching, and he was eager to end his shift. And once Harold heard the night depart, he asked Chalon what happened. Chalon grabbed his board to write down, and Harold took the board and shot from Chalon before saying, "I haven't the patience for your nonsense. Use your words and be brief about it." Chalon was silent for a moment, and during that moment he imagined how the rest of the day was supposed to progress, and after returning Lady Jean, he would have eaten his supper, and he would then have performing his night festivities as a big player, but a player nonetheless, and after the scenes he would have gone into the graveyard to awaken some dormant revenants, and depending on the reverend's mood, he might have performed a duo, or done a task or two, and we would have returned home to write a bit before tucking in his dolls for bed. None of the people from the clan made a big deal about the dolls, and each person in the clan had his own eccentricity that were indulged under the rule of Harold the laid back, and the bully culture did not exist in the camp, and any member who tried to burst a person's bubble was severely reprimanded. In the end, since Chalon was not speaking, Harold signed and he returned Chalon's board in shock, and Chalon swiftly wrote, "I was walking back with Lady Jean when I turned around and I see Jay bleeding out on the floor." "Who, you did not see the attacker?" asked Harold. Chalon shook his head in response, and Chalon added, "There was a thief in the temple, he could have attacked Jay." "It is certainly a possibility," said Harold more to himself, "and the city of society only grows more dangerous as its war progresses, and truly only an unscrupulous bastard could have the audacity to rob a bad temple." "Those who do become a curse in this world," wrote Chalon. "Then it should be easy for you to find out who the culprit is," said Harold, smiling. Chalon bashed his palm against his head, and then he mouthed the phrase, "You're right." Getting up, Chalon wrote, "I will track him right away." "Wait," said Harold, detaining Chalon. "Take Kate with you, and she might want to participate in the rites of retribution." Chalon nodded in response, and he left the trailer and made his way to the resting place of Jay, and he assumed that his sister would be with him, and along the way his belly started rumbling, and he made his way to the kitchen area, and since he was short of time, he cooked for himself some ham with cheese on top of it, and the cheese melted and he placed it inside a piece of bread, which was wrapped around a cloth, and with this done he proceeded to walk while eating, and he stopped a moment when he saw Vadim coming towards it, and Vadim was the father of the twins, and he asked Chalon, "Are you well?" Time, bro?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
It was then when Chalon noticed that he had not bothered to change, and his hands were stained with blood, and he was touching food, and this would be a hygiene problem for someone with low metabolism, and in the end Chalon placed under his robe his ass-eating sandwich, and he wiped the blood from his hand and the side of his robes, and he then wrote to Vadim, "I am fine. You should bathe before heading out, lest you attract unwanted attention, and Kay is waiting for you in the entrance of the city," explained Vadim. Vadim was about 5 years old, and he did not look a day over 25. And the humans in this world aged somewhat slowly than the garden variety humans of other worlds, and so people's lifetimes could be increased with technology. Still, most have kept the traditional aging rate, and these humans lived a bit longer than usual as a result of their diet, and there was an interesting bacteria on the soils, and when consumed by the locals, it slowed down the aging process, and those who ate more veggies tended to age a lot slower, and this is at least what the local grandmothers used to say to their children. Anyhow, Vadim had a tiny colored skin and mint-colored eyes, and he sported a beard because he thought it made him look younger. And his wife's Labby thought him silly, but she was not one to argue, and she detested any type of conflict, be they small or major. And at the moment she was petting Jay's head, and she used to do so ever since he was a wee child, and it would comfort him whenever he was not well. And Lavi was of a fairy complexion, though it did not matter too much since she spent a lot of time outdoors, and as such she had a tan complexion and her eyes were the color of amber, and she was 7 years older than Balin. Before taking his bath, Chalon peered through the window of Kate's trailer, and Lavi looked up and she said, "He's fine." Chalon stepped back a bit and he noticed the two other maidens coming with cloths and a wash basin, and it was important to keep the wounds clean to aid the slow recuperation progress. And from the trailer, Chalon went towards the well and he removed his clothing, and then he pressed them into his own white-clothed fists in the same fashion employed by magicians in their silly handkerchief tricks, and he proceeded to scrub himself clean with soap and sponge. And every so often he would draw water from the well to clean himself, and when he felt he was partly clean, he saw enforced a new set of attires. Time, Bob?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Since the night felt heavy, he decided to pour something a little lighter, and his new dress came in 2 pieces. The hood and sleeves were made of chiffon, and the ends of the sleeve were all embroidered, and the hood was also chiffon. The chest piece was made of charmeuse, and it only went as low as the chest, leaving the belly button exposed, and the skirt was tied by a thick leather belt, and it was made of chiffon with embroidered patterns, and below it he wore short pants that were knee-long, and for shoes he wore leather boots decorated with laces, and on the hands he had a small leather gloves with fingers open, and the entire collar scheme was black, and to break the monotony he had gold on the belt and ruby on the bow of laces, and large hoop earrings. And after looking at his over-the-top, Chalon reached into his sleeve and he brought out an ornamental rapier with golden leaves, and with this he felt himself dressed enough for the real world. And by now night had finally fallen, and there was a little bit of a red glow left in the night sky. And the stars were out, and the moon was shining rather brightly, and Chalon ran swiftly till he made it to the outskirts of the city. And there was Kay. She was dressed like a male nobleman, with a lace hat and a pretty collar with the dress sword, and still the overall color scheme was pink and white, and she was not visibly hot inside that outfit. Still the laws of decency prevented most people from dressing based on their temperature that surrounded them. And when she saw Chalon, she commented, "Are you not a little underdressed?" "Meh," wrote Chalon. "Suit yourself. It won't be my fault if we get fined by the guards," said Kay sternly. And the pair walked towards the town, and the magistrate was the same one from the afternoon, and when he recognized Kay and Chalon, he allowed them to pass without any inquiry. And once inside, Kay asked, "Where do we start our search?" Alright, let's leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, Diaz's sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 10. Where do we start our search? In the prison, wrote Chalon. "Do you think they got a man already?" asked Kay. "Seems likely," wrote Chalon. And the pair started to walk in the direction of the prison, and unlike most feuds, the prison was nowhere near the palace. And they started walking eastward, following the wall, till they found a storied-looking construction. And there was a paladin outside guarding the door, and when he saw Chalon and Kay, he asked, "Can I help you with something?" "My brother was stabbed today, and I think it was done by the temple thieves. And have you caught him already?" asked Kay. "Not yet, but speak of the devil," said the paladin. And right on cue there were several guards escorting that fellow, and on top of his head there was a growth of a flower, and it was a cluster of green milkweed flowers, and the thief was not aware of the growth, and he kept saying, "You made a mistake, I did not steal anything." And the truth of the matter is that all who stole from the temple were cursed in one way or another, and those who stole from the temple or were thieves got a weird flower growth, and depending on what they stole is the type of flower that grew. Now just imagine if it's like in those RPGs where like people are constantly pickpocketing, they rob a temple, and then they're like they get a weird growth of them, a weird curse, and then everyone knows that you did it. Though this crime rarely occurred, there was already an established protocol for finding the thief, and every person stopped by the guard was required to remove their hat, and if they had a flower growing on their head, then they were the guilty party. And the flowers were not always a curse, and sometimes they were a very blessing, and the most auspicious of flowers was the Biden's alba. And the flower blessing treats hypertension, inflammation, and bacterial infection, and it is not too uncommon for both male and females bearing such a blessing to be married. And the goddess Sortisa is a good matchmaker in this regard, and these marriages tended to be quite happy. And the first one of these kinds took place 700 years ago, and a good-natured sailor one day was blessed by the goddess. And at the time, such a blessing had never been given before, and all he saw was that he was growing a strange flower on his head. And at first he was tempted to cut it, but he got scared, and in the end he decided that the most sensible solution was to wear a hat. When gust came and he lost his hat, and when the sailors saw him with the silly little Biden's alba flower, they all laughed at him. And the one person who did not share their mirth was one of the lady passengers of the merchant ship, and she too was sporting the same flower, though it did not call anyone's attention since she was a lady and all. And she told him that the Biden's alba was a blessing and not to be ashamed of the goddess's favor. And she knew that she was blessed because she used to suffer from terrible coughing fits, but the flower cleared up her condition. And the two eventually married and they lived happily ever after. And their story has been passed down from generation to generation, though the names of the couple had changed from regional variants. The story was an interesting little side story. I'm a sucker for romances, and sadly there's none to be found in the Teresita Chalon. He is such a droll. Now back to the story. The thief was pitching a fit because he claimed to have been framed. I did not do this, he kept exclaiming over and over. Dinar is not going to help you out in this situation, said the paladin, shaking his head. May we speak with him, insisted Kay. I do not mind, the judges are going to be available till tomorrow, so you might as well have your fill, but I will not guarantee that you will get any results, said the paladin, opening the door for Kay. Chalon followed behind, and the guard read the stupid sign that Chalon always carried, and this elicited a dry laugh from the paladin. And the name of the fellow was Sir Laudarius Cassius, and he was the red descendant of an ancient sleeper known as Cassius. And the blood of this powerful being had been diluted over time, and all of his descendants were practically human. And he did have some oddities that tied him to the ancient ancestor, and the most notable was the ability to voice command on and off his pain receptors. And he also had perfect balance, which was a useful skill when dancing or trying to walk over a narrow path. And his most interesting skill was the ability to vividly recall the entire events of his life. All that Sir Ladarius had to say was the date and time for his mind to reproduce a perfect playback. And all the family members exhibited other unique attributes, but not so much about the sleepers, other than their sleeping habits. And it is rare for one to awake a helpful mood, and it's even rarer for the father of an entire bloodline, and it takes all kinds, or so it would seem. And like the ancient Cassius, Ladarius had a beautiful girly face with bright blue eyes and curly red hair. And to give himself a more masculine look, Ladarius sported a beard and mustache, and all finely combed and trimmed, and as for the armor, it was more ornamental than anything else, made of finely crafted silver. And due to his recollection abilities, he was stationed in prison, and he was to take note of all testimony spoken by the prisoners and commit them to writing. And he was not too obvious about this task because he did not have a visible pen and paper on him at the moment, and fugitives tended to have loose lips whenever they thought nobody was seriously paying attention. And Ladarius furrowed his eyebrow trying to recall something, and after a second he said, "You are Kay and Chalon." "Yes, do I know you?" asked Kay, confused. "We met about 10 years ago, and I saw you perform with your little brother, and you were sporting the most adorable little pink dress," said Ladarius. "Yeesh, don't remind me, it was so embarrassing," said Kate, blushing. "I thought you were quite charming," said Ladarius. "I suppose for a bit part," said Kate, and she added, remembering her brother. "As for the thief." "Ah, yes, I will arrange a meeting. You wait here," said Ladarius. And he led Chalon and Kay inside his office, and the top levels were more offices with libraries located in the center. And further below there was a series of dungeons, and the main interrogation was done on the first floor in a room surrounded by mirrors. And the prisoner was chained to the floor and made to stand, and meanwhile the interrogator had his cushioned chair and desk, and these were not two-way mirrors, rather it was a design choice. And the main judge to the mirror helped prisoners realize just how stupid they were sounding, and the local judge never had to rely on torture, him being a lie detector, and with enough questioning he could arrive at the desired truth. And Cesare was one of the few cities that did not allow torture, and the second was Sibila, the home of the dragons, and torture was seen as a way of needlessly damaging the flesh, and a pure body could be made to work, a broken one was useless. And as for capital punishment, it was allowed, but it was never done publicly because it ruined the aesthetic of the beautiful city of society. And a city that did love public execution was Aragon, and it was a good thing that Chalon was not in Aragon. And while Chalon and Kay were in the office, they took stock of their surroundings, and behind a writing desk and chair there was a gorgeous tapestry, and it was made of wool, linen, and silk, and the pattern in display was very distracting allegory of justice, and it featured a maiden only wearing a set of red necklaces, and the longest one went as low as her chest, and it was quite ornamental ruby, and her hair was combed with two little buds, and she had one of those stoic idealized faces, and on her hand she had a scale and sword, and the man who sold the tapestry to La Dore said that it was depicted the goddess of justice, and despite the large pantheon of gods and goddesses, there was not a single deity that represented justice. And this was part of the current climate of the day, and if there was no justice in this world, and there was also no god of injustice, and it was perceived as a chimeric illusion, something that naturally exists. Kay, staring at the lack of attire of the maiden in the tapestry, commented, "It is certainly quite the interesting choice of decoration, and I wonder how he manages to get any work done." And Chalon wrote, "Well, the chair is placed in such a way as to have his back turned to the goddess." Is that a goddess then?" asked Kay. "It is a representation of one," wrote Chalon. "I see, a bit informal in its treatment, don't you think? And it is almost blasphemous, don't you think?" asked Kay. "How so?" wrote Chalon. "Well, if I was a powerful being, I would not like people to worship me looking so indecent," said Kay. Because, like, the goddess is like one of those little Greek goddesses who are like in a very nudie outfit. If I was a goddess, I wouldn't like people to paint me with all of my stuff hanging out. "There is nothing indecent about the human body," wrote Chalon. "Yes, you are right," said Kay, ending the conversation. And this was not the first time Kay tackled this subject matter with Chalon, and both already had made their points in the past, and there was no reason to further pursue the matter. And from the tapestry, Chalon came to look over the top of the books, and they were all law-related, and the thickest one was about zoning and coding laws of Verageddon, and there were certain rules all hosts had to follow for all their new construction projects, and those found in violation were publicly flogged or were pressed to death using the same faulty material they had used in their construction project. And as an architect, Bertame would not tolerate that buildings had ruined the aesthetic of his perfect kingdom. Time, bro?
14 minutes.
I just imagine it, because like in the modern times, it's they're like pressed to death, like architects who made like faulty buildings. Like the first one in this shopping block would be those responsible for the stupid bridge, FIU bridge, that like killed a bunch of people.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's ancient history for some, but not for those that still remember. Whatever. Chalon took from under his sleeve his sandwich, and he took a single bite, and then he pouted when he noticed that Kay rolling her eyes at him, and based on his look, Kay could tell that Chalon was hungry and he was going to eat regardless of where he was. And Chalon took another bite, and some crumbs fell on the floor, and a small rat came to investigate. And almost on instant, Chalon jumped and landed on the table, still holding his sandwich, and laughing, Kay said, "It is just a rat, cheese." And seconds later, Ladorius opened the door, and he saw Chalon with his sandwich, and he frowned when he noticed that Chalon was standing on top of the table. And Chalon, to put an end to this, ate the rest of his dinner rather quickly, and when there was nothing left, he jumped down from the table. And then Ladorius came to his table, and using his cape, he fastidiously cleaned the spot where Chalon had just been standing. And Kay, still somewhat grinning, said, "I'm sorry, he's afraid of rodents." "No harm done," said Ladarius. And Chalon wrote, "I was just surprised, that's all." Now thinking about it more closely, it was not a rat, but an opossum. The pair started following behind Ladarius, and while he led them to the hallway to the interrogation chamber, Ladarius asked, "What is an opossum?" "They look like rats, but they do not have ticks, and they play dead when scared, and aside from cheese, they eat insects and dead animals," wrote Chalon. And Ladarius read the explanation before passing it to Kay, who pretended to read it before handing the board to Chalon. And Ladarius stopped before the iron door, and he said, "From our preliminary inquest, the boy snuck into the temple some months ago, and he has been eking out an existence by robbing people. And he says he cannot work without a payment, so he stole for want of bread. And this is a lie, of course. For years he visited society and was quite frivolous in his spending. And since his luck finally ran out," Ladarius added, "he calls himself Chase, and I think that is just a work name. and he went a little bit too much for my taste before giving me his name, and you can probably call him whatever he wants, and he will answer by that name. And if he did attack your friend, I doubt he will admit it, and I fear he will be sent to the mines by the end of the month if he doesn't show any signs of repentance. After this prelude, Kay was able to look into the face of the man she thought had injured her brother. And well, this was what she thought, and she had already forgotten that she had met him in the way to the dungeons, and he was chained to the floor, and the flowers on top of his head were already twice as big, and he appeared to be somewhat disturbed by the growth, and during the time he was alone, he had tried to yank the flowers from his head, and instead of being removed, the flowers doubled in size, and it also felt to him like he was yanking part of his scalp, like, you know, the skin of your hair. It's Chase, said Chase, and this was not his name. Still, he had a certain superstition. If you did not give your true name, you were immune to spells and incantations, and he thought it was a necessary precaution given his current predicament. Look, I'm not here about the temporary. I just want to know if you stabbed my brother, said Kay. Chase was thoughtful, and then he said, no, I only stab people who get in my way. I mean, who tried to do me harm, and today was a fine day indeed till I developed this growth. He then proceeded to scratch his head below the base of the roots, and he removed his hair when he felt the odd coils just beneath his skin. And Chalon drew near Chase, and as he scanned every inch of his body, it was then when he placed his hand within Chase's pocket, and inside there was a locket with a broken chain, and Chalon then handed the locket to Kay. Kay exclaimed, "Aha! Where did you get this?" "I found it on the floor," said Chase. "Try again, there's not a speck of dirt on it," said Kay, pacing the room left and right as she did when she pretended to be a detective. You know. Sweating a little, Chase said, "It is a family heirloom, and the chain broke and I was taking it to have it fixed, and I did not want to admit it that it was mine because it looks a little bit girly." Kay opened the locker, and inside was a golden curl and a painted miniature of a maiden in a green dress, and smiling Kay said, "Ta-ta! This is my brother's locket, and he will never drop it, not even by accident. And even when he does lose it, he has a chance that makes it return to him one way or another. Now tell me, when and where did you take this from?" Chase was thoughtful for a moment, and slowly some of the flowers were drying up and withering, and when he noticed the change, the flowers perked up again. He said more to himself, "So that is the nature of this curse. Fine, I will help you, but only if you help me." "You are lucky you are not dead with the way you are pushing your luck," commented Kay. "You can't kill me while I'm in custody. I know my rights," said Chase. "Rights can always be weighed at one's convenience," said Kay. And grinning, she added, "My friend here is a necromancer, and he could kill you and turn into a zombie, and you will look as if you are alive, but you are dead, and mindless puppet who will do our bidding. So stop it with the roundabouts and tell me what you saw." Time, bro?
8 minutes, 30 seconds.
She started to remember the incident that had occurred just a few hours ago, and Kay noticed that Chalon was reading his mind, and Chase was still intending to get something out of it, and he would remove some crucial details, and then this fool would have to return to make a bargain with him. And Chalon then wrote the word "done." Kay knocked on the door and then said, "He's all yours, boss." And Celadarius opened the door to let Kay and Chalon out, and Chase was confused as to what had just occurred, and it was then when he started to believe the rumors that magic users were all mind readers, and these were spells designed to steer your thoughts. Still, they could easily be countered since magic users were on the habit of using magic words when casting. And when outside, Kay said to Sir Lodarius, "He stole from my brother, but he did not stab him." And finally, Sir Lodarius said, "Even if he did not stab your brother, the knife is stained with fresh blood." Chalon wrote, "May I see this knife?" And Sir Lodarius procured the knife from one of the nearby cabinets, and Chalon took the knife and he examined it. And now the prince showed that Chase was the owner of the knife, and after smelling it over the top, Chalon did not recognize the smell of jade. And the strongest, most pungent smell did not have a human source as well. And despite knowing what it was, Chalon tasted the knife, and then he wrote, "It is steak." Oh, so that explains it. I don't know why he would use the weapon of his trade, but at least we know that the perp has not murdered anyone recently, said Sir Lodarius. "You don't need a knife to kill people, you know," said Kay. "So true," said Lodarius. "And we should be on our way," said Kay. And Sir Lodarius let Chalon and Kay out of the prison, and once outside, Chalon gestured to Kay to tell her what the memory fragment he had managed to siphon from Chase, and Chalon reached into his robes and he pulled out his long expositional board. And since he was still within range of the prison, some of the guards grew curious, and one drew nearer and came to silently stand behind Chalon and Kay to But he has different boards. So when he's gonna rant a lot, he brings out a big chalkboard for his long exposition. Time for a rant. Time for a huge rant. So buckle up. Chalon wrote this. The thief who called himself Chase was just finishing selling the leather he had bought from using the stolen coins from the temple, and he always exchanges his coin before returning to the inn, and he never did the money laundering in the same place anyhow. Along the way, he saw Jay with a girl he was taking by the hand, and the pair seemed to be in a hurry, and he took this chance to bump into Jay, and he was able to pilfer the chain locket, and he had such a weak-looking chain that it was just begging to get stolen, and the girl he was escorting was sporting the uniform of one of the workhouses. And Chalon was about to rhyme more when the guard standing behind him said, "So your friend escaped with one of our working girls." "He did not escape, he got stabbed in the gut," said Kay. "That's a shame, and you do want sudden and they reward you by backstabbing you, or in this case, front stabbing you." And you help that girl out and then she stabs you in the back, or the front this time, tick, pokey, said the guard, and he added, "If you tell me what the uniform looks like, I might be able to point you in the right direction. As of now, there are 4 workhouses, and depending on the color of the dress, it's the nature of the crime, and it's a good visual clue for the patrons who are foolhardy enough to deal with their ilk." Chalon put his board away, and he brought back his regular board, and he wrote the dress was red. "Was she wearing red shoes, or was she sporting sandals?" asked the guard. "Sandals," wrote Chalon. "And how many toe rings was she wearing?" asked the guard. One on her 2 fat toes," wrote Chalon. "And what does this have to do with anything?" asked Kay. "I am trying to narrow down the search. The red dress belongs to the murderer wards. The sandals illustrated that she committed the murder without a weapon. The rings relate to the type of item she used as a weapon. Had she used traditional weapon, the ring would have been on her finger. The rings are cursed like the flowers of Ortiza, and she would have to cut off her own toe to be rid of the curse, but then she would have to deal with the blood loss," explained the helpful guard. So like if you get like caught in like medieval magic prison and you get like a leg ring, unlike real world leg rings, you can't like remove it, you gotta like chop off your leg, or a magic guy has to remove it for you. Time, bro?
4 minutes.
Said Kay, raising an eyebrow. "You learn new things every day." "Indeed, the justice system in society is quite interesting. Back when I was working in Aragon, the criminal system was quite nasty indeed, with the tortures and the public humiliation. And it was a wonder why people even dared to steal a loaf of bread. Though I heard since I settled down somewhat as of lately, but I'm not too keen on returning to the hellhole," said the guard. "But pay me no mind. Now, about this ring of yours, where was it again?" Chalon wrote, "On the right fat toe." "Ah, yes, the right fat toe. That, my friend, is poison. Most women murder people with poison, and it's amazing how many poisoned husbands crowd up our morgues. And I blame arranged marriages, and I'm surprised they are still being practiced considering the liberal climate of this our fair city of society," said the guard. "And are you the town's official crier? What's with all of the advertisement?" asked Kay. "That's my day job on the weekend," said the guard. "It was fun chatting with you, and we better get going," said Kay. "Oh, and before I forget, which is the warehouse for the murderers? It is located on 4th Sherrill Street on the 17th of Emily Avenue, and look for a building that has ornamental bar windows, and the light should still be on. And in the front garden it has a tree swing, and I think the tree is a willow tree. Odd choice indeed. And when you come to the entrance, ask for Hannina. And she knows me, by the way. My name is Sir Pip, but you guys can call me Pip," said Pip. Time, bro?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Oh yeah, let's just leave it here. Bye bye and God bless. I'm gonna go to the murder house. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 11. Pip was indeed the knight's name, and he was the bastard of one of the nobles of Aragon. And since his mistress was an exiled elf, Pip did not have a family name, nor did his mother use her family name either. And since for the record people needed a last name for birth certificate, Pip was given the last name Aragon, which was where he hailed from. People with irregular births just had the last name or where they came from. Pip has shown himself rather useful because he has helped merchant caravans in the past, And back in Aragon, he had been accused of a crime he did not commit, and it was said to one of the merchants' testimony that he had avoided losing more than just his nails. They grew back eventually, but during the in-between period, it was rather painful to try to do anything with his hands. "Thank you, Pip," said Kay, bowing. Chalon did a courtesy to show his appreciation for Pip's aid. Pip smiled when he noted the gender swap of the vows. After the show of courtesy, Chalon and Kay started on their way back. Time 22:49. The night air was rather cold and somewhat crisp, and the sky did not have a single cloud. This allowed for all of the celestial bodies to be shown in their full splendor. In spite of all the moons in the sky, there was not a lot of study on astronomy, and the locals did not wish upon a star, nor did they do anything astrology related. It was almost as if the people subconsciously knew the truth. And despite knowing the nature of the sky, Chalon found it interesting to stare at the night sky from time to time, and he was staring at it while his feet were on autopilot, and they already had the coordinates to the workhouse, so his path did not require any forethought. Kay noticed that Chalon was staring at the sky, and curious she asked, "Is there a dragon up there or something?" Chalon shook his head in response. "Then what is so interesting up there?" asked Kay, giving a disinteresting stare outwards before focusing on the path that lay ahead. And there was quite a number of people roaming the streets at night. Among them was Ace, who bumped into Chalon. Chalon could have avoided him, but Ace was going at a particularly quick pace, and finally Ace said, "Watch where you're going." Chalon did not say anything, rather he moved aside and opened an imaginary door. And he then held it open to gesture for Ace to go inside. Ace muttered, "Minds are such a bother." And when Ace did pass, Chalon took this moment to treat him with his foot, and Ace gave a couple of steps till he regained his balance. And he guessed what Chalon had done, and he turned around to protest, but Chalon and Kay were nowhere to be seen. They had dashed behind a nearby stairs that led up a flat, and as soon as Ace left, Chalon and Kay continued on their path. Kay said to Chalon, "That was a bit childish indeed." Chalon shrugged his shoulders in response. "Why did you trace him?" asked Kay. Chalon brought out his board, and then he double underlined an imaginary word. And Kay was used to this type of response since she knew what it meant. "I suppose it doesn't really matter, does it?" said Kay more to herself. And the street lights by now were lit, and still close to the warehouse there was a couple that required lighting. And the lighting of the street lamps was a government paid job, and overall society employed 20 fellows for this job, and they all had to be done with their job before dusk had fully settled. And since the street corner was still getting lit, it seemed like the fellow doing his job was a trainee. And with practice, a simple task could be done with swiftness and efficiency. When Chalon and Kay reached the red warehouse, it became obvious why the fellow was taking so long. He was going very slowly from light to light in this area, and he was curious about the scenes that he had saw through the open windows. And since the night was rather cool, the windows were open to let in the night air, and this made going to sleep somewhat easier. On the surface, the warehouse was just like any other brothel, and the other ladies by the clear glass windows enticed patrons to enter, and there was a bouncer and the head matron. And the ladies and gentlemen had the right to refuse patrons they found unsavory, and they could spend entire nights not doing anything or anyone in particular. Societies brought us differ somewhat with their play approach, and there was a stage and there was public performance with a general theme. And this night's theme was the birds. And the males sported fancy plumages while the maidens were in duller dresses, and the males had to perform to impress the maidens. Following the bird theme, the performance included dancing, singing, and others would offer gifts. Chalon frowned a little as he saw the ladies waving at him from outside the window, and he wrote to Kay, "Is finding out who injured your brother really worth all of this trouble?" "And what's the matter? You scared or something?" asked Kay, laughing. Chalon shook his head, and in the end he decided to bite the bullet, and he said there was no escape from what God had ordained for him. And this was indeed the place Jay had desired to take him, and why of all of the hellholes did it have to be the workhouse of murderers? On the whole, this workhouse had a larger male than female population, and most of them had murdered their wives out of a fit of jealousy. Now they were dressed like their wives, trying to entice male patrons to be with them. And why did they put up with this thing? Well, do not forget that the alternative was to work in the mines, and lazy people would do anything with everything to avoid doing any actual work. Then again, these types of individuals who usually worked over extra hard in the mines to coerce them to return to the workhouses. The bouncer saw Chalon and Kay lingering out in the gates, and he came near them and said, "Shoo, get out of here." "Sorry, sir, but we need to get inside," insisted Kay. "This is no place for crazy people." "Shoo, shoo," said the bouncer, and he added, "Or do you want me to call the guards?" "Sir, we are not crazy people," said Kay. We were sent by Pip. He said to us for Hanina," wrote Chalon for Kay. "Ah, that's right, Hanina. We know Hanina," said Kay. "Why didn't you not say so before?" said the bouncer, opening the gates. "Come in, come in." The bouncer was not wearing an armor, although he didn't need it. He had twice the bulk of a normal man and almost twice the height. At 6'11", he towered above the average fellow like a mountain, and it was said that his fists were strong enough to punch right through armors, and he was known as the Bull, though his real name was Incitatus Rex Loyola, and he was of a noble family of torturers, and he was serving as a bouncer in the workhouse because he was not too keen in following his father's footsteps, and for good reason. So, like, he was either a bouncer or he joined the family business, which is, like, to torture people. Like our folks, we did not see the point of mortifying the flesh as a type of punishment. The inmates learned nothing, and society as a whole did not benefit from it. Forced labor is another story, and what the workhouse was doing is interesting, if I do say so myself. Anyhow, Bull had a cowardly nickname when he was little, and the name was given to him by his little sister, who used to ride him like a bull with a whip and everything. And since she was a little girl, she was allowed to torment him, and he was supposed to put up with it. It was around that time when he started to meditate on the nature of his family work, and if he accomplished anything by putting up with his sister's torment. And the long story short was that he left home at the age of 12, and he went to live with a weird uncle in society. And Bull opened the door for Kay and Chalon, and by now the street light in front of the entrance had been lit. And he looked at Chalon from head to toe, and he raised an eyebrow, and he said, "Are you certain you're not crazy people?" "I am certain of myself, but I have my doubts about him," said Kay, pointing at Chalon with her thumb. "You are certainly dressed like weirdos, and do you buy your own clothing or do you make them?" asked Bull. Chalon wrote, "I make them." "And what's with the board? Are you mute or are you pretending to be silent to gain odds for your cult?" asked Bull. "I do not have a cult, nor do I belong one," wrote Chalon. "Is Hanina like a password or something?" asked Kay. "She is a person, but she's not here today." "And have you been to a workhouse before?" asked Bull. "No," said Kay. Chalon sat a moment, then decided to shake his head in response. "Well, I would love to give you a proper tour, but I have to man the door, and I can't have people sneaking in or escaping, can I?" said Bull. And then he added, handing a little pamphlet to Kay, "This should tell you all you need to know, so have fun and always pay for things up front, when with a guard, always as a witness. This is, after all, the workhouse of murderers." "I see," said Kay, coming to sit beneath the swing to read the pamphlet. And Kay started reading the pamphlet under her breath, and when she concluded, she handed it to Chalon, who placed it inside his robes without reading it. "And let's just wander about to see if we recognize the maiden," said Kay. And it was then when Chalon got a report from one of our observers, and he wrote, "The person we are looking for is called Lydia, though her stage name is Holly, like the flower." Kay narrowed her eyes as she pondered how Chalon knew this, and it was not the first time Chalon exhibited random bursts of insight, and it was certainly did not have to be the last. This was certainly not going to be the last, and we had to say in this matter. And according to our records, Holly had murdered her husband because she did not want to sleep with him. And instead of talking things out like a normal person, she feigned headache till she got enough poison to kill the fellow. The man was not unreasonable. In fact, he had wetted her to hide the fact that he had other inclinations. And she would have gotten away with it too, but we tipped off the proper authority. So, like, there was really no need to, like, for her to murder her husband. He was only asking to sleep with her because society demanded, but he had no intention of ever, like, so she just murdered him for, like, not having a normal conversation, for assuming the worst. After a 4-hour interrogation, she confessed and was sent to the mines. She had only been in the warehouse for at least a month, and Chalon kept this information to himself. He knew that if Kay was informed, she was likely to kill Holly, and this would not serve any purpose in the grand scheme of things, and he thought it was always better for people to pay for their crimes in this world rather than in the afterlife. After meditating this matter, Chalon took a step forward and Kay followed behind. And the pair came to talk to one of the ladies who was dressed, and Kay said to her, "We want to see Holly. Holly's not seeing anyone today, or tomorrow for that matter, and at this rate she will be sent back to the mines," said the lady. "Whatever do you mean?" asked Kay. "Well, if you had bothered to read our brochure, you would know that the workhouse is still technically a prison. A dolled-up prison, but a prison nonetheless, honey," said the lady. "Still, we must see her," insisted Kay. "Fine, I will inquire, but I make no promises," said the lady. The lady was known as Brooms, and she had not committed any crimes, rather she acted as a snitch along with some other maidens, and they played pretend and acted in ceremonies, but they got to go home every so often while the rest rotted away. And these maidens were known unto each other based on their names, and the true criminals had flowers with, while the snitches had weed code names. You know, like the one was grass and the other one was Bermuda, you know, or dandelion or something. The interior was quite luminous, with a large audience and hot banquet halls, and tables and cushions and foods and carpets. The patrons were dressed elegantly based on the fashion of the day, and the convicts wore flowers themed after their names, and on the center there was a round table with the main convict performers. And the time you spent in the warehouse did not determine the day of your release. Rather, it was based on the number of times you worked and the nature of the service you provided. And those who did the public performance got off faster. And while a normal prison sentence could last 20 years, those on the stage were allowed to go home at least 2 years, assuming that they perform every day. And those who graduated from the warehouse were still exiled from society, and those in the other houses were given a chance to rejoin decent society. Still, even those exiles did not live with an empty hands, and the tricks they learned in the warehouse could service them in the future. Exile in society was a bit different than in other holds, and while those exiles were unceremoniously kicked out of the hold, the people in society took time to transport the convicts to another part of the continent. And depending on their behavior and signs of repentance, they would be taken to other cities, and now they were their problem. And some were even given startup money and a pair of clothing. And those that were not particularly well liked were shipped up north as far from the continent as possible. And from time to time, some whose crimes were too gruesome were unceremoniously executed during the transport, but never within society. Those executions were illegal, and it was more often than not that the handiwork of dear old Sir Ladarius. But that is another story for another time. And needless to say, he did not like the idea of workhouses. For him, they felt like a type of reward instead of a punishment to evildoers. If it was up to him, all criminals should be used in the mines, especially the murderers. And after getting this useful bit of information, Chalon could not help but utter the sound, And nobody around had noticed that he had made a sound, and not even Chalon noticed, and he was just a little disappointed by Sir Ladarius' other side activities. And the lady guided them upstairs, and it was surrounded by a gate from either side, and it was also so skinny that only one person could pass at a time, and this made it easier to corral the prisoners when going upstairs. And to masquerade it, the gates and bars were ornamented with figures of roses and dragons. And on the second floor, the corridors widened a bit. Still, there was only room enough for 4 people to walk, and its door was made of silver, and it had 5 locks. And a little window could be opened on the door to look on the inside. Still, the preferred method of observation was through the paintings, and in the middle of every room there was the 5th hidden room, and one could only get at those rooms from the attic, and from this narrow room the guards could keep an eye on their charges. And as far as paranoia went, the matron who had designed this house was full of it. It had originally been a mansion of someone of the Imperia kind, and she had designed this house in such a way as to keep tabs on all of her family members, and from the attic she could get to the small hidden rooms to eavesdrop on them. And after her death, the rooms were made even smaller, and the bars and locks were added. And this mansion just seemed like the ideal home to be turned into a red prison workhouse. And the hallway in the second room had a red and black wallpaper, and the mansion itself was red with white windows and doors and columns. And the roof was a mansard style, with small windows looking to the exterior. And there was no obvious stairs that led to the attic. Rather, the main stair that led to the attic could only be found in the basement of all places. And in addition to all of these weird niceties, it was said that this house was haunted. Time, bro?
A minute.
Indeed, it was, and from time to time the eye of Liza Imperia could be seen peeping through the peepholes behind the curtains and all the usual places she didn't like to hide. And aside from her, we observers also haunt all of the warehouses, and would have been here today, but it was said that something interesting was going down in the blue warehouse, so our main work staff was elsewhere. Chronicling the basis that the warehouse is always surefire way of making a quick buck or two in the universe. Anyway, after walking in this corridor surrounded by silver doors and creepy paintings, the Lady Bronze guiding Chalon and Kate stopped, and she thought a moment and said, "Is this a family business or a pleasure meeting?" "Neither. We just need some clarification," said Kate. "Whatever do you mean?" asked the Bronze. "We simply just want to ask her a question," said Kate. The ghost of gossiping light stared behind a curtain near a window and at the end of the hallway, and Chalon walked slowly towards it while pretending to look at the paintings, and he wrote something down on his board. And meanwhile Kate was talking to Bronze, and she was attempting to avoid answering why she truly wanted to see lights, and truth be told, the lady had every reason to suddenly worry. And it was not too uncommon for courtesans to get murdered by these grunted clients, and the only way to avoid this was to carefully vet each visitor and make certain that they were unharmed. And with the pair preoccupied as thus, Chalon felt easy enough to lift the curtain and show his chalkboard to the ghost. The chalkboard read, "I see you." Alarmed, Lice yelled and tried to pass through the window to head outdoors, and Chalon detained her by grabbing her spirit cloak. And he stretched a portion of his soul outside his body to speak to Lice, and using his spirit body, he said, "Look, I just want to talk. Relax, see and see through, just like you." Lice looked at Chalon's spirit and at his body, and in his fragmented soul form he had the same energy as a flea. And those who had the spirit of a flea tended to be quite bloodthirsty. And it is for this reason that we segment spirits, not bodies, but by nature. And like Lice, Chalon had quite a long spirit cloak, and the cloak was a spiritual manifestation of one's willpower. And the robes, since they were of a magical nature, also had an astral body. And as for Lice, her willpower manifested for her robes of the finest silk with pearls and diamonds. And for those who could see, she glistened with a radiance like the morning sun. And Lice saw herself like a 15-year-old girl from yonder times, with a round face, large expressive gray eyes, and curly hair, and the color of midnight. Lice said, "Now this is backwards. I haven't in long, but I've just forgotten. But where are my manners? And would you like some tea?" Her spirit manifested an entire tea set with chairs and everything. And Chalon sat down, and he accepted her offer, and he drank tea from her spiritual tea, and his soul was nourished by this exchange. After he drank tea with her, he said, "It is a little bitter with a slight hint of lemons, and will do just fine, thank you. So what brings you to my humble estate?" asked Lice. Not as in liar, as in L-A-I-S.
I was about to ask.
Or lays, I don't know, whatever. "Do you keep track of all of the comings and goings of this mansion?" asked Chalon. "No, a lady such as I would not stoop so low as to spy or even dare to gossip," said Lice, giggling. "What of your chambermaid? Has she heard something interesting?" asked Chalon. "Tessa has been in many places and seen many things, but aside from out of shadow, the subjects she brings are too mundane for me to pay any serious attention," said Lice coolly. "Has Tess told you anything about Holly?" asked Chalon. Holly. Oh, you mean the new scullery maid, a bit of a dapper puss, and she tends to spend her entire time flirting with a foreign boy, and I would not be surprised if one day he scoots her away, and we never hear from her. And unlike the other girls, she goes out to explore the city from time to time, even though she's not supposed to." "How does she get out?" asked Chalon. "Through the floorboard. When her father was small, he liked to crawl through narrow spots, though there walls and nooks and crevices, and in his old age, he still liked to engage in this hobby, and from time to time he likes to give people quite the fright. So silly, my dear father," said Lice added. And he showed Holly the secret entrance in her room in exchange of seeing her giggle a little, her candle mine. And Chalon thought a moment, trying to make sense of what she was saying, and then he said, "I see. So how far out of the house do your father's tunnels lead?" So like one of the ghosts told the prisoner girl there was another hidden passage that not even the wardens knew about. All because she amused the ghost person. Time, bro?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Just out through the horse stable, and from there you just push down on one of the bars and the gate opens, and then you enter the street through a little duster covered in spiders, explained Life. Chalon flew in the direction of the stables, and there were just 2 horses and a carriage, and it was mainly used to bring supplies and new prisoners into the warehouse, and there was a solid stone path that led to the main house and back. And after putting his head in, he saw that it was indeed hollow, and crawling through this hole was Lys's father, and his eyes glistened like diamonds in the darkness. As he walked, he contorted his frame, and he said to Chalon, "Look, Dad, I am a wagon wheel." And like a wagon wheel, he rode through his little tunnel, and on top of Chalon, he heard the horses stir nervously. And after getting this look about, Chalon returned to Lys, and then he said, "I should be getting back, and thank you for the tea." "You're welcome," said Lys. And when Chalon returned to his body, Kate was poking him on the shoulder, and Lady Bronze was passing her hand in front of Chalon's face, and she asked Kate, "Is your friend always like this?" "He spaces out like that from time to time," explained Kate. "He could not be possessed, could he?" asked Bronze, worried. "Why would possession be a thing here? Does it occur often?" asked Kate. "I don't know. The women talk, and one can't help but worry, and some say that at night they wake up because someone was licking their belly button. And it is something a little too weird and specific for it to be made up, or to be just be a dream," said Bronze more to herself. "Well, this is what to be expected if one lives in a haunted mansion," said Kate, and she added, "and if you train yourself, you can start perceiving the supernatural, and you can also avoid nightmares to boot." "And pray do tell me, how do you train for that?" asked Bronze in disbelief. Alright, let's end it here. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 12, right? Mm-hmm. The conversation was interrupted with Chalon turning to look at them, and Kate said, "We're going to go speak with Holly. Are you coming?" Bronze turned the key and she opened the door for Chalon and Kate, and she said to the pair, "I'm going to be nearby. Yell if you need something." Chalon and Kate entered within, and sitting in a corner was a stout maiden, and she had struggled in the mines for 4 years before giving in, and she had been helping to dig a new tunnel when a gas was found, and the entire place went up in smoke, and about 2 miners got burned to a crisp. And Holly thought they had died, and since they were removed with sheets covering them, and they had been taken away as such, so the other miners would fear their own mortality. And it was a good way to get them to be more careful in the future, and as of now, the 2 men are still recovering. And it was this incident that had prompted Holly to apply for the workhouse. And she was a medium-height woman with a face shaped like that of a dude, and she had a strong chin and a Roman nose, and the only feminine trait found in her face were her eyes and her big, naturally red lips. And her eyes were the color of amber, and under the light of the candle they glistened like 2 golden spheres. And she was currently wearing a nightgown, and she was in the process of combing her long, curly red hair while staring into a mirror. And when she looked up, she thought Kate was Jay, and when the sister dressed like a boy, she was often confused for her brother. Annoyed Holly said, "How are you alive?" And Kate said nothing in response in order not to betray her identity, because like Kate and Jay are twins. So then like the twin sisters there to find out why crazy Holly stabbed her brother. "I told you I was not living with you," she said, putting her mirror down to come in the vanity. And Holly leaned back and she rested her face on her wrist, and she added, looking at Chalon, "And you, have you come to aid me in my escape?" Chalon shrugged his shoulders in response, and he was a little bit of a loss for words, and in part because he was starting to feel a little bit stupid, and in the end, Kate decided to take the initiative. And going straight to the point, she said, "Why did you stab my brother?" "Oh," said Holly, taken aback, "I am sorry for the misunderstanding, and I can imagine the state he must have been when he returned to you, but you see your brother was done in by his own hand." "Chalon, did you know this?" asked Kate, annoyed. And in response, Chalon started to curl one of his strands and whistle, and as he whistled, he became smaller and smaller till he was the size of an ant. And Kate stepped on Chalon, and then she said, "By the gods, look at how much time we wasted. Look, sorry we bother you, and we best be going home." So like the brother stabbed, it wasn't that she stabbed, oh wait, but the gross you normally have like the white face.
What?
I sent you the reference for the gross, bro.
Yeah, what are you talking? Yeah, I know.
But it looks black over there in the drawing.
Oh, I thought that was Master Grimm's hand.
No, that was the gross face.
Oh yeah, okay, good.
It's a good thing that you showed me before you finish the drawing. But
I thought that was Master Grimm's hand.
No, that wasn't. That's the white snout of the grubs.
Okay, got it.
No, just like, whatever. He took some deep breaths till he was 3D once again, and Kay knocked on the door, but there was no response, and it seemed as if Brown assumed that this conversation would last a little longer, and Chalon wrote, "She's making her way to the spine spot," and Holly asked, "And what did your magic friend write? And if it's magic, why is he mute? And cannot Wizard cure himself? Kay said, "Chalon is mute because he's a fool, and as for what he wrote, here you can read it yourself." And she took Chalon's board and she handed it to Holly, who read the message, and she said to Kay, "And what is the spine spot?" "It is a place that the guards here used to spy on people, I suppose." And Kay added, "And they are pretty common in warehouses, also I heard. Considering the happenings here, I would not be surprised, so that explains how they know," said Holly more to herself. "How do they know what?" inquired Kay. "Nothing to worry your pretty little head about," said Holly, and for what it's worth, I am sorry for your brother, and had I known about his condition, I would have been a little bit more indulgent." "It's all right. Goodbye then, Holly, and good luck," said Kay. "It's Beatrice, by the way," said Holly, getting up and bowing. Kay and Chalon followed suit, and since the door was not opening, Chalon used telekinesis to open the locks, and then they left the door open for Holly, and when she saw them out in the hallway, she rose and closed the door behind her. And she indeed was not too keen in rejoining society, and for good reason. The pair was out unescorted, and as soon as they were out in the gardens, the bouncer bull asked, "Leaving so soon?" "It was okay, but it was not really our thing," said Kay. "Is there anything we can do to improve your experience?" asked Bull. "Well, sometimes people just want a good conversation and nothing else, and not everything has to be about the matters of the flesh," said Kay. "Why am I not surprised?" said the Bull, rolling his eyes. "Surprised about what?" asked Kay, feeling an implied insult. "Nothing much, and have a good night, you two, and be careful when walking. And there are foreigners prowling in the city," said the Bull jokingly. "Ha ha ha ha, very funny," said Kay with a fake laughter. When outside, Kay asked Chalon, "Why did you not read Jay's mind to see what had truly happened?" "Because you can't read the mind of an unconscious fellow," wrote Chalon, and he added, "and even then the person has to be thinking of the event you want to find out about." So you can't read a mind of a person who's not thinking because he's unconscious. You think how it makes perfect sense, right? "So you said, and you are able to get a good read on most people," insisted Kay. "I forgot," wrote Chalon in big caps. "Well, as long as you admit it," said Kay with contempt. The pair started their way back to camp, and luckily the red warehouse was just a couple of blocks away, and they would reach their destination in about 10 minutes. And on the way, Kay asked more to herself, Why did brother do what he did?" "You know how he gets when he wants something," wrote Chalon. "The girl's not even that pretty," said Kay, frowning. "I don't think it is like that," wrote Chalon. "How so?" asked Kay. "Think about it. Holly has a means to escape, and yet she chooses to remain in prison," wrote Chalon. "I see. I suppose it must be hard for a lady in a convent who doesn't know much about to get by in the world, and all these things are predictable, and when they keep a friendly work environment in the workhouse," thought Holly. "I suppose there's no point in thinking about it too much," said Chalon. And by now they were outside, and in camp the sound was as it was to be expected, and the people were rehearsing and talking normal. And one of the fellows seeing Chalon and Kay said, "Did you hear Jay's awake?" "And did he say anything stupid?" asked Kay. "Just the usual. The boy needs to learn some self-control," said the man walking away, and he was dressed in a harlequin's costume. And Kay said, "Well, we best prepare for the performance. I am at least glad that we did not miss it. I am not certain if my understudy was going to be able to keep up." "In order to keep up, one must show a bit of interest in the play," wrote Chalon. "Not this again, Cheech. I am sorry we did not do your thing, and it just seemed like a bit too expensive to make all of those animal costumes you wanted," said Kay, making excuses. "You're no fun," said wrote Chalon, pouting. The play Chalon wanted to do was about a catgirl detective, and it was based on a series of children's books his mother had written. And the episode he had chosen focused on the elder sister taking care of the catgirl for the first time, and while playing the catgirl had fallen down a well, and then a snake guy had saved the little kitty. And the sister had made the catgirl promise not to tell, and the snake boy naturally told her mother what had occurred, and the infantile nature of the play was the main reason why it was rejected. Cause
we need to do a scary cat episode. Like that is clearly a scary cat thing that you haven't made yet.
yeah, that it was in the back of my head and then I forgot.
Alright, don't forget, we gotta draw that.
Yeah, we gotta do it. Chalon figured that since there were a lot of kids in town, they might as well make a show for them. And the play had 2 other episodes as well. And somewhat disappointed, Chalon left to a dark portion of the nearby forest to pass his lunch. And it took him a couple of minutes, and after he concluded his business, he took a quick bath where he also evacuated. And when he was clean as dust, he left towards his changing room. And he had a big part in the first act, and he was part of the chorus dancing. And he was usually the main male dancer because he was more acrobatic than the average fellow. And the dressing room was made the same for all performers. There were the maids and the gentlemen putting the final touches on the clothing of their dancers, and Chalon changed into his leotard. And over he was dressed with the costume of a dancer, and they were doing a romance play about the goddess of love, and love was pretty popular in steaming society. And market studies showed that they preferred plays that featured 30% dancing, and they were not too big on the singing, and this information was provided by Chalon on arrival. And associated through the resources of the romance plays that had performed well in the past, and it was tweaked to have more dancing scenes. Time, bro?
14 minutes.
Chalon's costume was like a matador with tight pants that went over the knees, and the socks were pitch black, and the side of the pants had golden embroidery patterns, and the rest was blue. And the pants went as high as the chest, and over he had a golden vest with an ornamental jacket that followed the same pattern as the pants. And attached to the back of the jacket he had a long cape, and with the top golden and the bottom blue. And Chalon looked at his costume over the top, and it was indeed what was agreed upon. And after meditating a little, he decided to add a large black hat, and he had a ribbon with a sunflower, and the part that provided shading was about 10 feet in diameter. And Chan, who was passing by, said, "Your hat looks ridiculous." And in response to his assertions, Chalon added to his ridiculous hat a large ostrich feather. And Chan chuckled, as well as some of the other male dancers preparing for the show. And it is interesting to know that bullfighting never got started in Saturnastra, and as such the matador costume was seen like any other type of attire. Still, it was more common in the theater world because capes had gone out of fashion 2 centuries ago. And in response to his defiance, Chan left to speak with Mahala, and she was the oldest daughter of Harold's brother, and when the 2 clans had split, Mahala had chosen to stay with her uncle, and she managed all of the performers and was the one to call for any last-minute stipulations. And at the moment she was helping to close the corsage of Kate's dress. And as for Mahala herself, she was a Rubenesque beauty with a hair color of gold and eyes black as charcoal. And she was in the middle age with hundreds of lines in her forehead, and she always bore a worried look on her brow even when she was laughing or smiling. So like she had the look of somebody who's eternally worried. She's laughing. I got so much to do. I'm so scared. I had so much to do. I had so much work. When she saw Sean coming over, she said, "I haven't the time to deal with your petty complaints." "I am raising a legitimate concern," said Sean. "Sure you are," said Kate, drawing in a deep breath. "It's Chalon. Today was a bad day for him, and I think he needs to take a break from the performance to work on his mood," said Sean, feigning concern. "He is fine. If he was not in a proper mood, he would not have bothered to show up for work." "Well, it isn't the first time he has caused an unexpected ruckus, and I just don't want a repeat like last time," said Sean. And he was about to elaborate when he noticed Chalon standing there reclining against the post with his arms folded. Chalon gestured with his right hand in a wavy fashion, and Sean imagined that Chalon wanted him to elaborate. And indeed, that was Chalon's intention, and before his performance, Chalon would put his board away, and he did not want to risk dirtying his outfit. "And this is what I get for showing my concern," said Sean, looking at Chalon. And do try not to cause a problem tonight. Word on the street is that there's going to be someone from the pavilions today, and if we cause a good impression, we might get a commission to perform in the castle, and we must not let this opportunity go to waste." And in response to his assertion, Chalon straightened his left hand with a closed fist, and with the other he placed it over his elbow, and then he struck out his tongue and blew a raspberry. And Kate and Mahala, who knew what that gesture meant, started laughing, and Sean, who was not in on the joke, frowned and left the room to stand behind the closed curtain, and he was waiting for the show to begin. Mahala straightened Chalon's silly hat, and smiling she said, "It was the missing touch. Do your best." Chalon nodded in response. Chalon left the tent and made his way backstage, and it was almost time before the play would begin. And the person playing the goddess was a dancer they had picked up not so long ago, and she was a nymph who went by the name of Misty of Albion. And she had recently acquired her freedom and was itching to put her training to good use, and her owner had taught her many different types of dances, including ballet, and the one thing he had not taught her was how to read and write, and it was for this reason that Chalon always made an exception with her, and while he annoyed other people with his writing, he used telepathy to speak with Misty. When he did, he would move his mouth to mimic the word he was saying, still he was not using his true voice. And her tutu dress was golden, and the tutu was decorated with shiny reflective star-shaped glass buttons. And the skirt went as low as her knee, and those shoes were white with golden laces. And her hair was a stunning silver color, and normally the ballerinas would have their hairs done up, but for Misty they had allowed her hair to come loose. And this was Chalon's idea, and he thought it would add to the aesthetic of the dance, and it would make Misty look more godlike. And the bulbous nature of the tutu had an interesting effect, and it made Misty appear far skinnier than she actually was. And her face had makeup, and the makeup over her eyes was a dark brown, while her lips were painted purple. And for blush, she had a golden powder on her cheek, and she had been instructed to try to keep her eye colors in bright hues. Cause depending on the nymph's mood, their eye colors change. You know, they have mood rings in their eyes. So then they want her to be doing the dance only thinking happy, so that her eyes don't turn red, don't turn murderous red or something, cause it'll freak people out. Time, bro?
8 minutes, 30 seconds.
This was easier said than done, and to keep them light, she had to maintain a happy disposition, and she was somewhat a distracted fellow, and this could often cause a shift, making her eyes appear green or even red. And Chalon smiled at her, and she smiled and waved in response, and she said to Chalon, "Pretty soon I'm going to be able to read." "That's good," mouthed Chalon. "And too bad when that happens I won't be able to hear your lovely voice anymore," said Misty. "You put too much value on so trivial," said mouthed Chalon, but he's not really using his voice, just telepathy. "I know," said Misty, and she thought a moment and then added, "Are you going to do what we practiced yesterday, or are you just going to do whatever?" "A little bit of both." "I haven't decided yet," mouthed Chalon. "You have to promise to catch me," said Misty, walking closer, pointing with her finger. "If you drop me, I am going to be very cross with you." And Chalon, entering the scene, commented, "If I were you, I would not trust him with my life or my limbs." "I would not trust you either," mouthed Chalon. And Chalon narrowed his eye, and he knew that Chalon had spoken, but his words were only heard by Misty. Still, he pretended to guess what Chalon had said, and he added, "And now 5 of shadow, and the guests are arriving." And Misty moved the curtain a little and peered outside, and the makeshift audience hall was slowly getting filled, and the front row was usually vacated because the nobles brought their own chairs, and the stage was set at the foot of the city wall, and this provided a steady payment for the people to sit on, and it also added some more viewing points as well. And over the walls there were people and guards looking over, and as for the musicians, they were set in 4 corners, and in this way they simulated surround sound. And this had been one of Chalon's little ideas that they had bothered to implement. And there were about 12 musicians in each corner, with the same number of instruments, and the only instrument they couldn't put into 4 corners was the grand piano. And it was located at the foot of the stage, and to supplement the absence of the piano, those in the background had 13 players who utilized a glockenspiel. And for those not familiar with the instrument, it looks like a handheld xylophone. And other instruments being used were violins, cellos, clarinets, and oboes. And all of the instrument players were of the clan, and a good number were supplemented from local musicians who did not have anything better to do at the time. And a while back, La Imperia had decided to have her empire be famous for her music, and she was competing with the Dragon Riders of Sibira, and as such she created a music academy. And the music academy at the moment was no longer operational, and with the war, the focus had changed from the arts of peace to the arts of war. And practically every guard in society is familiar with at least one instrument, and every noble household has at least one virtuoso who was being whipped into brilliance. And one of those virtuosos was one who was gradually playing the piano, and he went by the name of Alphonse. And up until recently, he lived on the street, hiding away from anyone that might know him. And the guys who were onto his identity and his family name chose not to say anything. And it was a common knowledge that Father Alphonse was a little bit crazy. And at the moment he was living with Ace and Hardwin, and he was the one who damaged Ace's little flower, for which he had recently received a serious talking to. And among his many problems, Alphonse suffered from glass delusion. And he remembered swallowing a piece of glass when he was small, and it was a round piece used for ornamenting the chandeliers, and he never saw it coming out of his system, and in fact it did come out. And it was
happened to you in real life.
Yeah, I swallowed a glass piece when I was little. And you may wonder, why was I eating glass? I wasn't eating it. I just liked the way the texture felt, the glass texture felt inside my mouth. But you know, like little kids do stupid, like little kids do very stupid things from time to time. Felt like an eternal piece of candy, and then I swallowed it. Wasn't on purpose. It just happened. Mothers be like, why do you have it in your mouth? And then I'm like, I have it. And then I swallowed it. Whoops. What do you have in your mouth? I said, whoops. I had nothing. Gulp. Yeah. Time, bro?
4 minutes.
In fact, it did come out. It was just mixing with his other excrement. And ever since then, Alphonse has worried about what would happen if the glass broke inside his body. And from time to time, Alphonse would develop a bit of a bulimia. And he would eat heavy foods to see if he could wash out the glass bubble. And whenever he thought he would not find it, he would become quite disappointed. At all times, he imagined that it had passed into his lungs. And during those spells, he would breathe very carefully and only when he was standing still. And despite all of this, he still managed to develop a decent enough talent for the piano. And at the age of 47, he was the prime at his skills. And he never left society, and he never run past any of the familiar spots. And from time to time, he would go to temple to see if a priest could heal his conditions, but it never worked. His malady was of the mind, not of the flesh, and so fixation is something that there really is no cure for, and this is at least what his family thought. So Chalon fixed him, and using his telepathy powers, he made Alphonse imagined that he had actually managed to spit out the bubble, and now that he was cured, quote-unquote, he sat on the piano chair with a steady stride. In time, bro?
2 minutes.
Alright, let's just leave it here. Bye-bye and God bless. Bro? Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Isis sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter, it was 30, right?
Yeah.
The scene after he spat out the bubble was rather pitiful, really. Let's roll the tape here. Shall we? Here we see Alphonse crying as he holds up nothing in thin air, and he says, after all of these years, I am finally free. And Chalon wrote in his board, it is only a day's work. If I had known that all I had to do was reach down into my throat, I would have done so many years ago, said Alphonse, laughing. It was stuffed with some sticky honey, and you were never going to dislodge it, explained Chalon. And Alphonse then threw the imaginary piece of glass on the floor, and he stepped on it, and smiling he said, now you will never hurt anyone ever again. And Chalon asked, and what are you going to do now? I don't know, I think I'm going to set myself straight, and I can return home looking like this, said Alphonse, a little bit more composed. I don't feel right about you living on the streets. And Chalon thought a moment, and then he added, you should ask the gardening brothers, and they might hire you as a local bar, 'cause their flowers grow better with music. I will do that then, said Alphonse, and he added, bowing, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. And ever since that incident, Chalon had been playing music for the traveling merchants for free. And he has been in all of our rehearsals, and the court lady in question whom Chalon had referred to was Alphonse's sister, Lady Scarlet Muse. And she had always known of her brother's whereabouts, but did not know how to help him, and she was not the type of person to stop someone from doing what they felt like. And she was in the audience dressed as a handmaiden, and her own handmaiden was dressed like a lady. And her maid was Bridget, and the two had grown up together and were very close, and Lady Scarlet had even paid Bridget's dowry. And Bridget still worked for Lady Scarlet, but more out of habit than anything else. And since Bridget had failed to conceive children, she took care of Lady Scarlet's brood as if they were her own. By now everyone was seated, and the sounds went from murmurs to coughs to the annoying bodily noises, and then finally silence. And well, there was not true silence per se. There was the noise from the rustling of the nearby street, and the torches from the walls provided the stage light. And the play started with the piano, and Alphonse closed his eyes, and he started doing an improvisation on the word that he had practiced. And after weaving a tangent, he opened his eyes, and he started following the music sheet. And sitting on top of the piano was a little boy, and his only job was to turn the pages. And despite much practice, Alphonse did not have the music memorized, and still he could follow dexterously enough with his nimble fingers. And and his sister had the same hands as well as the gray eyes, and both had aged rather quickly due to the suffering caused by Alphonse's malady. And while Scarlett had a round feminine face, it was marred with countless lines of suffering, and her brother too had a haggard look on his face, with the sunken cheekbones of not eating well, and a somewhat hunched back from sleeping on the floor for so many years. And while playing the overture, he took a furtive look at the audience, and he recognized his sister in the audience. And this recognition made him grin a little, and his nostrils took a lighter, more fluid pace, and his playing became more relaxed. The other instruments soon joined in, and the play finally began. The curtain rose slowly, and the audience study was to build up suspense. And the truth of the matter was that the pulley system was malfunctioning. Like the curtain rose slowly because it wasn't working well. Eventually, the curtain did finish rising. And at first the audience saw two pairs of small feet, and then they were soon followed by a part of the skirt, then the delicate hands, and then the rest of Misty. Since the raising of the curtain was delayed, Alphonse gave the notes a bit of a longer intonation. And the musicians were trained to do the same, and this was a bit of the gambit they had practiced in case of unexpected delays. And when everything was at a normal speed, Misty started with her little footwork, and it reminded Chalon of the dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. And Misty stretched her hands forward with quite the gleeful expression on her face, and when she smiled, Misty always showed a little bit too much teeth, and this highlighted the fact that they were all uneven, and despite this defect, they were all pure as pearls. And those who were sharper of hearing could discern the fact that Misty was humming the piano song to herself. And it was a bit of a habit she had no control of, and since it was barely audible, it was tolerated. And from the little tippy-toe movement, she started turning, and as she moved to the stage from left to right, and when she reached the left side of the stage, Sean stepped forward, and as he advanced, she retreated till she was towards the right. And from the right advanced Chalon, and when she moved back, another dancer joined in the stage, and this dancer was Kate, the disguise of her brother. And she was taking his place as he was still recuperating, and soon other male dancers joined the stage, and they were not as skilled as Chalon, Kay, or Sean, but they provided a reliable arrangement, and a couple were former slave elves, and two were dwarves who wanted to be taken seriously, and the last four were giant children ages 7 and 10. And when the dwarves entered the scene, some of the audience started laughing, and the dwarves stoically ignored them, and they continued advancing while dancing. And when the circle around Misty was tight, and she brought out a fan that was hidden under the back of her dress, and with this she started little dance motions, and she would fan away all of her eager suitors. And as she did, her leg combinations became more complicated, and when all the male dancers were pushed back, she stood in the center, gently turning in circles, and she eventually stopped, and she closed her fan, and she pointed at the first suitor. The first one was one of the extras, and he did some mad acrobatics, to which Misty responded in kind. And to push him back, she did an attempt-step poisson jump, and followed by a grand jet, and concluding when I passed the shot. And when she brought out her fan again, she started tippy-toeing her way back to her original starting position. And the same scene repeated itself, and this time with larger numbers of suitors working in unison, and for the sake of brevity, she had dispatched the main box in about 3 minutes, and when it came time for Kay, her movement set was a little bit more gymnastics. In this world, a lot of gymnastic moves have gotten integrated into the dance form that we know as ballet in our world. And in one of her turns, Kay had held up her leg with one hand outstretched, and she managed this move build-up. And she managed this move building up on the momentum of a regular turn, and she timed it in such a way as to face Misty, and before bowing, while keeping the leg touching her head. And in response to this challenge, Misty removed the sash of her dress, which stretched a couple of meters in length, and she tied it to her fan. And then she used it as a baton, and she changed her dance into a little routine reminiscent of rhythmic gymnastics. So gymnastics in Saturnastra fused with ballet. So like being a ballerina is even harder in that world. When she concluded this little duo, Misty inspired plenty of clapping from the audience, and in response to her gymnastics, Sean started his routine, and he opened with a somewhat standard back handspring, which evolved into a back somersault, and Misty circled around her fan with her little string and drew nearer to show her she was impressed. And then she looked at Chalon, who drew her string around him to encourage him to do something amazing. And Chalon was supposed to mimic Sean's movement, but in a clumsier fashion. And instead, Chalon did a combination of cartwheel to his jump evolved into a sideways scissors leap. And then he added a couple of layabouts with a 180-degree turn at the end. And Chalon was capable of more acrobatic feats, but the trick to being impressive in the human world was keeping his dance moves impressive but believable. Sean knew he could not beat Chalon in acrobatics. He still remembered that one time he found Chalon contorted hiding inside a little box. And what was he hiding in that box in the first place? Well, at the time it seemed like something fun to do, and he spent the entire day trying to contort his frame into different crevices all over the camp to freak people out, to freak out whoever found him. So like, you open a door, and then he's Chalon contorted. He's just like a cat. He's like a cat, like in being fluid, being able. You know how cats fit in like weird places in weird contortion. Yeah, he was doing a cat bit. Sean folded his hand and he thought a moment, and it was then when he arrived to a singular idea. To carry out his plan, he did a combination and a dismount of the stage. And then he came to one of the nearby violinists and took his instrument, and still holding it up, he jumped back into the stage and using the spring that one of the people working under the stage provided him. And he did a forward jump with a half twist with his back tuck, and this jump did not require the use of his hands. And when he was on stage, Sean played a fast combination of music, and then he pointed at Chalon with the bowl of the violin. And Chalon came close to him to take the violin, and Sean stepped back, and then he said, "Get your own." And I said, see, I played the violin, and then be like, and then can I borrow your violin? And no. This got some of the chuckles from the crowd, and seemingly annoyed Misty placed her palm to her face, and she shook her head sadly. She said, because they got a script and now they're like just fighting. Just regular, just regular fighting nonsense. But not like fighting in like fisticuffs, but more like one-upping each other,
It's more bickering than fighting.
Bickering than fighting. You know how guys get whenever they're competing for attention. This got some chuckles from the crowd and seemingly annoyed me. She then folded her hands and waited for Chalon to be booted out of the stage, and in the meantime, the main instruments had stopped playing, and only Alphonse was playing music, and since he had started our improvisation, he punctuated the scenes he saw with his piano, and never skipping a beat, he watched Chalon and company like a hawk, and now he was playing at light notes to make the entire scene seem more like a comedy. And it was just about anything to save the situation, though in reality, the play was supposed to have been very serious. And to depart the stage, Chalon dismount started as a cartwheel, which transitioned into a jump with a back tuck. And when Chalon came to the musician held on to his violin protectively, and he said to Chalon, "Enough is enough, just follow the script before the audience realizes that this isn't part of the show." And Chalon walked to the other side of the stage, and again the violinist refused to give him his instrument. And annoyed, Chalon removed his silly hat, and he got out a violin from within it. And to get back onto the stage, Chalon ran a bit and did a forward tuck jump with a half twist. And the person that had put it out the trampoline had been half tempted with removing it to mess with Chalon's jump, and in the end he decided not to do so. And to keep things short, Chalon played a portion of the fourth movement of Bartók's sonata for solo violin. And those who were familiar with the instrument understood the difficulty of it, and Chalon only played the first half of the movement and then the finisher. And he was not too keen on the mero allegro portion of it, which he detested. And he might have picked out something a little more thematic, but he was being put on the spotlight. And he knew that Sean was testing him, and he was not about to lose. And indeed, it was quite a petty situation, and the novice with a pocket watch and a pamphlet knew that this opening night had already lasted 10 minutes more than was scheduled. And Lady Scarlet imagined that Chalon and Charles were truly pining after Misty's affection, and what else could explain why one of the dancers had not vacated the premises, as per required by the script. And this play was about love was based on the popular story about her, and in order for the story to progress, one of the two had to give in, and instead of playing music, Sean opened his mouth and he sang in a loud, strong tenor voice, "Meow." And Sean knew that Chalon could only use his telepathy with one person at a time, and he guessed after seeing many interactions of Chalon in the past, so then he just sang because he knew that Chalon couldn't sing. Chalon narrowed his eyes and he left the stage. And when he got Misty breathed a sigh of relief, and as some returned to follow the script, and the play resumed with Chalon already playing his part, at least he had his 20 minutes of fame or whatever. Tyrell?
11 minutes.
Waiting for him on the other side of the curtain was Kate, and she was already dressed for the next part of the scene. And folding her arms, she said, "Why must you always be so difficult when Sean is around?" And from inside his eyes, Chalon brought out his board and chalk, and he scribbled down, "He's the one who started it." "Is he thinking bad thoughts about you? I can have Grandpa look into the matter," said Kate. "It won't be necessary," wrote Chalon, and he added, "There are some things that cannot be helped." "You're always right that whenever you don't want to deal with a problem," commented Kate. "You can read me like a book," wrote Chalon, and he added, smiling at the end of his sentence. And Kate looked at the smiley face, and then at Chalon's dark look on his face, and noting the time, she said, "We can deal with your nonsense tomorrow, and for now just do whatever it is you usually do at this hour of the night." "Grave robbing," wrote Chalon. "It isn't so much as grave robbing if our own family member, if it's our family member, our ancestors, is it not?" said Kate. "I still think it counts," wrote Chalon more to himself. And in response to Kate's inquiry, he simply shrugged his shoulder, and he left the stage and he went to the changing room, and he neatly folded the clothing provided to him for his performance, and from within his city hat he brought out his current change of clothing, and one of the stations had prepared for him a tub of hot water, and during the morning Chalon preferred cold water, and at night he preferred a warm bath. And before entering, he rinsed himself over the tub with one bucket, and then he cleaned himself with soap before removing it over the tub with a second bucket that had been provided. And when he felt relatively clean, he went to enter the bath to soak and mope a little bit. He gently stroked the surface of the water with his index finger and thumb, and he sighed a little, and he thought that even with 30 hours, there was barely enough time to do everything he wanted. And he pondered a bit on the following day, and if things went well, they would perform for the nobles. And this would require a bit more finery, and he would probably spend the entire day helping the seamstress. And there was also the continuation of the editions of the play, and he might also have to help Sean a bit with his morning routines. And if everything went well, he would get a little time to do whatever he wanted, and he closed his eyes and he thought a moment, and by focusing on his breathing, he was able to stretch a single moment to infinity. And to time this little trance, he stretched his hands, and he would snap out of it as soon as a single water droplet fell into the water. And this change in perception had its own problems, and there were two types of things in this world, and there are things that seem to stand still because they move so slow, but there are also the latter, and of the roaming little speed demons to which everything stood still. To them humans were like plants. And the flap of the can opened and closed rather swiftly, and inside there came a fellow with eyes the color of amber, and the iris covered the entire eyes, and the people was horizontal like those of a goat, and the person wore a type of kimono, and his hands and feet were long and thin, and he walked on his tippy toes. And he stopped a moment to look at Chalon, and from his small mouth it emitted a very faint sound noise, and with his heightened perception, Chalon noted that it was speaking in a strange language. And Chalon had heard of these people, but he had never seen them in the flesh, and they were known as the Sea people, and they were cave dwellers like the Trolls, and aside from Chalon's people, only the King Bersamer was aware of their existence. And the Sea rarely took an interest in the happenings of the people in the above world, and for them humans were just like snails, and humans were very rarely took an interest in the life of a snail. It's like there are species of people that are all speed demons. So then they perceive humans going about their business the same way that humans perceive snails doing their stuff, you know? And since we're going uber slow about everything, they just like, meh, they don't take an interest in what we're doing. Aside from the humanoid beings, there was another subspecies of beings that fell under the sea category. And anything that moved as quickly as they did consider them sea creatures. And the sea person said to Chalon, "Are you a snail? And yet I see that you can perceive me." And using his telepathy, Chalon said, "Hello to you as well." "I saw your jumps in the play and wanted to get a better look at you," said the sea person. "I suppose falling is quick enough for you folks to catch on," commented Chalon. "Seems like it indeed, though I can imagine the patience you must exert to live among these slowpokes," said the sea person. "It is not so bad. It is all a matter of changing your point of view of the world," said Chalon. The conversation ended when the water droplet fell, and since the sea person was standing still, the station was able to see it, and taking a step back and falling, he said, "Whoa, what the hell is that?" And in response, the sea person returned home, and the only hint of his presence was the flapping curtain of the entrance to the den. And it was this visit of the sea person which allowed Chalon to finally remember last night's dream. Time, bro?
6 minutes.
He had been trying to remember it all day, and this was part of the reason why he was half distracted at times, and he was getting remembering and putting a pin on it for the subject matter. And as it happens, people usually have several dreams during the long period of the night, and people usually only remember the last one, and Chalon was keen on remembering the middle dream. And unlike many of his peers, Chalon had a curiosity about the ancient past and the worlds as well, and this dream took place in the original planet Earth, and it was the year 1960 or the other. And he saw that there was a young maiden in a strange facility, and when she passed by the entrance, he read that it was an insane asylum, and she was being taken out from there on a wheelchair, and she was placed inside a vehicle, and from there she was taken to a military building. And the general who was looking at her frowned, and he told one of his men how that would snap her out of it. Just put her on the computer, and that is what her handler stipulated, explained the cadet. And based on the uniform of the soldiers, they were a peer from the U.S., and most people in the world of Chalon had no physical records of planet Earth, and the world had been destroyed many years ago. Ironically, the only thing that survived of the world was the moon of all things, and it is in pieces, but its fragments still do moon things. Now back to the 1960s of the dream world, and the soldiers and the doctor brought the girl in front of a computer, and she blinked twice and then said, "What, can I play?" "First you have to help us with this program," said the doctor. "I must know the nature of the program if I am to work with it," said the girl. And they removed the straitjacket, revealing her bony frame, and the computer was somewhat of a behemoth, and it was an IBM System 360, and the program was written in Fortran of all things. And the girl looked at the program over the top, and she took the nearby notes and referenced all of the key components that were highlighted by the previous programmer. And she bit her right index finger and pulled with her left hand her hair. And shaking her head a little, she said, "This is no good. It would be easier if we had the 37000. The doctor took the hand of the girl, and he removed from her hair and said, a soothing voice, "These are what they are, and the 370 is not scheduled to come out till next year." "Yes, but it will really not matter, and I will do what I can," said the girl. And the girl started her work, and the military personnel left her in the care of the doctor, and one of the cadets said, "Should we tell her what's going on?" "The girl is nuts, and if we strain her 5-year nurse with information, she might just break, and then it will be all over," said the general. "But a woman, is she truly the best we got?" said the cadet. "Woman, man, considering the gravity of the situation, we need not scoff at the source for talent," said the general, and he added, "and should she fail to make any progress in the allotted time, we will tell her the truth." And in the meantime, the girl was working on a different task, and she was trying to create a Monopoly program using Fortran, and the doctor asked her, "How goes the task?" "It's going," said the girl. "I just need to add a few lines of code from my original program, and for that I can pick up where I left off. Given a couple of months, I will finish it." "I don't think we have a couple of months. The sooner you complete it, the better," said the doctor, frowning. And a day passed, and the girl had a gleeful smile on her face, and it had been ages since she had touched a computer, and she was both a patient and a prisoner at the asylum, and she had been arrested because she was a hacker. And during the trial, her condition deteriorated, and eventually she was no longer lucid enough to testify in her own defense. And instead of being sent to prison, she had been sent to an asylum, and over the years she had gotten worse and worse till she was lethargic. And it was only recently that her doctor realized that she needed computers to keep a hold on her sanity. And she was at least talking, though the bodily harm was still disconcerting, but treatable nonetheless. And 2 days passed, and the military brass was getting concerned, and in the end the general decided to have a frank conversation with the girl. And she was brought before him, and he had a recorder already out, and he said to her, "What you are about to see is top secret. You must not tell a soul." If I did tell someone, nobody's going to believe me anyway," said the girl, laughing. The general played a movie, and it showed a cylinder on top of Las Vegas, and it then shot the city with a strong gust of wind, and the girl was impressed, and she said, "Wow, the production value of the movie is amazing. Who made it? Stanley Kubrick? And do you have Barbarella or Thunderball? And they only show Disney films in the madhouse, and the lack of viability is enough to drive one to madness." The general changed the tape, and he followed another city, and this time the cylinder dropped a bunch of dirt over the city of London. And someone concerned, the girl said, "There has to be a point to this, right?" The rocks being thrown over the city caused the cameraman to seek shelter, and other than being trapped indoors, he was pretty much unarmed. And the following tape was in New Providence in the Bahamas, and instead of dropping earth, the camera showed a torrent of water, and the camera person was sucked up, and the frowning, the girl said, "Well, that seems a little bit extreme for a whole movie, don't you think? The effect is easily duplicated with some water and some glass for separation." and the general shot another tape from the Bahamas. And this one was from a security surveillance from one of the hotels, and it showed the entire hotel getting flooded and some of the workers got swept away. And the general continued as does, showing different takes of the devastation on the Bahamas, and it eventually dawned on the girl that what she was seeing was real and not a movie. The last tape showed an American plane shooting down the spacecraft, and when it struck the ground, it exploded, releasing all of its water cargo. And the girl took both her hands to her head and looking down and shaking her head, she said, "This can't be real." It is. This strange invader seems to be trying to find a way to utterly eradicate us. It tried different elements, and now I fear that it will happen. What will happen when he decides to try fire on us? And we have already alerted everyone that can do something about it. Even the Reds, asked the girl, especially the Reds. And this is a danger that affects us as an entire species, and it will be foolish to wait and see what happens. And we need you to complete that program so that we might be able to predict where it will strike next. And the species go down easily enough, but we do not know how many they have or where they will strike. Till we discover the hiding spot of the manchers, we will only be able to act defensively, said the general. Alright, so we'll continue Chalon's crazy dream later. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Ice Sister, and we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 14. Chalon's dream continued. A week passed and the girl was still not making progress, and frowning she said, "If only we had the 370. And it was then when Chalon said to her using his telepathy, "There is no need to fret about that IBM computer. In a decade or two, it will become obsolete." "I don't think we will have a decade or two, that's the way things are going," said the girl. And the doctor saw her talking to herself but chose to do nothing. He had other concerns on his mind. As long as the program progressed, nothing else mattered. And Chalon said, "And if you get the computer, you will not be able to complete the program in the allotted time. Since I do not want to see the fire, I will give you the final line of code you are missing, and you can add it when they finally give you the computer you are looking for." The girl said, "I have pen and paper." And Chalon said, "The code is do equal J, comma, column." And Chalon gave her a long string of codes. And during the dream, he was usually announcing observer. And he could also be a character, but he preferred to distance himself from the action whenever possible. A month in the dream world passed, or was it a year? The passage of time in dreams is very hard to measure. And the alien spaceship did make an appearance, and it burned an entire city to cinders. And it disappeared before the fighter jets could get to it, and the second time it showed up, instead of using an element, the ship shot a red beam of light. And it completely destroyed absolutely everything, right down to the smallest bacteria. All that was left was a crater. And the scientists went to decide to investigate the type of energy beam, and whatever it was radioactive. And they assumed that the aliens were now using atomic energies, and if they could build a device to disrupt the core, that they might be able to destroy the ship before it fired its weapon. And this solution was at least more feasible than mobilizing the entire army. Still, it will have to take some time to develop an anti-alien defense system, and the city that had been struck by the red beam was St. Petersburg. Needless to say, the Soviets were not pleased, and while the scientists were investigating the irradiated city and its surroundings, the spaceship made a surprise visit, and instead of shooting a red beam of light like they had expected, it shot a green light instead. And aside from giving the scientists a terrible fright, it did not do much of anything. This return was a new development, and again the spaceship returned, and each time shooting different beams of light at different wavelengths. And meanwhile, the girl had completed the code, and all what that was left was to punch in the data to see the computer shout out the pattern of future attacks. And a team of 5,000 was working on that, and each day the new computers were added to the main system. And on that day, and one day the girl was talking to her doctor, and the doctor asked a pertinent question in everyone's mind: "What do you think they want?" "Isn't it obvious they want to destroy your life as we know it?" said the girl. "If that's the case, then why the beams of light that don't do anything?" asked the doctor. "Who knows, maybe," said the girl, and she looked at Chalon, who shrugged his shoulders in response, and he remembered in the dream something about the divine spark. And then he said to the girl, the spaceship was to free the divine spark of humans, and thus making them hollow vessels devoid of any spiritual matter. "And what is your imaginary friend saying?" asked the doctor, and at this point he was ready to believe just about anything. "He says that the aliens want to destroy our spiritual matter," said the girl. "That is nonsense. There is no such thing as the soul," said the doctor, laughing. The girl shrugged and then said, "Just because you don't believe in the bullet, it doesn't make it any less real when you drop dead because of it." And the following day, the alien ship returned to the ruins of St. Petersburg, and by now the entire Soviet army was waiting for it. and they shot the spaceship down before it could do anything. And a minute later, another ship appeared in the same spot, or the one before, and it too was shot down again and again. And by the 67th ship, it was starting to get ridiculous. And the doctor who was watching the scene on the monitor commented, "It's such an advanced civilization, why does it keep doing the same thing, expecting different results?" "I don't know, it could be an automated system, and perhaps it will keep running the same script till it completes its prime directive," said the girl. "And how long do you think it will take before their computer crashes or it changes into a different gambit?" asked the doctor. "Judging by their technology and cloaking skills and disregard for their own resources, I would say that we will be here all day, all week, or an eternity or two," said the girl. The guy's like, "The aliens have already used up like 67 ships and they keep running the same script." The general who was in the conference room said, "If that were to happen, then it would be the end of the human race as we know it." After a couple of hours of this skirmish, and as ships piled out to make shooting them with rockets a little bit more difficult, and the pilot then provided enough cover for the spaceship to fire its white beam, and it also targeted the tanks as well, and the Americans watching the scene on the monitor looked quite alarmed, and they called up on the Soviets to see if they were one piece, and the Soviet generals started emitting guttural sounds and roars, and it was only 2 days later that they heard from Moscow. The armed soldiers had gone completely insane, and they had lost all semblance of humanity and were eating one another like one of those bad zombie movies. And the only difference was that the zombies were attacking each other as well, and it was a pretty gruesome scene that they had returned to. And it was around this point that Chalon had tapped out of the dream, and he had a vague memory of forcing his eyes to open for a second before going to sleep again. He'd be like, "Oh God, this dream is getting stupid. I'm out." And whenever he was dreaming, he did not have a decent enough control over the nature of his dream, and most of the time he was a passenger on a train or an unwilling participant. And some of his siblings at my two were more active dreamers, and it took a bit of a training to manage a certain degree of control. And in the dream world, one had 3 basic skills to master. There was Titanology, cinematography, and terminology. The last one was the most basic, and with proper mental focus one could decide to start having nightmares, and this was the ground basis of the other 2 skills. And how does one train to not have nightmares? It is simple, one has to decide not to have them, and once you decide, the brain does its magic thing, and despite what people imagine, one has plenty of control over one's body. The problem arises when one lets the automatic system and the amygdala make most of the decisions. The brain is a lazy second passenger, and if one doesn't make the effort to achieve the desired outcome, the brain will just not make it happen. It all boils down to free will. The second important skill to master is Titanology, and if one finds oneself in a dangerous dream environment, one can summon allies to your help, and they take the form of familiar figures. And the first person to master Titanology have familiars based on TV show characters, and the final skill is cinematography and focus on manipulating the dream world. And the skills were the backbone of what later became the practice of vocalizing one's aura, and the vocalization of auras has become second nature to us, so much so that Titanology and its other children's skills are no longer practiced or even remembered. Still, it is something good to be reminded of, especially if a person suffers from nightmares from time to time. Not that nightmares or dreams are common occurrence among our people. Dreaming has become an optional activity, like eating. Still, there is also something refreshing about dreaming from time to time. And Chalon ruminated on this and many other nonsensical dreams he had had before, and eventually he got out of the bath and he decided to take his graveyard shift. And the night was rather cool at the moment, and a cold breeze from the north had arrived to society. And as such, the temperature was 73 degrees. Still, the gust of wind made the temperature feel colder. At first, Chalon had worn something a little cooler, and the second he got out of the warm tent, a cold breeze grazed his abdomen. And trembling, he returned his hand to put on something that covered a little bit more of skin. And he put it on red rose with a thick black sash tied in front of it. And these robes were worn over white robes, with a long frilly white elbow on the neck. And over the top, he wore an orange jacket with red ornamental patterns. And the red rose mimicked the patterns, but in yellow and black, and the sleeves had 2 large decorated black buttons. And the hat was orange and black with yellow feathers. And he took out a shovel and a pickaxe, and he smiled and noted that he saw his own reflection in the mirror. And as he was heading out, one of the clowns commented, "Not quite the sort of disguise." And the traveling Pecas alone was proof enough that what Chalon was up to, and it was coming for traveling merchant caravans to raid the cemetery. And this practice became more common during times of war, and traditionally they only targeted graves of their own ancestor. And it was part of their burial ritual for the dead to dream and to wait till they were summoned about by their living relatives. And it was for this reason that when a person died, their death was explained to the children as a prolonged sleeping spell, and to aid in the resurrection, the bodies were never cremated. Spirits tended to click onto this world a lot more if there was a physical manifestation of them left in the world. And this is part of the reason why the Egyptians preserved their bodies of the dead. Time, bro?
14 minutes.
Since it was warming season, the clan was in desperate need of one of their ancient ancestors. And the ancestors were a capricious lot, and only a strong person could make them rise from their graves. And it would also take a bit of persuasion to get them to help out for the cause of the living. And it is common for necromancers to be up to similar games. Still, without free will, a spectre was no better than a zombie. And as far as spirit goes, the stronger their free will, the stronger their physical power. And it was common for novice necromancers to force resurrect a fellow only for the spirit to pass on to the next life out of sheer annoyance. And once a spirit passes on, no earthly force can summon them back to the world of the living. And Chalon made his way out of the camp and into the entrance of the city, and the night watch was mainly located in front of the Makeshift Theater. And there was not a lot of people roaming the street, and those that did roam were on foot. And they were not too keen on going on horseback because the local ordinances forbade noises out so late at night, and even the guards had to abide by such a rule, and the plated armors were traded for soft-sounding leather boots. And this was decreased in offensive capabilities. Still, the night guards were more rogues than soldiers, and whenever there was anyone who dared to disturb their peace, they were never heard from again. And this is just a tad exaggeration, and they were simply thrown in jail and no questions asked, and everything would get sorted out in the morning. And one of those night guards noticed Chalon's Pecas in trouble, and then decided to follow, and he whispered, doing a little digging. And Chalon stopped and gently placed both items on the floor, and then he took out his board to write, "Don't worry, these are just for show. I plan to dig with my hands." "There's no need to go overboard," said the night guard, grinning. "Whatever business you have can wait till the morning." "I suppose it can," wrote Chalon, "but I must make the effort to make the best use of my time. And if I leave this till the morning, then I won't have time tomorrow to get everything else done." "Makes sense," said the guard, and he started leaving when he stopped and said, "You are not headed to the cemetery, are you?" Chalon nodded in response. "Has someone died? You need permission in order to bury an outsider in our territory," said the night guard. "I'm not burying someone, I am unburying them," wrote Chalon. "Ha, now that's a first," said the night guard, laughing. "It has nothing to do with grave robbing, I assure you," wrote Chalon. And he added, "It's basically a member of our clan." "I was not aware that your people were buried here," said the night guard, growing curious. "This is an ancient graveyard, and it is common for us to open them from time to time to add items from living relatives," wrote Chalon. And this was indeed true, and over the course of a week he had acquired some items to offer to the ancient dead, and the last one he had acquired were a bouquet and bottles of blood. And the information Chalon had provided had sealed his fate, and the guard, now fully committed, said, I will come with you to observe, and I must make certain you not disturb any other graves with your heretical rituals." "The rights of Arasa were not always predominant," wrote Chalon, "and since changed with time, as must everything else," said the night guard solemnly. So that he went to it to make certain that he wasn't going to be like disturbing other graveyards, you know. The night guard went by the name of Henry Binet, and he was 70 years old, of medium stature, and with short blonde hair and brown eyes, and his family specialized in making champagne. And since he was the youngest of a family of 7, nobody expected much of him, and to prove himself he had tried to become a knight. And he had a knowledge and dexterity, and his prime failure in his inability to get along well with animals. And for reasons he did not understand, the horses seemed to always shy away from him. And one time he had a nasty fall while trying to ride a horse, and he had surprised his mount by jumping on top of it, and the horse went on one of those frenzied jumping fits, and it was quite a thrill for the stable boy watching the show, not so much for Henry. And after getting a nice kick in the forehead, Henry had given up on the whole idea of knighthood or even riding a horse, and those that did not ride on horses were considered foot soldiers, and as such the best salary that Henry could aspire to was of a night watchman. Time, bro?
10 minutes.
And it was common knowledge that bad things always occur at night, and it was for this reason that there were a lot more night guards than regular guards. And Henry had never been much of a morning person, so he fell right into night duty quite well. And curious by nature, he jumped at the opportunity to bring some excitement to his bored assistant, and Henry took his lantern closer to get a better look at Chalon, and under the light he noticed Chalon's dark complexion and black eyes, and under the light Chalon's eyes had a faint green tint to them, and it reminded Henry of the glow emitted by animals in the darkness, and when he was younger he used to hunt animals with his father, and Henry lowered the lantern as not to look into Chalon's eyes. He then said, "Well, carry on then." Chalon did as he requested of him, and together they walked towards the graveyard, and there was about 4 graveyards in the city, and there were about 6 others in the outskirts of the town, and as was to be expected of a growing city, space had become somewhat of a premium, and those that could afford it had their families buried within the protected walls, and meanwhile the others had to bury their dead outside their walls or in their back garden. And it wasn't illegal to bury your dead in the garden. It still wasn't encouraged either, and whenever a family moved into one of such houses, it was common that the priest of Arasa would move both the families and the headstones to the outskirts of the city. So that's why there are like so many haunted houses there, because like it was just cheaper to bury your stuff in your backyard than to like buy a plot of land in the cemetery, which was expensive. But then if you sold the house, the new person of the house, you gotta tell them, oh yeah, there's also like my grandma, my great grandma, and like a bunch of other people like buried it. Hope you don't mind, bye. Not your problem, bye. The graveyard Chalon was visiting was located to the west of the palace, and to the west was the main barracks, and it was the only graveyard that had heavy security, and the kings and queens of society were buried there, in addition to other people of noteworthy history, and there was even plenty of other graves, but the names were faded, and a few only had small plaques instead of stone monuments. Chalon came to the entrance, and he noticed that both guards were sleeping while standing up, and Henry did too notice and was about to wait them when Chalon placed his finger to his mouth to urge him to be silent, and Chalon placed his hand on the iron bar of the door, and as was tradition with all cemeteries, the door creaked as it opened, like, ee! Like all cemetery doors, they gotta go like, ee! And Chalon started opening very slowly, and each time he started to make certain that the guards had not woken up, and one gave a big snore and woke himself up, and he mumbled something, and then he returned to sleep. And he was half reclining against the bar, half reclining against his halberd, and it wasn't the most comfortable way of sleeping, but it worked just fine for a quick nap. And Henry whispered, shaking his head sadly, "I swear one of these days you're going to wake up dead." And Chalon did not inquire why Henry said this, and he was still busy trying to silence the open door, and when he managed to slip in, he breathed a sigh of relief. A couple of years ago, there was a douche who was of the habit of stabbing sleeping night guards, and he would only target guys who were alone, and ever since then, night guards only bothered to let their guard down when they came in pairs. And Henry did have a partner, but he was visiting his lady lover, and he would not return to his patrol route for another 2 hours. Time?
4 minutes.
I think I read enough for today. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 15. This particular graveyard had climbing vines of many different types, and the most prominent of the climbing vines were the blue crown passion flowering vines. As for the entrance, they were marked by bougainvillea flowers, and the only spots not overgrown were the doors themselves. And there was a third entrance door that led to the castle grounds, and it lay hidden behind some overgrown hedge plants. The trimming in the garden was done sparsely, and aside from the flowers, the graveyard had about 8 paved paths. And they all originated from the central house, and other graveyards faced that house. And every so often there was a tree here and there, and some families who worshipped Otisa had planted trees over the graves of their family members. And they had grown over time. And the trees varied in nature and design, and the tree which usually caught the most attention was an arbitrary palm tree. And it was not native to this continent, and it was the only one of its kind there. And it was 100 feet tall and about 200 years old, and the resident of that grave was unknown because the writing was not in English. And we do know of the fellow, and he came from the north with one of the silver dragons, and he went by the name of Pilfer Albi. And he introduced many herbs that are currently cultivated for the purposes of making potions. The palm tree was planted by the dragon master when Albie died of old age. The great keeper lived in a small manor in the center of the graveyard, and he went by the name of Victor Fodori. And he lived in this house with his blind wife and youngest daughter. And while he worked, the youngest would look after the wives. And since the lady was blind, she would from time to time be seen talking to people that were naturally there. And this was not to say that she was unique in her perception of dead people. And this power was quite common in Saturnastra, and about 1 out of 5 people had second sight. And still most people choose to ignore the ghosts. With enough willpower, they became unable to see them altogether. And if one was not in the necromancer's business, talking to ghosts was nothing more of a burden than an asset, since the dead rarely had anything interesting to say. The manor itself had only 1 floor, and it was a perfect square with a flat roof and 6 windows, with 4 doors all about. And this design decision made it easier for Victor to get around the graveyard. And the doors of the house were flanked by a flat decorated column, and the burying of the dead itself was usually done by the family members and other higher hands. And Victor's job was to keep the monuments clean and to fight off any would-be grave robbers. And to this end, the aging Victor was gifted a muzzle-loaded rifle. And rifles were not mass-produced as of yet, and only just the bullets. And the manufacturing process of such weapon was a well-guarded secret in Veraguero. And Victor did not take it out all the time, and instead he preferred his trusted crossbow. And he was perusing the graveyard with his short crossbow strapped on his back. And he saw Henry, and he waved, and Henry smiled and waved in response. And he stopped a moment to look at his father's grave, and the monument featured a bust of a man. He was a marble reflection of Henry's face, and the main difference was that Henry did not sport facial hair of any kind. And over the grave there was a morgue safe, and morgue safes were a type of iron cage that was designed to keep grave robbers from digging into a corpse. And they were usually rented for some time till the body finally decomposed. And mausoleums were not in use in the kingdom, though crypts were well regarded in some parts. And Veragaro had a crypt under the castle, and the crypt was built like a rat labyrinth, and there were many fake doors designed to trap trespassers. And it was common to find grave robbers in those fake rooms from time to time. This is not important for our current inventory, it just seems like interesting information. And while Henry the Night Guard analyzed his father's grave, the Undertaker studied Chalon. And Victor had remembered seeing a weirdo like Chalon from time to time in the market. Still, this was the first time he had seen him in such a ridiculous outfit. And the bold colors in the matched the somber mood of the cemetery. Still, Chalon did have red in his clothing, and red was considered the color of mourning in that kingdom. And the pike and shovel did not inspire Victor too much confidence either. And it was not too uncommon for family members to raid their own family graves. And this saddened Victor, but necessity makes heretics of us all. This is at least what he believed. And Henry eventually noted the flowers, and they were all fresh, and Henry was surprised by the fact. Visiting the graveyard was usually a family affair, and it was done on his father's birthday, and at the start of every month, and nothing invigorated the soul more than starting the month with a reminder of one's own mortality. And it was a sore spot for Henry, though he would never admit to it, and he avoided talking about his father as often as he could. And this was not to say that his father was a bad man. He was the opposite, and Henry was compelled to ask, "Grandpa, you know everyone who visits the grave." "Yes," said Victor stoically. And he was a short, somber man with gray hairs and a wrinkled face, and his most striking feature were his clear green eyes, and the way he spoke was part of the reason why people always referred to him as Grandpa. "Had my sisters and mother recently visited the graveyard?" asked Henry. "According to the logbook, they come with you at the start of the month," said Victor. Chalon vaguely remembered seeing a book propped up on the stone podium at the entrance, and he returned it to sign his name and that of Henry, and it was important to follow the rules of the cemetery before engaging in any necromantic business. And this was part of the reason why all necromancers were known by name, and if they were their magic without getting proper entry, then it was said that a sphinx would attack them. And this graveyard too had its titular sphinx, and it was hidden away, surrounded by a couple of hedge bushes and a baobab tree facing it. And the practice of having a sphinx statue in the cemetery was a pretty ancient tradition, and it predated the polar guards. And alone was enough to keep the necromancers in line, and they would engage in their craft under the condition of writing out their true name. "And do you know the person who gifted the flowers to my father?" asked Henry. Yes, I know who is that person, said Victor. Well, tell me who is that person, thank you, said Henry. You can send the person yourself here, for I am he, said Victor solemnly. And most people get in that sort of dour mood when being around the dead. Oh, thank you, Grandpa, or should I say Master Victor, said Henry, bowing solemnly. And Victor smiled and shook his head sadly, and he said, As long as I live, your father shall not want of flowers. Did you know him particularly? Asked Henry. Know him? He saved my life, said Master Victor, and I am forever in his debt. Henry felt a stern choking sensation in his throat, and he changed the subject by saying, This weirdo is a foreigner, and he wishes to do right or another for his ancestor or something stupid. I don't really get it. Ah, yes, that type of weirdo. Well, I have not seen one in over a decade. May I observe? Asked Victor. Don't you have anything better to do, wrote Chalon. I am old and do not sleep much, so I haven't anything to that piques my interest as of lately, insisted Victor. Do as you will, then, wrote Chalon. And the trio walked among the graveyards, and eventually they found a spot that had a small plaque. And based on the gravel before the plaque, it seemed like it had a monument a long time ago, and the name on the plaque was faded away. Chalon, using a past observation, knew the name of the dead fellow, and he was called Damien Watch. And the first thing Chalon did was remove his hat, and then he took out from it an elegant monument, and it was a perfect rendition of the man dressed like a harlequin, and on his hand he had his signature weapon of rapier. And the goldsmith was still not budging, and Chalon adorned the statue with a bouquet. And then he drew a pentagram using animal blood he had collected, and the scent of it caused the nearby spooks to rise, and they returned to their sleep when they noticed that the attention was being offered to another fellow. And like us, Chalon did not know too much about the dead man, and according to stories passed down from generation to generation, the man had fought for the rights of homeless men, and he was part of the reason why in society the homeless population received such maltreatment, and in other holes they were commonly bothered by the locals, and some were fortunate enough to be crazed, were even publicly humiliated, or even beaten to death. And society was one of the few cities where the killing of a homeless person was criminalized, and not encouraged. Aside from these social wars, he was best known for was being an actor, and he spotted his message of public justice for the unfortunate on stage was dressed like a clown, and he eventually made his early demise in the same way as the people he tried to defend. And as for our information, we have scarce data on those old days, and we only recently started paying attention to the happenings of this world and its locals. And according to the area master, Damien was registered as a sleeper and not a dead person. Arasa had tried to make him pass on to the next life, but Damien had not budged, and he was still active in the world, but only in the form of dreams. And sleepers tend to have a very tacit interactions with the physical world. Try to make him rise. Chalon tried to make him rise, so he brought out a metal cup with some pennies, and he rattled a little to illustrate that he needed money. And a couple of the nearby spooks peered their head over their graves, and the frog one noticed that it was the same jerk foreigner from before. And Victor rose an eyebrow, and he commented to Henry, "Is that supposed to do something? You know, digging in a jar of pennies in a graveyard. Tick, 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 tick." "I don't know. Aside from the blood, he hasn't done anything to uninspire me," said Henry, somewhat disappointed. Chalon levitated his chalkboard to rise. Yes, do on and talk of me, as if I'm not paying the least amount of attention. We meant nothing by it, but what are you trying to do? Asked Victor. I am trying to wake up a corpse. What does it look like I'm doing? Wrote Chalon. Usually one finds the graves open and the corpse mutilated. You could try that, suggested Henry. Doing it like that won't wake the real deal and just the negative emotions. Sure, one can channel that to achieve a type of effect, but in the end, the real deal will always be more powerful. in his arms, and he looked up into the sky, but he was not truly looking at the moons or the stars. Rather, he was using them as a point of contemplation for his meditations on the immortality of the crabs. And the following thing Chalon tried was the nails on the chalkboard, and this did much fully to wake up others' book, but not for long. And one did materialize completely in the form of a moody revenant. And the spirit gave his angry intentions flesh, and Victor and Henry did not seem to perturbed by it. And the ghost looked at the tree with burning eyes, and it eventually landed its gaze on Chalon. And he took the chalkboard and smashed it against Chalon's head. Chalon rolled his head, and then he wrote in one of the fragments, "You are no fun." The spirit returned to his grave to continue his restful sleep, and usually to wake up a ghost one had to do as one would do with a regular fellow, and the thing that used to wake the spooks alive while they were lived still worked on the dead. And this was part of the reason why nobody in Victor's house was allowed to slam doors, and it always got the few remaining ghosts all riled up, and whenever this occurred by accident, it was common for books to fall or for the furniture to levitate, and for the people in the house to get ghosts screaming in their face at inopportune times. And it got old after a while, and like the wailing of a fat baby, Victor's family had learned how to tune it all out. And evil people rarely produce ghosts, and they have fulfilled all of their desires in life, so when death graced their doors, they usually died content, with a smile painted on their face, and those that did try to bother the living were usually exorcised by the priest of Arasa. And in Arasa's realm, they would wander about and become exhausted till they were weak enough for the god of death to consume their free will, and without a free will, the ghosts became powerless. Chalon was thoughtful for a moment, and he was looking through the list of items that normally awoke people up, and it was then when Chalon was struck by an idea, and he brought out a dagger, and he released it from his satchel, and it was with this that, and doing this caused the spirit to wake up, and despite the spirit being awake, it was not rising, it was just observing Chalon to see what he would do next. Chalon reached into his hat, and he brought out an arch lute, and he then played a single note, and the eyes of the spirit closed a little, and Chalon played another note, and the spirit became more restful. And to Victor and Henry, it seemed like Chalon was playing music while looking at the ground. And Victor commented, "Wouldn't it be easier if you dug up the dead?" "It depends, it might not make much of a difference if the person was cremated," said Victor. And indeed, Damien had been cremated, and the urn buried beneath the ground had its ashes, and that of 4 other fellows that had also been cremated while they were still alive. And Chalon proceeded to pluck at the arch lute, and only that he played it with an emphasis on dissonance instead of harmony, and there was not a single chord that complemented the other. And the spirit closed his eyes, and he was making a deliberate effort to tune out the outside noise. And he sunk a little deeper into the soil, but not too much, and spirits who sank too deep into the earth tended to fall into the balance of creation. And that place was far too busy and mysterious in order for the spooks to have a peaceful rest. Chalon switched the instruments, and he tried this time using a citole, and he plucked at the strings a little, and this time he tried to have a little bit of harmony, and the spirit, instead of waking, became more relaxed, and slowly Chalon dug his shadow deep into the soil, and his shadow then grabbed hold of Damien's lute, and he brought him to the surface and shaking him. And annoyed, Damien spoke in a strange language, and he was still not solid enough to be seen in the physical world. Still, both Victor and Henry made an effort to see Damien, and so they were able to. And they were not able to, however, understand what Damien was saying. And Chalon wrote a message in Damien's native tongue using a new unbroken chalkboard. And before the English became known, people in the region had their own languages, and Damien spoke in a language called Passet. And during the terraforming period, the area master of the world had different projects per continent, and the theme of this one was diversity when it first initiated. And when the project began, the locals spoke 150 different languages, with some 150 dialects, and over time, languages eventually died as people mixed and blended with one another. Before Bersama unified the continent, there were about 27 languages and 13 dialects left, and the language spoken in society during the time of Damien was Manx. And this is not to say that languages remain pure from their inception, and the passage spoken by Damien was a little odd, and Damien asked, "And pray do tell me for what purpose you disturb my peaceful slumber?" And Chalon wrote, "There is a war, and we need you to pitch in." "Pitch in? I do not understand," said Damien. "Help out," wrote Chalon. "Out with what?" asked Damien. "With the war," wrote Chalon, sighed. "There is always a war," said Damien. And he grew a bit solid and somber as he said this, and he went from an amorphous spirit into something a little bit more humanoid looking. And his face was normal, however, and although pale like a marble bust placed over his grave. And he looked at his bust, and he frowned, And Damien then said, "Who is this man?" "That is you," wrote Chalon. Damien looked at the boss incredulous, and his ghostly visage contorted into a frown, and he was slowly appearing a little bit livelier, and then he looked at Henry and Victor before asking, "And they?" "They are your relatives. Henry is a descendant from your niece, and Victor descended from your half-brother," wrote Chalon. "I am not certain if this is true or not. Still, one can easily decipher people's blood relation based on a trace evidence, and it was indeed that both these fellows were of foreign descent. Still, the bloodline had gotten diluted somewhat over the past 200 years, and not everyone belonging to those folk were keen on nomadic life, and not that it was their choice to begin with. And Henry Jennings said to Victor, "I am going back to my rounds, and holler if anything gets dangerous." "Before you leave, can you get that small shed in front of the back garden?" asked Victor. "If I must," said Henry, not too amused, and he left towards the house to fetch the chair. And meanwhile Shannon was trying to reason with Damien, and Damien had just said, "I am glad to see that my bloodline persists, and during the purge I was as afraid that anyone had been rounded up and burned at the stake." "And no, just you, and the rest recanted, so they got to leave," explained Shalom. "And what happened afterwards?" inquired Damien. "They all lived happily ever after under the yoke of blood red," wrote Shalom. "And he brought order and made roads and unified the coinage and made temples, hospitals, public baths, and the works." "Huh," said Damien thoughtful, and he sat down on the floor as he remembered. And in the end he said, "I guess you cannot believe everything you hear." "Only fools do so, wrote Shalom. "How do I know you're not lying to me?" asked Damien. "Because ghosts are immune to lies," wrote Shalom, and this was indeed the biggest lie we have ever come up with. "And even in death, a person can still lie to you, and the only way to be immune is to have the curse of Berserk. And the curse is an endemic problem in this continent, and it's passed on to the blood and the spirit, and telepathy also helps. Still, telepathy doesn't work on magic users for the most part, and the curse does work on them, however." "If you say so," said Damien, not too convinced. And by now Henry had brought out a chair for Victor, and Victor sat down and he rested his head on his hand, and he said to him, "Try not to fall asleep, and you may just as easily die from exposure out here, Grandpa." "Perhaps," said Victor, "and you better return to your shift, otherwise Robert will give you a serious talking to." "Yes, yes," said Henry, yawning. And he looked at the night sky, and he noted the time. And it would soon be midnight, and Sherlock looked up, but not for the same reason, and he missed seeing his little brother he perched up in the Titan moon. And the thought of him up there made Sherlock feel closer to home. And he turned to them and wrote, "You must help us. The king is dying of old age, and there's going to be a power struggle, and it will be foreigners like your family that will be the real victims caught in the middle." "I certainly do see your point, but couldn't they just return home?" asked Damien. "There is no home left to return to," wrote Shalom. "What became of it?" asked Damien. "What became of every place over the course of 2 centuries, and while some places thrived, others faded away, and others changed so they became unrecognizable. The point is, doesn't matter," wrote Shalom. "It may not matter to you, but it matters to me," insisted Damien, coming closer. And Shalom thought a moment, and then he said, "Your guess is as good as mine." And one of the observers' message, Shalom said, "Ask him where his town is located." "And where is your town located?" asked Shalom. "It is up north by the foot of the Tower of Suberus," said Damien. "Oh, that old place. It has been abandoned, and the tower is the only place that is still occupied," wrote Shalom. "I see," said Damien, looking down. "And his spirit lost some of his willpower, and thus he became less solid." And then he added, "Other than the wizard, has nobody else tried to live up there?" "Well, the mages tend to ward away any visitors, and magic is no longer cool, and even as a fishing town, it is not viable. The reefs have bleached out and died, and so there are barely any fishes there to be caught," wrote Shalom. "I don't understand. There must be a way for the wizards to get supplies," insisted Damien. "Caravans and teleportation magic," wrote Shalom. "More the pity," said Damien, taking a few steps back to face his own bust. "Will you help out?" wrote Shalom. "If I must, but first I wish to know if you are worthy," said Damien, growing completely solid, and in his revenant form he spotted a lamellar-like armor, one on top of a red overcoat with black pants and iron boots and gloves, and the sword he used was a scimitar. Shalom shook his head sadly, and the fool was already on board, and yet he wanted to duel. Shalom blamed it on bad influences from the other corpses, and it was common among summons to require a duel as part of the summoning contract, and this failsafe was done to prevent him from being compelled to do work for an evildoer, and depending on the affinity of the summon was the effort that they would put into battle. And if Shalom wanted to get the strongest affinity, he had to force Damien to take the fight seriously. And before accepting the duel, Shalom relieved himself over Damien's grave, and Victor did not see this because he had indeed fallen asleep, and Shalom spat on the false idol of Damien, and then he took out some paints and he decorated the man like a clown. And Damien watched this display somewhat bemused, and finally he said, Is this an insult, or are you just a crazy person? In response, Chalon removed his glove and he swatted at Damien's face, and since the display had removed some of Damien's battle loss, he was no longer solid. And Chalon wrote, I am trying to raise your affinity by increasing your hatred towards me, and this will make our bond stronger, and it will make you stronger when you decide to throw us a bone. Bemused, Damien said, there are better ways to anger a person, and your messages seem a tad infantile. And what do you suggest, wrote Chalon? A couple of days ago, I saw a similar stunt done to another fellow great director, and the necromancer pushed a bunch of animals on top of the grazer, and they got the fellow in a fit, especially when it came time to put the cat to the sword, said Damien. I don't want to hurt a cat, wrote Chalon, and about the best that you're using inanimate objects. You could try to insult me, said Damien. Not really my scene, wrote Chalon, and this is all very silly, said Damien, a little frustrated. You could just sign the contract and be done with it, wrote Chalon. No, the ritual must be done correctly, otherwise my powers will be limited, and I have seen this happen before. And Damien came to the sleeping Victor, and shaking him by the shoulder, Damien made the old man awake, and the old man awoke with a start, somewhat disoriented. And he swiftly punched Damien in the face, as he normally did whenever a spook was doing the jump scare scene. And Damien was taken aback, and somewhat confused, he said, is it supposed to hurt? Well, the spirit does reside inside the body, and with enough intentionality, a physical being can empower his spirit to do harm to a ghost, explained Chalon. Huh, said Damien, genuinely surprised. And Damien said to the old man, do you understand what I'm saying? And in response, Victor ignored Damien, in part because he did not speak the language, and Victor sat on his chair to tune out what the ghost was saying. Alright, so I'll continue reading this. That's enough for this chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's your sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra Chalon. This is chapter 16. No, bro, Chalon, he speaks Angles. Angles, you say, said Damien thoughtfully. When he was small, Damien had learned the language, but had forgotten most of it for lack of usage. And language is an inanimate ability of ghosts, and gathering his power a bit, Damien was able to conceive himself speaking English. And back in the old days, English was known as Angles. And Damien shook the old fellow, and this time he said, I wish to partake in the rational and civilized conversation if that is only agreeable with you. And with such polite introduction, Victor was compelled to answer, I do not make it a habit of talking to my tenants. How so? Asked Damien. You speak to one, and that encourages the others, and given enough time, the tenants will spend more time bothering you than going about their business. And first and foremost, this is my livelihood and not my vocation. And if you wish to converse, then go to the temple ground, suggested Victor. The priests do not wish to talk. Rather we get taken away, unless we pollute the world of the living with our petty woes, said Damien. Make it brief then, said Victor. We are trying to build my fighting spirit, and tell me of an injustice in this world so that I might be inspired to tear this fool limb from limb, explained Damien. Victor was thoughtful for a moment, and then he said, a prostitute is the ruler of a great city. That's terrible. Never in all my centuries had I heard such a disgusting thing, said Damien, pacing up a bit. Chalon meekly rose. My people have nothing against it, and if people want to pay for their services, what does it matter? It's not as if the money she makes goes to waste, and the lady built a public houses and reformed the justice system, and those who are mean to homeless folks people receive swift punishment, and the lady you had to go to judge is a just ruler. And after reading Chalon's reasoning, Damien deflated somewhat, and shaking his head sadly, Victor said, I thought you wanted me to anger your silly ghost friend so that he could kill you. And frankly, there are ways to one-off themselves. I'm not trying to die, I'm simply trying to fire up his spirit, and it won't do if he doesn't give it all his all in this do-over, Chalon. And frankly, I do not care, said Victor, and I just want you to finish your business and be gone, and I miss the days when you could arrest a fellow for being mildly bothersome. And did this injustice really occur? Inquired Damien. Yes, La Imperia's mother was a real loon, and people had to work on tippy toes around the court lest they suffer the wrath of the queen. And she was quite unlike her daughter, and a real regal lady, said Victor. And what was her idea of punishment? Asked Damien. Since she saw her courtesans as a type of commodity, she would punish them by having them suffer cold or heat, said Victor. And how does that work exactly? Inquired Damien. I do not know. I was a child by then, and this is just what my father said to me, said Victor. For heat, they will put you near the fire to make you sweat till you pass out, and for cold, they will put you in a cold room without clothing, and then they will throw cold water from the well to make you shiver, wrote Chalon. That doesn't sound too bad, said Damien stoically, and Chalon noted some memory fragments from when we were slaves, and he analyzed the sensation of our forefather, and then he mouthed the word, "You're an ass." And instead of saying this, he wrote, "How do you feel about dogs?" "Indifferent," said Damien. "Cats," wrote Chalon. "They should all be destroyed," said Damien shortly, and he had already switched back to his native tongue. And he turned to say something else to Victor, but he noticed that the old man was pretending to be asleep. And it was by this point that Chalon had realized that Damien was not in the mood for contrast or affinity or fighting for a just cause. He was just wanted a chat, like some attention-starved fool. And as far as conversation went, Damien wanted to talk for the hell of talking, and this is not something we like to do. And all our conversations have a purpose, and if not, then we go on with our life. And there's like opinions of other activities more amusing than idle chit-chat. And it was then when Chalon had a most singular idea, and he started writing us thus. "You see that old man over there?" "Yes," said Damien. "And what would you do if he suddenly dropped dead on you?" asked Chalon. "I would look for a healer to fix him up," said Damien flatly. "And there's a limit to how much a healer can do for you, and healers cannot cure old age," wrote Chalon. "I suppose," said Damien thoughtfully. "And what if I told you that there's already a cure for old age?" wrote Chalon. "All right, go on," gestured Damien. "And what if I told you that the cure was in the hands of the creators of this world?" wrote Chalon. "The gods give it, the gods take it away," said Damien philosophically. "You do not understand. I wrote creators, not God," wrote Chalon. "And what if I told you that you were a little monkey inside a cage, and that you're too stupid to realize that you're in a zoo?" And Damien was silent for some minutes, and he was letting that information that Chalon had offered him sink in. And telling key information to spirit doesn't really matter too much, and nobody takes it that seriously. And even if they were to reincarnate, memories do not pass on from spirit to spirit, and the new persona builds up upon the old one like adding a new layer to an onion. And this is why ghosts only remember the previous life and not all of the other ones that came before. And Chalon noted an interesting effect on Damien, and part of his face peeled back a bit, and the eye beneath was a different color, and the hair had changed to blonde as well. And when he spoke again, his voice was like that of a lady, and the spirit said, "This is no more idle chatter, and how do you know so much?" "Because I am a zookeeper, and we care for the animals and their little habitats, and we take recordings of them and sell them to other planets for our own profit and amusement," wrote Chalon. "Recording," said the spirit, not familiar with the word, and the face peeled back completely, and a smile painted on her face, and the language she spoke was now Spanish. "Ah, yes, recordings for the internet. I remember that, yes, it seems almost like a faraway dream." "And you wish me to continue explaining your situation?" inquired Chalon. Damien did not respond. "Yes, we have a cure for old age and most diseases, but we do not apply the cure because it's not beneficial to us," wrote Chalon. And this statement caused a decent amount of layers to peel back, and he was saying the nasty version of what we were up to, and if it were up to us, we would have everyone live till doomsday, but that would deplete the natural resources and create stagnation as seen within the old society. And it's impossible to keep in sphere and balance to have a healthy, normal world. This is at least what the Arya Master thinks, and he's the true foreman of our little factory project, and the truth of the matter is that mass-producing magic users is easier said than done. And even with all of our advances in eugenics. So that's the long and short of it, of what the world of Saturnastra is like, what it was made for. Just to try to mass produce magic users, because magic users are an endangered species in the universe. I suppose it is an uphill battle to try to science magic users into being, and the next thing the spirit said was done in a chibi voice, and he said, "Is there no way for us to leave this zoo? You're welcome to try, Chalon. Just go to the forest of beginning when the Titan and Hyperion moons are aligned, and when this occurs, the veil opens, and you can either dig down or try to fly out of the planet, and if you fly out, you will probably get kidnapped, and if you dig down, you will probably get eaten, and the outside universe, as it is now, it is not a place for the weak." And the field peeled one last time, and it was by this point that Chalon was genuinely surprised, and the little observer child making the recording was amused too. And the face that the spirit chose to manifest was no longer human, and he was one of our good draconian pals, with the cute dragon face, and the gecko eyes, and the horns, and the minute wings, and the short tail. And the Draconian brought his hands to his face, and he emitted a low moan that echoed through the graveyard and the world of the living. And why did you make me remember? Why, when I only desired to forget, asked the Draconian. And Chalon, forgetting to write this down, said with his telepathy, I did not make you remember anything. All I wanted was for you to sign a stupid summoning contract. And how was I supposed to know that you were an Earthling? Draconians, reptilians, and the humans all came from planet Earth. The latter two had to head for space because of a meteor, and according to the records, it was summoned by the only magic user in the Draconian society, and other records claim it was the doing of a reptilian. And the entire incident caused friction between the two super advanced races. Middle. They left the solar system and moved to a nearby system that had two Earth-like planets. And it was only later when the Draconians got curious enough about planet Earth that they returned to find that humans were going about human businesses. So, like, super advanced dinosaurs, they just left planet Earth when, like, the meteor came about. And this is all ancient history that requires no further elaboration. And the Draconians made a face that resembled a smile, and he said, contract, you say, you know, for summoning battles and all that sorts of nonsense, said Chalon. And we must battle first, as per the rites of this ancient ritual. And he added, are you not afraid? And there's no reason to be afraid anymore, and cancers no more, and life can finally be allowed to exist. And my people abandoned magic, and they thought it would be enough to bury the cross forever and to live under the yoke of cancer, said the spirit. And I never, like they talk about cancer not like an illness, but like as a being that is as big as like the constellation of Cancer. Just a very big, giant, powerful being. Giant, you know, like galaxy-sized type of giant creature that can destroy whole worlds and whatnot. But it's ancient history. It's gone. I never would have imagined that one day it would all be over. Nothing lasts forever, said Chalon, and though given that it took an eternity or two, I can see why it felt like forever. The rest of the pieces of the spirit peeled off, and there was no more pollution from the previous lives, and he was his original self, his true self, and the spirit that was formed to go inside the vessel of the Draconian. And Draconian extended his hand, and he said, shall we do, a little one? Yes, said Chalon, shaking the scaly hand. And Chalon felt the rushing of water, and he saw the distortion of the light as he was taken inside the inner world of the Draconian. And he saw that the world that the Draconian imagined, and it was Earth back when the Draconian was alive, and there were the dinosaurs as well, but in the middle of the jungle shone a spiral obelisk. And it was common for Draconians and reptilians to build upwards in order to limit the amount of damage done to the nearby environment. And only now there were about 57 obelisks all over the world, and their height varied depending on the solidity of the ground and the age of the construction. And the one Chalon was looking at was about 3,312 meters, and these measurements were provided by the little observer training Chalon, and his name was Wendigo. And he always showed an interest in architecture, and he was roaming the cemetery when he saw Chalon being taken into an aria. And it is protocol that at least two people enter areas, and since Chalon lacked a pair at the moment, it fell upon Wendigo to follow after him. And the reptilian structure was almost as tall as a red slate mountain from the Sierra Nevada. And why am I using as a comparison a mountain that no longer exists? Well, because it is quite a photogenic mountain, and a lot of area masters use these mountains for their little worlds. And the eastern side has a nice looking lake. And now back to the area. And the building itself was made of magnesium alloy, and the iron was composed of magnesium, silicon, carbide, and palladium. And the fountain and the lower levels were forged out of lonzalite. And according to the ancient records, the lonzalite had to be acquired in the asteroid belt. And this mineral was not naturally occurring in planet Earth, and just from the blue exterior of the tower alone, it looked like quite a massive structure. And the Draconian was not there, however. His home was located in a dense jungle, and Chalon flew over the Cretaceous landscape, and from time to time he started to admire the dinosaurs. And while there he saw the Argiptosaurus, the Velociraptor, the Tanius, the Shibuya, the Nomingia, and the Chittipati. And Chalon was very familiar with this creature, and the reptilians and Draconians had a lot of digital records from the old days. And located on top of the mountain overlooking the valley, the house of the Draconian spirit was an upside-down pyramid. And the pyramid surface was made of glass known to us as SAM2X5-6330. And the material itself was a good old-fashioned zapped with electricity. And it formed a glass sheet instead of a dual metal type of metal, and it was suddenly elastic, and when dropped, it bounced. And the glass was designed to reflect nature, thus the person in the exterior could look outward, but those inside could not see within. And in the garden there was a collection of large round stones, and it depicted a constellation. And the interesting thing about it is that the constellation arrangement was the same used by humans millions of years later. It was the middle of the day, and the pyramid faced the sun, and beneath its shade slept an Utahraptor. And there were the large castles of the ever-popular Velociraptor, and we have been doing polls to see if we put dinosaurs back into circulation in Saturnastra, and the development has already been approved, and all that remains is to terraform the perfect ecosystem for them. And there are some ecosystems where they could thrive, but there are intelligent lines being forced in the mix, and the Logos Maya actually wiped them out, and if not careful, or the latter might occur. And this is all a work in progress. And Chalon saw the Utahraptor, who regarded him with suspicion. And Ali Chalon imagined that the feathered dinosaur was suspicious of him. And the wind in the mirror at the bottom of the pyramid opened, and she looked from inside, followed by Wendigo. And Wendigo got for us some shadowy paintings, and it was the interior details that were a bit sketchy. And they kept changing nature as the Draconian tried to remember it, and there were a few items that were permanently solid, and certain memories touched the soul, while others are ethereal. And it's usually the bad memories that scar the soul the most, and one of those scars was a painting that Chalon saw in the entrance of the clear elevator, and it had defined in great oars the constellation of Cancer. And there were patterns of colors all in swirls, and the style of the other alternating paintings reminded Chalon of the works of Joan Miro. And instead of canvas, the paintings were done on reverse glass, and the paintings had a glistening nature to them, and the pigments were mixed with casein, a type of milk protein. The elevator took Chalon to the top floor, and on the way he had a peripheral view of the laboratories-looking type of places, and there was a room that had several hanging clear glass panes. And the rooms were wide and open, and with no clear delineation between each team, and there was plenty of plants near the window, and those in the last row seemed to have been producing fruits, and some had flowers. And this room was where the Draconian was waiting for Chalon, was covered with bees, and there was also plenty of nifty-looking butterflies with a warm orange color, and large black eyes on their wings for decoration. And the Draconian spirit was quiet and pensive, and when he heard Chalon arrive, he said, not turning around, I have been thinking quite a bit. I don't recommend it, said Wendigo to the Draconian. There is nothing to be gained from ruminating on the past. Well, I think that's a good place to leave it, and then I'll finish the Saturnastra Chalon in the next video. Bye bye, God bless. Let me see. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Artist Sister, and today we're reading Saturnastra Chalon. This is the final chapter, so there's only 3 pages left, so let's just jump right into it. The Draconian turned around and he saw little Wendigo, and straining his memory a little, he said, ah, yes, you're one of those little recorders, and you did not exist during my time, for there was no need, and we each knew what the other was expected to do, and we acted accordingly. And we cannot be tools, said Wendigo, pouting. Chalon pouted, noticing that the little observer was still in the scene, and remembering his training, Wendigo moved back a pace to get a different camera angle of Chalon and the Draconian conversation. The Draconian asked the pertinent question, what happened to Elijah? Elijah was the ancient name that the Draconians used for planet Earth, and in answer to his inquiry, Chalon said with his mind, it's gone. Because of the meteor, asked the Draconian. Nope. The Earth has historically been able to handle a lot of abuse, and it even survived more or less in one piece when the moon was shot at the planet at the speed of light, explained Chalon. How? Why? Asked the Draconian, genuinely curious. As a result of this little story, the exterior changed, and it showed the moon crashing into the planet. It is a long story, and it is close to bedtime, and I don't want to spend my entire week telling you the entire history of our people, said Chalon. Did what I did at least help us, said Draconian. Who knows? Those things no longer exist, so there's not an easy answer to your question, said Chalon. As far as the universe is concerned, you're a mad Draconian who killed off the dinosaurs. Huh, I see, and that is most unfortunate, said the Draconian. And Chalon, reaching into his sleeve, he brought out a bone, and he asked, is this you? The Draconian looked at the fossil over the top, and he said thoughtfully, if I were to hand you a human skull, would your ghost be able to recognize itself? Yes, said Chalon. People can easily recognize all the clothing they have ever worn. I do not know what I'm supposed to do, said the Draconian. Whatever comes naturally to you, said Chalon, though I must warn you, if you try to drop a meteor into this new world, it is not going to work. I think it would be better for me to return to sleep. Regardless of whatever face I wear, at the core, I am still the same fool, said the Draconian. You will only be a fool if you choose inaction, and there are entire worlds filled with sleepers who have turned their backs on existence, and I do not blame you if you desire to dream, as long as you do not force others to follow in your path, said Chalon. The Draconian was silent for a bit, and then he said with his face cracking a little, Now I understand. You understand what, as Wendigo? Nothing, it is no longer important, said the Draconian. And he held out his hand, and a mask appeared, and he placed it over his face, and it warped into the face of Damien, and his body's features regained some humanity to them, though he kept the wings and the tail. As Damien said, My soul is ready. And Chalon brought out a copy of the Death Sight, and he swung it at Damien, who moved back a bit, thinking that it was actually a real battle, and he was a bit slow on the dodge, and so the tip of the sight struck him right in the forehead. And since at that moment Damien had his strongest willpower, the magic of the duplicate of the Death Sight resurrected him. This was not what Damien had in mind, and as for Chalon, he was instructed to resurrect any magic users that he could, regardless of how ancient or how far back they originated from. And the Death Sight technically can resurrect any fellow, and this being a sprite copy, it only has a certain number of charges, and one would think that Chalon would have used it all up by now. And despite being here for almost 2 decades, Chalon had not been able to make use of the sights, not even once. Regardless, he initiated all of the affinity battles by giving a good whack at the ghost with the sights, and in total the sight had 37 charges left, and he could only gain more by drawing power from the original. And the original had been lost when the entire planet went kaput, and it had first been discovered in a crater left behind when the moon was shot against Earth, and it was found in an ancient graveyard surrounded by ghosts waiting to be revived. And nobody knows who or what created this weapon against death. And as for Damien, the shock of the resurrection caused the area to collapse, and Chalon and Damien were back in the graveyard. Damien did not return in the flesh of a human, rather he was a binary fusion of a human and a Draconian, and his body was a mirror image of what Chalon had seen in the area. And what he had resurrected, returned as soul, was a matter of some speculation, and there were plenty of records of the workings of the Death Sight, and since these people were present-oriented type of souls, there was not a lot of deviation when they revived, and it's in the spirits concerned with the past tended to cause the most surprises. And Damien was the most surprised indeed, and as with most revivals, Damien let out a hoarse screech, and this awoke the Undertaker Victor. In shock, he fell back on his seat, and he dragged himself a bit backwards, and he said, What in the gods is that? And Chalon wrote, Relax, it's just a dragon, no need to get so antsy. Oh yes, a dragon, and why would there be dragons? He's a bit of a noisy fellow, said Victor, and he regarded Damien by scratching and rocking his head with a bit of mild amusement, and Chalon did not know what Damien was thinking. And so he smacked it in the head with his board, and it naturally knocked Damien out, and he sent a message to the Draconians down in the equator, and they were in a different continent altogether, so they despised the winter. And Chalon picked up the large Damien, and he started walking out of the cemetery, and Victor followed Chalon with his eyes still he was out of sight, and the entire night had been rather strange indeed. Chalon jumped over the fence to avoid the guards, and he made his way towards the tallest building in society, and it was the observation dedicated to the god Anuo, and the priestess would visit there from time to time for the purposes of divination, and the roof was a solid glass dome of velvet make, and society originally had been an elf city till the humans had taken over it over many centuries, and now the only signs of the ancient elven past were the roofs decorating the bars holding up the glass. And from up there, Chalon waited for the rotating spiral to appear, and it had 2 large hollow discs at each end, and the shape that appeared with a cloud should have been that resembled moonlight over Chalon, and it then picked up Damien. And with Damien returned to his people, Chalon returned to his camp to be with his son, and when he returned, his mother, he noticed Kay waiting for him, and she said, No luck? No, said Chalon, using his actual human voice. And Kay smiled when she finally heard it, and it had been quite many years since Chalon had chosen not to speak. And she prepared a bath for Chalon, and while the bath was being made, he evacuated behind a bush, and when he was done, he entered the hot bath. And he did not linger there as before, and when he felt himself clean, he wrapped himself in a towel and went to his trailer. And he prepared his bed and he laid out his dogs to sleep beside him. And it was a little bit early for him. And normally he would wait for some hours past midnight to fall asleep, but he was tired both physically and mentally. And he laid his head on the pillow and he closed his eyes, and within 5 minutes Chalon was found asleep. Alright, so that's the end of Chalon. It's an entire book that took place within a single day, starting when he wakes up and ending when he went to sleep. Like, it was just a little it was just like about the Saturnastra book series during the experimental phase. So then I was just experimenting with like first person, second person, or how long the time took place between a course of a few months, a couple 2 decades, or a book been taking place within a single day. So I hope you have fun with Chalon's little adventures. Bye bye and God bless.